The Serpent and the Grail. Copyright 2013 A. Attanasio. This book contains 486 pages. Approximate reading time 13 hours 20 minutes. From the book jacket. The narrator is Rena, a clan woman 90,000 years old. She is eldest of the 9 queens of Avalon. The place is Roman Britain, AD 491, in Camelot, where history and magic intersect. The boy king Arthor has beaten back the berserker wolf warriors of the Saxon god, uniting his island kingdom, but at a terrible cost. The Grail, the chalice of the Last Supper and the magical shield of Britain, has been stolen. Without the Grail's protection, Britain lies parched and barren, a demon-haunted landscape. To find the Grail, Arthor's mother Ygrane must strike a dark bargain with Bright Night, elf prince of the Pale People in the Hollow Hills. Merlin alone can show the way, but it is Arthor who must confront the Serpent, sword in hand, to fulfill the ancient blood right of kings and transform himself to King Arthur. The Perilous Order of Camelot, Volume 4, The Serpent and the Grail. A gentle sound, an awful light. 3 angels bear the Holy Grail. With folded feet in stoles of white, on sleeping wings they sail. Ah, blessed vision, blood of God, my spirit beats her mortal bars, as down dark tides the glory slides, and star-like mingles with the stars. Alfred Lord Tennyson, Sir Galahad. Contents. Chapter 1. An Angel Crosses Europe in AD 491. Chapter 2. Return to Magic. Chapter 3. The Blood Pact. Part 1. Book of the Serpent. Chapter 4. Crown of Snakes. Chapter 5. Cinderland. Chapter 6. The Future Grows from Small Things. Chapter 7. Dragon Psalm. Chapter 8. Weird Traveler. Chapter 9. Beautiful Beyond Beauty. Chapter 10. The 7 Eyes of God. Chapter 11. A World of Dreams. Chapter 12. Love Like Wrath. Chapter 13. The Valor of the Worm. Part 2. Book of the Grail. Chapter 14. Crown of Fire. Chapter 15. Road of Solitudes. Chapter 16. Lo the Dragon. Chapter 17. Unwrinkle the Stars. Chapter 18. Powers of Angels. Chapter 19. Beauty Shines Invisible. Chapter 20. Lucifer by Moonlight. Chapter 21. Imaginary Numbers Are the Flight of God's Spirit. Chapter 22. Fatesayer. Chapter 23. Kingdom in a Chalice. Afterworlds. Chapter 24. Return from the Dead. Chapter 25. The Finding of the Dead. Chapter 26. An Angel Crosses Europe in AD 492. Chapter 1. An Angel Crosses Europe in AD 491. Shortly after dawn, sometime late in spring, an angel appeared over Jerusalem. His eyes shone like night's last stars. His hair streaked the sky with prismatic threads, stitching daybreak into crimson banners above the ancient city's ramparts. In one stride, he stepped over the steep skyline and across the shattered rocks of prophets' tombs and dunes crouching like lions beside toppled columns of Greek shrines. Somewhere above the Mediterranean, he gazed down through the palpitant air at goose-winged sails carrying cargoes of carob wood and Lebanese cedar to Carthage. There, the Vandals busily rebuilt the wharves and harbors they had torched in their conquest of Africa 40 years earlier. The angel quickly moved north onto the Italic Peninsula. He glanced briefly at the green bays of croplands and orchards charred by the ravages of the Ostrogoths, but not one look did he give the crumbled arches of Rome and its slum yards. Instead, he peered beyond the snow peaks of the Alps and the expansive tracts of boreal forests to the remote Isle Kingdom of Britain. 4 strides later he passed over the war camps of Clovis and the battlefields of the fierce Alemanni. The hordes of pagans, Saxons, Angles, and Jutes who had assembled on the shores of Jutland for their invasion of Britain sensed him not at all. When he finally lighted on the rocky summit before Camelot, his eyes brightened to gaze at the proud and unlikely structure that reared above the aboriginal forests. Paraboloid jacket walls, chevron-shaped battlements, polished brass solar scoops, and dodecahedral spires formed an edifice strange to its time. The angel stood still before this geometric wonder of blue stone. His effluvial body disappeared, camouflaged by sunlight slanting through the big trees, and the shining trees listened as he began to sing in a voice only they could hear. We heard the trees of Camelot laughing, we 9 queens of Avalon. We did not recognize what we heard at first, for sequence is not known here. Avalon is somewhere else. In our honeycomb of time, where every moment is a temple, centuries rise and fall as days, and each day climbs through centuries. Ah, but you do not understand. We are far ahead of ourselves. Please be patient with us. We have a story to tell, a story of angels and demons, of fire-breathing dragons and a dangerous unicorn, and a story of you and King Arthur. You will understand everything if you are patient with us. Like the moon that swallows itself each month, we come and we go, yet we are always here. Come, sit with us at the heart's fountain, which in your presence has become this printed page. Sit and listen to how we 9 queens of Avalon heard the trees of Camelot laughing. This was not amused laughter, or droll chuckles, or polite giggling, but genuine, blissful laughter. Only an angel could evoke such rapture from trees. What kind of angel was this? We could not see or hear him. Was it one of the radiant angels who had gathered us to Avalon and our fateful purpose? Or was it an angel fallen from the light, a wicked messenger of darkness? We could not tell. Trees are easily charmed. They eat light, and even the clotted light of demons is enough to fill them with astonished joy. By the time we gathered our wits sufficiently to look more closely for the angel, he had moved on. Some personage of light or dark had visited. A being once hugged tight to the stars had come to Camelot. Why? We feared the answer. Chapter 2. Return to Magic. Ygrane stood on the ramparts of Tintagel with her face lifted to the salt wind rushing off the turbulent sea below. The white robes of her nun's habit fluttered and flapped, and she squinted to peer across the lilac morning sky at thunder smoke climbing the horizon. Small and vague as a wisp of mist, a sail ran hard before the mounting storm, a distant vessel caught in the Belgic Strait by the season's peril. A prayer for the crew's safety slipped silently from her lips, though she could plainly see that the ship stood no chance of outpacing the tempest. Her prayer for mercy unfolded with familiar grace, and she stopped herself before she finished her petition. The time for prayers was over for her. 17 years she had served as abbess here at Tintagel, a fortification she had transformed into a religious sanctuary dedicated to the glory of Christ's chalice, the Holy Grail. 18 years earlier, when she had lived in this stronghold as the wife of Uther Pendragon, the mysterious Sisters of Arimathea had entrusted her with the care of the sacred cup. And then, not 2 months ago, she had sent the Grail to Camelot to serve her 17-year-old son Aquila Regalis Thor, King Arthor, and his warriors of the Round Table. During a terrible battle they had waged and won to unite their island kingdom, the Holy Chalice had vanished. Ygrane blamed herself. She knew now she should have waited for strife to end before delivering the Grail to her son's fortress city. She had acted impulsively and prematurely, not unlike those mariners she spied in the distance riding on the purple horizon who believed they could outrun the sky's wrath. They flew east on the dark sea, already caught in the gale's wide grasp. Piled in corners of the central hall of Tintagel, and mounded in the open spaces of the great chambers, the freight of Duke Marcus waited, shrouded in canvas. During the recent war that had united Britain under King Arthur, Marcus Dumnoni's ancestral estate in Isca had been razed, and the Abbess Ygrane, the king's mother, had awarded Tintagel to the duke for his loyalty in battle to her son. She retained only a small gallery, a chapel, and a garden. These she reserved for the nuns of her order, so that they might continue to tend the infirm and the indigent of the region. Those nuns, 103, waited with tears in their eyes outside the manor house before the concourse that opened to the courtyard and the outer ward. Ygrane proceeded past them slowly, stopping before each to clasp hands and speak words of faith and encouragement. When she reached the great folding doors of the yard, she paused to regard their burnished bronze panels embossed with scenes from the life of Christ, and remembered the first time she had stood before this giant portal. That had been 32 years prior, when the Druids had brought her here as a 14-year-old girl to marry the Dux Britanniarum, Marius Sidonius Gorlois. The bas-relief images of Christ's torments that had frightened her at that time filled her now with soft warmth and compassion for this divine man who had taken so much suffering upon himself. She wondered if she would ever see these panels again, or the limestone white turrets that towered above. Her slant green eyes played over the courtyard's granaries, storehouses, and stables. Finally, she turned to exit into the outer ward. The activity there stopped, and the numerous functionaries of Tintagel saluted her. The Nubian gatekeeper, the grooms, factors, and stewards, each in his turn came forward to bow before the departing mistress of the 400-year-old Roman citadel. Outside Tintagel, Ygrane met on the campestral with the palace gardeners, and thanked each personally for cultivating the grounds to her specifications over the years. She then proceeded alone past the lily pond and through a colonnade of poplars to a budding rose garden enclosed by beech and sycamore. Through the perimeter trees, the cliff's edge came into view, and far below the tide-washed shingles and sand dunes. She wondered about the ship in the storm that she had glimpsed from the battlements yesterday, and what had become of it. A swallowtail butterfly fluttered past and settled among the larkspur beside the sundial, and when she turned to watch it, she noticed a tall figure in luminous raiment of rainbow streaks and sunfire. She went down on her knees and bowed her head. "Angel, always before you have preceded the lady." Ygrane spoke in a hush. "I am not worthy to see her, for I am leaving Tintagel to find the Holy Grail that I have lost. Please, I beg you, tell the lady I cannot speak with her this day. I am putting aside my habit and our faith in the Saviour. Faith is not sufficient for what now I must do." Shadows bent away from her, and the mossy cobbles her lowered eyes gazed upon shone like dark emeralds. Squinting into the brightness, she looked up and faced the angel standing close. Flame-woven and only vaguely human in appearance, he presented a visage of Greek pride that seemed to stare forth from the heatless radiance. He smiled at her, then faded away. In his place stood an olive-skinned Semitic woman with Levantine eyes and black hair gathered under a blue veil. "Miriam." Ygrane rose from where she knelt and took the lady's hands. They felt warm. "You should not have come. I told you a messenger—" "Hush, Ygrane." Miriam spoke in the lilting Brythonic of Ygrane's childhood. "I know your heart. You feel responsible for the loss of the chalice." "Yes, I must find it. For my son. Of course." Miriam led Ygrane gently to a sun-dappled stone bench graven with dryads, and they sat together, legs touching, hands clasped. "We have had many pleasant talks, you and I, always about the same concerns, the sick, the poor, and why they suffer. And always I have told you the same thing, that we know nothing of our souls, that we must trust God. Yes." Miriam smiled. "This time I have come to tell you that once again, but with a warning. If you doff your nun's habit and take up once more the way of magic, We cannot meet again. I am of the new order. The old ways are not my ways." Ygrane nodded, eyes lowered. "I understand, Miriam. I have prayed for the Grail's return, as I have prayed fervently all these years for the sick and the impoverished. God listens, and yet people still suffer. Children, too. By this I know, if the Grail is to be found, if my son, the rightful ruler of this land, is to have its blessing, I who lost it must find it." Ygrane removed the white veil of her nun's frock and ran a hand through blonde tufts of cropped hair. She placed the veil in Miriam's lap, and the swarthy woman lifted it sadly in her hands. "I know what it is to love a son, and I know that love cannot protect him." Miriam's large dark eyes gazed dolefully at the fair woman's determined face. "Please, do not do this thing. You are not as youthful as once you were, Ygrane. The quest you intend to undertake is fraught with danger." "I am 26 old, Miriam." Ygrane stood and removed her robes. Beneath them she wore a brown leather bodice, fawn-skin trousers, and riding boots. "I am not yet too old to ride. If the Grail can be found in this world, I will find it. But I need to know one thing." She peered earnestly at the blessed visitor. "Is the chalice yet in this world, or have the angels taken it away?" "The angels have not taken it." "Who has?" "It is not our work to know that, Ygrane." Miriam rose and held forth the nun's veil. "The temporal powers contend in a world of things that cannot last, a world of darkness where objects are hidden and lost. Come back to the world of things that can never be lost, for I tell you everything hidden shall be revealed. In the world of light and love that we share, there is nothing for us to do except open our hearts and relieve the suffering of those around us. Stay with me." Ygrane's shoulders slumped under the weight of truth she heard in Miriam's words. "What you say moves me deeply, Miriam. Yet I cannot stay with you. I am a woman of this world, and I must be responsible for my place in this world. How can I continue to live as a nun when the very faith of light and love that we share is threatened by invaders who respect only might and cruelty? God sheds his sunlight and rain upon both the good and the wicked. I cannot hope that God will help us in this fight. What strength I have, I will use to find the Grail, so that my son will have its power to aid him in his defense of our land. Then I must say farewell to you now." Miriam placed Ygrane's veil on the stone bench where they had sat. "You have done much good among the least of your people in my son's name. For that you are blessed. The way of magic, the old way, is a grave peril to your soul, Ygrane. I will pray for you. Miriam," Ygrane reached out and took the smaller woman's arm, "the heaven where you go, what is it like? Before you leave, tell me of that blessed place, and tell me something of God." A sorrowful laugh slipped from Miriam. "Every time we meet, you ask me these same questions, and always I turn your attention back to this world and the hope of the suffering. Do you know this world so well that you are ready to understand the next?" She leaned forward, smiling, and kissed Ygrane's cheek. As she stepped back, she bleared away, her voice lingering to say, "In time, all that is hidden will be revealed." Chapter 3. The Blood Pact. Ygrane had been born to a peasant family in the west of Britain, among the remote hills of Cymru, and she had spent her earliest years footloose in the wild places around her hamlet's osier shacks. The fairies had danced for her then in the moonlight, and the pale people, the Dina She, had spoken to her at twilight of their home in the hollow hills. No one else in the area could see or hear them, and she had been too young then to think that this was strange. The fairy had been her pets, and the She her playmates. Early on they had explained to her that once they had lived in the sky as gods, happy in the great storm tree whose branches filled the cope of heaven. The Fauni, the gods of the Romans, had driven the She out of the sky and had forced them to live underground among the tangled roots of the world tree. There they survived by feeding the dragon who lived in the earth. They fed it the souls of anyone they could lure into the hollow hills. But she was not to be afraid, for she was their friend, and such a fate would never befall her or her family. She preferred the souls of the Roman invaders and local scoffers. When she had told her kin these tales, word spread, and eventually the Druids came for her. They ritually confirmed her rapport with the Thanashee and made her their queen. In the sacred groves of Cymru, they taught her magic, and then they gave her to Gorlois. Ygrane turned her back on where Miriam had appeared to her in the garden, and spoke for the first time in 17 years to the pale people who had once been her allies. "Thanashee, I summon you. Remember me, the queen among the people of your land. Come forth from your hollow hills. Come forth, pale people, and remember me, Ygrane. Come and give me grace and strength for my return to magic." "I am here, sister," a darkly gleaming voice announced from outside the budding rose garden. Ygrane hurried through the lane poplars to the lily pond. Leaning over the black water, she saw, reflected in its rimpled surface, a tall young man with auburn hair and tapered eyes that shone green as the unicorn's. He wore the opulent garments of a mortal nobleman, blue linen tunic embroidered with flowerets of gold, a silver-studded red leather belt, and yellow boots. She recognized him at once as Bright Knight, Prince of the Thanashee. He smiled impishly. "I believed I would never hear you call for me again, Ygrane. I am glad to be wrong. Why have you summoned the servants of the twilight that once you spurned?" Ygrane said nothing at first. She had expected an inner vision, or at most a whisper from the shadows. Surprised to see one of the pale people by daylight, even in reflection, she uttered almost under her breath, "Arthor, my son Arthor. He must have the Grail, the vessel of the nailed god." The slender elf prince shrugged. "What are the Thanashee to do? Call on your friend Miriam and ask for her help." "Bright Knight, you know that Miriam and her son, the Christ, lead us away from this life." Fear for her son strengthened her voice. "I need your help here and now in this world, the world in which you are fighting to regain your place. Help me find the Grail, and I will serve you." Insects dimpled the surface of the lily pond as frenzied as rain, and Prince Bright Knight, like a figure from a redundant dream, appeared as young and mirthful as when she had first met him over 40 years ago. "You say that you will serve the Thanashee again if we give you the magic to find the chalice of your nailed god? Yes?" Ygrane nodded. The reflection of her short hair and angular face swam among the ether of marsh ferns. "The chalice is a vessel that receives power from the angels, from the fire lords of the Annwn, the other world. My son needs that power to save his kingdom from the magic of the pagans' one-eyed god, the Fuhrer." The elf prince smiled at her precision with him, amused by her care after so many years of devotion to an alien faith to show that she remembered the local gods. "The Thanashee will make certain that you have enough power to terrify the Fuhrer, power directly from the dragon." "The dragon sleeps. Yes, the dragon sleeps. And dreams." The prince's oblique eyes brightened. "The Thanashee know all the secret ways through the underworld, and we can gather those dragon dreams to empower you with magic that will shake the storm tree. But you must make us a solemn promise, Ygrane." The green-eyed woman narrowed her stare, reluctant to commit herself to any bargain with the notorious deceivers of the Hollow Hills. "What must I promise?" "When you return the Grail to your son, you will give yourself to us." A shadow like a bruise darkened the space between Bright Knight's eyes. "You must know that you are no common mortal. Your body knows how to hold the cold fire of heaven, and so since your earliest days you have seen us. The Thanashee will impart all the cold fire that your mortal frame can bear. You shall have as much magical power as you can carry, and when your task is done, we will take you body and soul into the Hollow Hills, into the most obscure depths of the earth, and there you will be sacrificed to the dragon." The elf prince paused and cocked his head inquisitively. "Does that frighten you? Do you fear so mortal a pact?" "Yes, Bright Knight, I am frightened, but not for my life. We are all of us mortal beings. I am frightened for my soul." Your soul will be devoured by the dragon, Bright Knight answered frankly, and you will become one with its dream songs. You will journey on the long traveling of light through the void and among the worlds forever. You ask much of me, Ygrane replied quietly. I had hoped to give my soul to the Christ. If I must surrender it to the dragon, then tell me why you want this. I want it for the Thena, for the glory that was once ours. The elvish apparition pressed closer against the pane of the pond's watery surface. When we sacrifice you, the abrupt release of your power will awaken the beast, and the Thena will ride that might into the storm tree and take back from the Fura the celestial heights that once were ours. Ygrane crossed her arms over her chest and bowed in submission. When the Holy Grail is returned to my son, you may take my soul. Now grant me the power, the magic that I need to fulfill this quest. The elf prince smiled from behind the ammonia clouds of silt in the lily pond. Prick the middle finger of your left hand, he instructed. 3 drops of blood in the water, and our pact is sealed. You will have all the magic of the Thena at your disposal. All the might of the hollow hills will be yours to command in your search for the nailed god's chalice. And when you have the chalice, we will have you. Ygrane lifted the twig of a rosebud tossed into the grass by the previous night's storm, and used its thorn to draw blood from her finger. 3 crimson drops fell into the pond, unfurling smoky blossoms. From behind her a horse whinnied like music from under water, and when she turned, she looked upon a stallion blue as midnight, with fire-yellow eyes and silver fetlocks. A devil steed! She felt cold all over, remembering the fright tales of babies snatched away in his teeth and fallen warriors carried off on his glistening back into the hollow hills. She cast a backward glance to the lily pond. The elf prince had gone, and a toad peeked at her from under a green coverlet of pond froth. "Devil, come here," she summoned the stallion. Hot eyes, slant and malevolent, watched her. Then, like a drift of dark wind, he stood beside her. She mounted his naked back. Though early summer, a resinous smell from an autumn mountain filled the hollows of her body. The chill promise of winter brightened her lungs, and they were off. She leaned forward, holding on with her knees, her face bleared by the wind in the black flames of his mane. Atop the torched hills that peered down toward Tintagel and the rocky coast, Marcus Dumnoni sat his formidable warhorse. Each charred tree of the seared forest around him stood erect, like a scaly stylus, against a sky swept raw and blue by the previous day's storm. The ground, still faintly breathing vapors, hissed as his men drew up behind, and a smoldering stink of blackened scrog tainted the air. All the creatures of the forest had departed, except for the crows perched on the flame-frayed boughs like living pieces of the dead landscape. They silently surveyed the infernal waste with him, watching the world veer away to its rocky margins and to the shining surmise of the sea. Those white towers on the massive and somber headlands would be his new home, an archaic heap of limestone that had reigned over Land's End since the Romans first built roads across these swales, roads reduced now to demonic tracks through wind-blown scurf. Tintagel, Marcus spoke silently to himself. Will you be my sanctuary or my prison? As he gazed beyond the white parapets to the sea, wondering when the next wave of invaders would arrive, and if he would prove strong and able enough to withstand them, his men watched him. His strong, beardless face, blue-eyed and blond as any Saxon's, inspired their trust. To his men he appeared a statue of strength meant to endure every hardship, sculpted by God's hand itself to outstare all enemies, unblinking even to death. In his heart he feared all he could not see. By nature a fatalist who regarded outcomes as inevitable, he had trained himself to follow the flow of events, and from this courage he had gained much renown. Yet he could not accept what he could not see, and so in his heart secretly he feared the future, the invisible powers of chance and battle luck. Most of all, he feared God. Marcus Dumnoni led his mounted men along an ashen trace that wended past torched spinneys and charred hedges toward Tintagel. Behind them rumbled wagon loads belonging to the families and household attendants of his soldiers, following their duke to his new abode at Land's End. Children squealed at the sight of the fortress' white towers upon the sea-thrashed cliffs. The Dalmatian guard dogs that ran ahead had turned. They bolted back across the ashen heath, tails tucked. Out of the shadow of Tintagel, a rider shot into view, moving faster than any mortal steed could gallop. Marcus drew his sword and spurred his horse forward to intercept that unnatural rider as far from the wagons as possible. He and his guard trotted past the torched trees, and sooner than they had anticipated, the charging horse rushed upon them, blurring so fast none could identify the rider. The horses of the Duke and his men reared and nearly tossed them. When they finally rested their mounts steady, a terrible black stallion stamped and snorted before them, breathing darkness. Upon its naked back sat a woman with tawny shorn hair and a feral face, hollow-cheeked and green-eyed as a lynx. "Abbess!" Marcus hissed with surprise, all the while fighting to restrain his panicked steed. The chemical music of autumn filled the summer air, and sparks like fairies spun through the slant afternoon light. Ygrane nodded slightly. "Tintagel is yours," she breathed. "I am away." And she was gone, a shadow cognate with the burned terrain, leaving behind an august presence of leaf smoke and frosty emptiness. Part 1. Book of the Serpent. Nothing exists except atoms and the void. Everything else is conjecture. Democritus. Chapter 4. Crown of Snakes. Deep within the earth, the dragon slumbered. In the entire universe, only one dragon existed, a beast whose body spanned all of space-time. Its scales glimmered as galaxies. Its exhalations filled black space with star smoke. Within its immense mind, songs pulsed to the rhythms of its cosmic life, dream songs circulating at the speed of light among the billions of worlds that constituted the cells of the dragon's body. Our blue world, one of those small cells, received the dream songs, and they touched silence. The dragon life in this cell lay dormant, lulled to sleep. Coiled drowsily about the hot magnetic core of the planet, the terrestrial power of the dragon began to dream. It dreamed memories. Images played through its slumbering consciousness of the childhood of time, the first moments of the universe. This dreaming cell remembered back to the dragon's fetal growth, before planets, before stars, when atoms themselves had not yet formed, and all was energy. For 380,000 years, the dragon had turned in the womb of creation, afloat in the amniotic light of quarks and photons. God was there. She was in the light itself. She dwelled in the light as a pattern of information with an uncanny power to pattern information. She touched every point of space-time with her uterine presence, her capacity to create events and structures, including the birth of the dragon. Out of a vacuum smaller than a quark she had emerged. From compact dimensions of infinite temperature and infinite density, she had carried the astronomic energy that would eventually cool to atoms and dark matter and congeal the dragon's physical body. She had come forth from infinity to play. All of creation was her dance, and she was dancing many dances at once, many universes, an infinite number of universes, some radiant, others profoundly dark. In many of the luminous universes, a dragon partnered her dance. The dragon's dream songs accompanied her music, the boisterous polyphony of energy chilling to matter, atoms compressing to stars and fusing in stellar explosions to heavy elements, building larger, more complex harmonies of molecules, densities, star fields, and galaxies, all accelerating into the emptiness, eventually to dissipate to nothing when the dance is over. Stillness touches infinity, and in the spark that jumps between nothing and infinity, the dance begins anew. The one cell of the dragon, asleep inside the earth, never dreamed about the infinite emptiness to come. It dreamed backward to its fiery origin and the heat of its self-discovery. It remembered the secret of light. Time is an illusion. In each photon, in each tiny piece of light, there is no time. There is only motion, the ceaseless movement of the eternal dance. For light is the timeless power of God herself, moving energetically through the dark, cold ballroom of space. With the dragon's birth, when the amniotic sac of quarks and photons burst into hydrogen clouds and the first stars, the dream songs began. The dragon first heard them from other dragons, where God danced with them in separate universes. Whispers of their dream songs leaked out of the massive black stars that had collapsed upon themselves. Their rotating darkness opened like doorways, and echoes unfolded dragon songs in other rooms of time. "Are you there?" they called. "We are here, and we are dancing. We are dancing with her. She is the mother of everything. Are you there? Are you dancing with her too?" Fleeing a tempest in the Belgic Strait, a double-masted ship ran east 20 leagues before the powerful winds fell upon it. With landfall in sight, the tillerman's heart swelled with hope. The captain and the pilot both had already been swept overboard, lost in the fierce squalls that battered the merchant ship. The remaining crew cowered against the gunwales, too frightened to climb the masts and reef the sails. As sea foamed along the deck and timbers squealed, the tillerman clung desperately to the whipstaff. Boots fixed to deck cleats, face uplifted to the spume, he stared hard at great black talons of rocks looming ahead. The ship's bow soared out of the water, and a huge wave smashed aboard. A halyard burst loose, and the block and tackle swung wildly and clipped the tillerman hard between the shoulder blades. The force of the blow heaved him across the deck and into the churning water. A wave lifted him above the ship. From his reeling vantage, he beheld enormous rocks surging out of the sea. Oak timbers splintered against those boulders. The keel foundered, and the vessel lurched about broadside and split asunder with a tormented wail like a soul cast into hell. Before the turbulent waters closed over him, he witnessed the frantic shapes of horses spilling forth into the black and frothing waters, and among them the hold's tonnage of crates, bales, bins, and barrels, a cornucopia of cargo discharged into chaos. Then the seething waters received him into their depths, and he and all on board drowned in the stormy tumult, all save one, a lanky scribe of 50 years with dark curly hair and a terrified face of bold eyebrows and matted beard. Hopelessly nearsighted, the scribe floundered blindly in the violent sea. The chop tossed him among broken timbers and the bodies of the drowned, and he grasped desperately. His arms encompassed the thick, buoyant body of a fellow passenger. The churning water heaved them hard together so that the scribe pressed close to the bruised and dented face of a corpse, the gray-bearded visage of his own master, the papal legate Victricius of Troyes. But for the swirling brine, the scribe would have cried out, not in fright, rather despair for this man of God whom he had known many years and had loved for his devotion to the blessed church, to the rock of Christ. The storm wind screamed, and a wave hoisted the clasped bodies of scribe and legate above the froth, then muted to cold silence as thrashing waters closed over them again. The scribe awoke in a driftwood hut. Sunlight slanted among dangling gourds and weathered skeins of netting. Naked, Lying on a floor of sand, he listened to the rumble of surf. He squinted nearsighted eyes and feebly focused on a ceiling of withes and red kelp. Several large fish dangled, still glistening with the sea's chrism. Beside him, a crudely carved crucifix leaned askew in an alcove of oyster and periwinkle shells. The rustic retreat of an eremite, he thought, amazed to find himself alive and marked for grace by this immediate presence of the Savior. He rolled to his side. Aching in every muscle, too weak to kneel, he began to pray for the souls of the drowned. A narrow door tilted open on rope hinges, admitting a shadowy figure. The scribe squinted again and made out a sun-scorched man dressed in tattered fish skins, twigs in his wild beard, dried husks of small fish in his tangled hair, and a crown of starfish on his head. The sunburned man fell to his knees before the crucifix and cried in Latin, "Praise be to the loaves and fishes! Praise to Galilee's footprints! For a man wakes on land who pillowed in the sea!" A madman, the scribe thought, yet a fellow Christian, and my rescuer. He rolled to his back, dizzy yet from the untoward stillness of the ground. "Are there others?" he mumbled, and tried to collect himself. "Are there others? Others who survived?" The disheveled man shook his shaggy head. "You alone are come to me out of the sea. To me, the Fisher King." Even with his weak eyes, the scribe noticed the broad, livid scar that creased the man's blistered brow beneath the crown of starfish. "Fisher King." Painfully bruised, the scribe propped himself to his elbows and spied his brown cassock hanging to dry on a wall peg. Through the open doorway, a sea breeze carried aromas of braised fish and wood smoke. "Are you a fisherman?" "He who leaped from virgin thighs is the fisher of man," the Fisher King replied with crinkled smile. "He fishes souls. I fish the sea, and there last night I fished out you." "Then I owe you my life, good king." The scribe gratefully accepted a slat of wood with a fillet of steaming fish. "I am a papal scribe, a notarius from Ravenna. Our Holy Father has dispatched me as amanuensis for the good Bishop Victricius of Troyes." The scribe fell silent, remembering Victricius' corpse flung into his arms by the storm. The Fisher King read grief in the scribe's narrow face, and for a fascinated moment gazed unrelentingly at this man with the large Roman nose and small chin of gray-streaked whiskers. "So, you are the Pope's man, and your superior, the Bishop Victricius, now resides in the sea's unentered house. Where is the moment of miracle? Is that what you want to know, scribe? How dare God drown the holy bishop and wash ashore this man with inky fingers?" The scribe stared at the savory fillet of fish, astonished to feel hunger in the grip of such grief. "Victricius was a saintly man," he said in a voice raspy from the brine that had nearly drowned him. He forced himself to speak, to voice a memoriam for his beloved master. "Twice he endured torture among the pagans, first as a young monk at the hands of marauding Goths, then, decades later, as Bishop of Troyes, when the cruel Franks interred all the Christians of that city, locked in the tin mines as forced laborers. I cannot hold in mind such terror, I whose greatest hardship has been Lenten fast. I cannot hold in mind how he endured. God delivered him into the merciless hands of the pagans, and both times Victricius' unflinching faith and compassion converted his tormentors to the grace of our Saviour. And now Victricius sabbaths with the fishes." The Fisher King shook his head. "Why does God defeat the holy and the innocent? Not even a navy of doves can freight the weight of that question." He motioned to the braised fish. "Eat. There is no crueler truth than God. Eat. You will need strength to find your way in his keyless house." "Who are you?" "I am the wilderness, lost in man." The scribe did not understand, but nodded as if he did. "Where am I?" "In the realm of the Fisher King." The scribe ate the fish and asked no further questions. He knew his ship had wrecked upon the Isle of Britannia, the most northern frontier of Christendom. He also knew something of the rightful ruler, Arthor Rex, a boy-king beleaguered by pagan invaders. The presence of this Christian fisher, albeit a madman, bolstered the scribe's hope that Providence had at least delivered him to a friendly shore on this remote island battlefield. The Fisher King watched him with dazzling interest. The scribe's foxy tongue keeps to its hole. A laugh slipped through his black beard. Springtime in Britain, and you've no more questions for the Fisher King? Then I ask you, why does God laugh? Why does time run? Why does day break and not night? The answers, all the answers, are in the sea's speeches. Listen, man, listen. The scribe heard the crash of surf and the cries of gulls, and behind this scrim of noise, barely audible, the nickering of horses. He put down the remainder of the fish and staggered upright. Ah, you hear the voweled wind! The Fisher King took the scribe's elbow and steadied him as the Roman reached for his salt-stained cassock. Come, review my sea-blown kingdom with me. After pulling on his damp clerical robe, the scribe stepped out the door and winced before the sun-glinting sea. A driftwood fire crackled nearby, and combers rolled smoking into a crescent cove flanked by high sandy bluffs. No sign of the shipwreck anywhere on the kelp-strewn beach, at least not by his weak eyes. The neighing of horses came and went on the brisk wind. He slogged through the sand toward the high dunes, following the muted cries. "Stay, scribe!" the Fisher King called anxiously after him. "Stay here in my kingdom. Beyond lie pagan lands." The scribe ignored the madman and painfully, arduously climbed slopes of salt grass and terraces of sea grape toward a summit plumed with gorse. Behind him the Fisher King followed, muttering direly, "Best you stay where God has placed you, man. The mortal circle cannot be squared in the wide world beyond. Stay, stay, stay." Sandy footholds among the gorse mounted to a rocky shelf that gazed far inland. For as far as his bleared eyes could see, the land ranged blackly. Badlands of burned heath rolled toward cinder horizons. Here and there he spotted gray nests, where perhaps thorps or farms had once flourished, among fields reduced to tracts of ash and slurry. "A wasteland," the scribe muttered. The Fisher King stared at him with wild eyes. "This call of death lies heavily upon every realm in the land. Every realm." Several horses milled on the strand below, survivors of the wreck. Vaguely the scribe discerned the broken hulk of the ship impaled upon the giant sea boulders offshore. People scurried about the beach, gathering crates and barrels flung onto land by the mighty waves. Hard as he squinted, he could not make out who they were. "Pagans," the Fisher King hissed in his ear. "'Tis the land of the Gyratriges. They worship the Ancient One, the elk-headed god." "This island is under rule of a Christian king, Arthor Rex," the scribe stated firmly. "News of his ascendance to the throne is well received by the papal see. Hence the Holy Father himself dispatched the good Bishop of Troyes to this frontier. By heavens, I have no heart to believe holy Victricius died in vain. These people, pagan or no, serve a Christian king. I will go among them." "No, you cannot beard the devil," the Fisher King wailed. "Stay in my realm. Come, I have plenty of fish, oysters, sea bass, and delicate clams. Come." The scribe took the Fisher King's rough hands in his soft grip and smiled gratefully. "I owe you my life, good man. Fear not for me. Where I go, my bishop would have gone in my stead. If God grants me success, you shall be rewarded. This I promise by our Saviour's blood." "What color is glory?" The Fisher King backed away, horrified. "Cry Eloi among the heathen!" The scribe turned from him, and with aching muscles made his way gradually down the sandy slope. He heard the shouts of those below who espied him and did not understand their language. When he looked back to the crest of the bluff, the Fisher King had departed. Ygrane, Celtic chieftain of the Gyratriges, accompanied a band of his warriors to the strand where the previous day's storm had wrecked a Roman-style latiner. Tall, with salt-white hair worn loose over bare shoulders, Ygrane appeared indifferent to the chill wind sliding off the sea. He dismounted from his sturdy roan and ambled casually past dunes where fisher folk of the nearest hamlet had spread the ship's salvage for their chief's inspection. After a cursory glance at the debris, he signed for the folk to distribute among themselves the rigging and stacked timbers and the 4 intact casks of wine. The villagers had laid out the personal effects of the drowned in neat piles atop a bed of seaweed. The green-robed druid who followed at Urien's heels blessed the leather pouches, bracelets, rings, swords, daggers, and boots, lifting the shadow of death from them before indicating which of these items belonged to the chieftain. The rest went to the hamlet. As for the horses, such masterless steeds belonged to the goddess Epona, and would be distributed by lot as the divinity decreed. Huddled in a horse blanket at the lee of a dune sat a lanky fellow with dense curly hair, long nose, large brown eyes wide with apprehension, and a vague trembling chin of graying whiskers. The hamlet elders whispered of him as the sole survivor of the wreck, a Roman who did not speak their language. He had been found earlier in the day wandering among the dunes, and with proper Celtic hospitality had been warmed by the fire and fed barley gruel and black bread. The scribe watched apprehensively as blurred shapes approached him. Then a stern face of ice-pale eyes and imposing Celtic mustache loomed close, studying him. This ash-blond warrior seemed far less hospitable than the village folk who had earlier received him, until he began to speak in archaic Latin. "Chief Urien welcometh thee, stranger, to the realm of the Durotriges." The scribe blurted with obvious relief the nature of his mission. Upon hearing about the death of the papal legate Victricius, Urien immediately ordered messages sent by carrier pigeon, both to the king at Camelot and to the bishop of Trier. The scribe watched on, impressed. "You share not our faith, yet you serve a Christian king and offer timely condolence to our nearest bishop?" "A pagan by thy measure am I, scribe," Urien replied, his wry smile hidden by his thick white mustache, "but no barbarian. My title is Chieftain of the Celts, a people who once ruled all Europe and did battle with the Persians when Rome was still a village on the Tiber. We be as ancient and proud as thy Saviour's desert tribe." The scribe did not question his gracious host's venerable claim, and instead deflected the conversation by recounting his debt to the Fisher King in the cove beyond the sand bluffs. Immediately the chieftain ordered 2 of his mounted warriors to bring the madman to him. They dashed off and returned during the horse lottery to report that they could find no trace of the so-called Fisher King. Among the sea wrack, a few driftwood timbers might once have served as walls of a crude hut, but the surging, storm-swollen tide had obscured whatever signs there might have been of any recent habitation in the cove. Urien dismissed the scribe's tale as the saltwater dream of a nearly drowned man, and the scribe did not insist otherwise, for he himself began to doubt his blurry-eyed memory. And besides, he did not wish to appear uncivil in light of the chieftain's hospitality. Urien had already provided for him a new, considerably warmer hooded cassock and other amenities for the wagon ride to the nearest city, the harbor town of Durnaveria, a wattle and daub settlement with archaic Roman battlements charred by numerous Saxon raids. Eagerly the scribe looked forward to relinquishing his duties to the next envoy arriving from the papal authority, so that he could quit this stormy and primitive outpost. Once safely back in Ravenna, and after properly mourning the death of Victricius, he would think carefully before accepting another overseas post for the papal see. Late in the afternoon the following day, after he had barely settled in beside a black stone hearth at the local mead hall, a carrier bird returned from the bishop in Trier with an unexpected and wholly unwelcome charge. "Thou hast been promoted, scribe," Urien announced, holding the message strip close to his guest's myopic and startled eyes. "Thus saith the reverence of Trier by authority of the Pope, electing thee to replace thy beloved Victricius. Thou art the new papal legate to Britain. Kudos! I will escort thee at once to our king." Urien sat on a faldstool beside the black stone hearth. The scribe crouched close to the flames, holding the message strip before him so that it almost touched his nose. "God hath infatuated the bishop's opinion of me," he cried out. "I am but a scribe, a humble mouthpiece of my betters. Doubt not but that I am unworthy to serve as legate." "Scribe, what be thy name?" Ygrane placed his square hands on the knees of his buckskin trousers and leaned forward, firelight gleaming on his naked shoulders. "I canst call thee scribe no more, now that thou art the Pope's representative." The new legate looked dismayed. "I cannot replace the holy Victricius. I am not wont to act upon so great a resolution." "Thy name, legate, my king will want to know." The startled man read the strip of parchment yet again, then blinked at the blurred shape of the half-naked Celtic warlord before him. "I am Fra Athanasius." "Athanasius, that be a mouthful." Ygrane tugged at his large white mustache. "'Tis not a Latin name, I understand." "Greek," Fra Athanasius said distractedly. "Athanatos, the alpha negative affixed to thanatos, Greek for death, hence no death, immortal." "Then I shall call thee No Death." Ygrane stood. "Come, No Death, we've a long journey to Camelot, and as thou wilt see, this be a land of much death. This sorely afflicted land shall benefit from your blessing." "I am merely a scribe, amanuensis to the princes of the church. In my 50 years upon this fallen world I have never held authority." Ygrane clapped him on the back with a laugh. "We never hold authority, Fra No Death. It holds us." "Lord Ygrane, the mission of the legate suits me ill. I am trained to record decisions, a looker-on always from without. It has never been my charge to set seal to the fate of others, let alone a kingdom entire." "What be there to decide, No Death?" Ygrane appeared bemused at Athanasius' consternation. "Thou hast seen the devastation war hath wrought upon our land. Our king appealeth to his spiritual commander to provide aid. We seek grain and livestock to replenish our lost stores. We require artisans and their materials for rebuilding all that has fallen to ruin. And we must obtain sizable financial assistance so that we may pay laborers to revive our mines, our fisheries, our textile and loom works. What be there to decide, man? Without this help from the papacy, we will never restore ourselves under the assault of the foreign invaders, and our kingdom will surely fall." Athanasius pinched the bridge of his long nose, feeling for the throbbing root of pain behind his eyes. "Perhaps that is best." The chieftain pulled his head away with surprise. "What dost thou say? How can it be best for thy holy father to have Britain fall into the hostile hands of wild tribes?" "If this is the devil's kingdom, 'tis best that it be purged by fire and sword and the wrath of the pagan hordes. The holy Bishop Victricius had been specifically charged by our holy father with the vital task of determining if Arthor Rex is a true Christian king, or a minion of Satan." Ygrane leaped to his feet and said in his teeth, "The authority of my king is questioned?" "Certainly not." Athanasius lifted trembling hands before his lowered face, and said more softly, "Yet the nature, that is to say the source of his authority, well, you see, how may I put this? Word has reached Ravenna that your king is in collusion with the forces of darkness." "Who?" Ygrane spoke through a clenched jaw. "Who maketh such a charge against Arthor?" "A venerable family, my lord." The legate kept his gaze fixed upon the sooty hearthstones. "The Syrax family of the Levant and Egypt." "Syrax!" Ygrane hissed the name. "Severus Syrax plotted against Arthor from the first. He was the Magister Militum of Londinium who allied with the invaders to bring Britain under the rule of the Saxons. He inspired insurrection against the king for money. Money be everything to the Syrax family. They have holdings in every country of the known world. Trade and commerce, that be all they worship. They covet Britain's wealth, her mineral ores, her fishing grounds, her rich land, and her people as slaves." "As you say," Athanasius timidly agreed. "Ancient and well-established from the Levant to Iberia is the house of Syrax. Ill it is should the Holy Father fain ignore them. They say Arthor Rex hanged Severus from a tree limb by the roadside, an ignoble death for a Magister Militum, even a rebellious one." "Bors hanged Severus. I'd have done the same had I but laid hands on him first." The chieftain paced angrily before the hearth. "The Magister Militum scorched the lands, put the torch to villages, and idly watched his Saxon troops slaughter Britons and Celts, women and children included." "War is ever terrible," Athanasius concurred meekly. The atrocities I have witnessed across Europe in my 10 and 40 would poison your liver. Such is past bearing. Even so, as legate, I am obliged to bear such horror and gaze beyond pity for the truth. The Holy Father has heard the Syrax family's claim that Arthor Rex treats with devils and works black magic. If this is so, no kernel of grain, no head of livestock, no single nail or coin will come to this island. The Holy Father will forbid it. Ygrane sat down heavily.
Nodeth, listen carefully to me. Thy God hath seen fit to place thee in judgment upon this land. What I knoweth of thy religion demandeth charity and mercy. How then canst thou countenance the thought that our beloved Britain be a land of devils, worthy of famine and the violence of alien conquerors?
Charity and mercy for the innocent, yes. Attanasius looked down awkwardly at his hands tightly clasped in his lap. The church fathers, the princes of Christ, they hold neither charity nor mercy toward those who nuzzle evil. And black magic and deviltry, those are active evil.
Not in this land.
Forgive me, Lord Ygrane. Attanasius shrank smaller before the chieftain's loud voice. You who have granted me warrant of safety and all good hospitality, do not upbraid me. Please, take no effrontery from this scribe, who ne'er sought this greater title and charge, nor its ponderous responsibility. And permit me, under surety of your honor and gentle regard of my sincerity, to probe you then with a searching question.
Ask me anything, legate.
Athanasius meshed his knuckles tightly, drawing courage. If Arthor Rex is so Christian a king as is worthy of papal clemency and succor, then why rallies he about himself warlords such as yourself who share not our faith? What bonds you to him that you, a pagan Celt, accept him as your monarch?
Not deviltry.
Surely not. But what then?
I have fought at his side. He be a great warrior.
I am informed he is but a lad of 17 summers.
A great warrior nonetheless. The greatest in my long experience. He took the point in every battle that I shared with him against raiders and usurpers, and not once flinched in the face of death. He will never capitulate with the invaders, not for his very life. And so he be worthy for me to call king.
Then why, if I may press your patience, my lord, why do you not share his faith in our Saviour and Lord Jesus Christ?
Ygrane's gaze sharpened. Celt was I born. My lineage be as ancient as any in the world. Why shouldst I accept a new and strange god when mine own faith hath sustained me and my people from the most far-gone times?
A new revelation comes upon us, Lord Ygrane, a deeper revelation of God and his word. Athanasius raised his brown eyes to meet the Celt's steely blue gaze. Jesus Christ is the only way to that revelation and redemption. 'Tis not condign that you serve a Christian king and not his Saviour, unless that king be Christian in name alone. Many heresies pollute our world in this chaotic time. Many call themselves Christian who are but foils for Satan, reapers of men's souls, agents of perdition.
Enough!
Ygrane rose and jabbed a thick finger at Athanasius.
Thy religion be absurd. Thy so-called Saviour preacheth of an almighty God who loves, and yet that God sees fit to torture and crucify his only Son, his beloved Son. Ha! Leave all judgment to God, and love thy enemies, so thy Messiah instructs. And now thou wilt judge us. And if we be found wanting by thy righteous standards, we shall be condemned to starvation and the wrath of the invaders.
The chieftain's temples pulsed.
I've a mind to cast thee back into the sea, thou hypocrite!
Athanasius quailed, curling inward with fright. Your king sent summons to the papal see for aid, and a legate to minister that aid. I am here at his behest and God's election.
And what aid dost thou bring, Britain? Only threats.
Ygrane turned and stalked away, barking over his naked shoulder.
To Camelot, then! We ride at once. Let the king deal with thee. I've no stomach for it.
Nor I, Athanasius admitted quietly, hands fisted over his belly, head reeling with fright. Oh, good Victricius, that you were here in my stead, and I in yours, my flesh divvied among the fishes, and my soul vouchsafed to heaven, for I do forthrightly fear for my salvation in this remote land. Blessed Son of God, protect me from every dumbfounding strangeness and all the deadly virtues that await me on the road to Camelot. King Wesk served as chief of the alliance of Saxons, Jutes, Angles, Picts, and Scoti. United under him to conquer Britain, they had adopted Roman war tactics and weapons, and even a Roman name, the Foretales. As their chief, Wesk exerted ruthless cunning in coordinating their invasion of Britain. He spent most of his time preparing battle plans from the province of Cantii, his Saxon foothold at the southeast corner of the Christian island. In the Roman villa of Dubrai, above the limestone cliffs overpeering the Belgic Strait, he listened to his generals. Chieftains all, each one counseled him wisely in the terrible ways of war. And he wrote poetry. A short man with close-cropped dark hair, a long ginger beard, and a limp from a childhood boating accident, King Wesk presented an unremarkable figure. He heightened his ordinariness by his preference for simple dress, long-sleeved red woolens and trousers of black canvas. He carried no weapons whatsoever, and only his tall boots and the twin-coiled serpents embossed on his kid-leather jerkin signified the noble status he had attained. Never had he fought in a battle. No life had ever been taken by his hands. Yet the Foretales revered him above all men, and entitled him to wear a golden crown of entwined snakes as lord of many tribes. Scoti, Jutes, Picts, and Angles adored him as passionately as his own Saxons, for he was beloved of Lady Unique, the wife of their chief deity, the Fuhrer. Accompanied everywhere by a black cat, the goddess familiar, Wesk availed himself of Lady Unique's blessings of wisdom and luck to rule the Foretales, and he thanked her frequently with sacred poetry. Lady, only my memory of you preserves my hands from ignorance. Only my hope of you makes from the noise of death a music.
Aquila regalis Thor,
King Wesk spoke to his scribe in the atrium at Dubrai. Evening settled like blue dust upon marble statuary and potted trees under the open sky. Ornate oil lamps upheld by tripods cast saffron radiance on Roman architecture, which the Saxon king had kept intact for his elucidation, that he might better know his enemy's mind and soul.
Royal Eagle of Thor.
In his tall boots and red woolen shirt, he paced slowly about the central fountain, tugging at his ginger beard.
Thor. That is their botched name for our god Thunder Redhair. This king mocks us with his very name. So mark me well now, scribe. You will spell his name with a U. Arthur. It will sound the same, yet will no longer carry the name of our god, and we will break his evil spell with this significant change.
The scribe, an elderly, gray-bearded man in brown robes and pointed scholar's cap, nodded from where he sat on a stool beside a mirror lantern, recording with a stylus onto a wax tablet the king's dictation.
This poem is to be sent to him at Camelot, his fortress in the west,
the stout king instructed.
And be certain that our terms for reconciliation are attached, and the consequences, if they are refused. He must know that I am serious. Now, begin. Arthur, from here I have watched you walking the flat of the blade, seeking the edge where the light is sliced from the dark. The tide of that wound is the blood in which we are drowning. Only my memory of the gods preserves my hands from the ignorance of our war. The gods show me how to find peace without shame. It is almost impossible, even for you, battle lord of Britain, to imagine my terror when our warriors wake each morning to discover asleep in their hands the old weapons. Arthur, make peace with me, or our war will unmake you. Wesk, High Lord of the Foretales.
Chapter 5. Cinderland. Arthor Rex lay face down upon the naked back of his horse, cheek pressed against her neck, listening to pumping blood and muscular breaths filling her body with joy. Just returned from a fast jaunt across the champaign surrounding Camelot, she smelled of the happy season after the noise of battle has passed over. How many battles had she carried him through in the 4 years they had fought together? He had lost count. She had been his since a foal. Her name was Strafe, Gaelic for blackthorn, not only for her slow eyes that resembled that tree's black fruit, but also the strife of fate, as the tree itself was so named by the bards. She carried him on the unavoidable path, the harsh choice that had to be obeyed. When he rode her, he rode upon life's cruel joy. The horse warriors had laughed when he took Strafe for his battle mount. A palfrey, she was a slender riding steed, more suited for carrying a woman than an armored man. He wore his armor light, and he did not want her to charge and trample, but to dance and elude. With her under him, he rode like smoke among his enemies. He rode as an ally of the wind, come and gone with death in his shadow. From his initial foray into combat, he had depended on her like a voice and its echo. They had smelled men's blood for the first time together. Battle cries and death shrieks did not startle her on the narrow footbridge of life. Like the floating cloud whose color she bore, she moved with airy grace, and the din of warscapes never troubled her. Arthor loved Strafe. She had won Britain with him against those who had fomented war rather than accept a boy monarch. Now the war had ended. He reigned undisputed as High King of Britain, and all that had been a torment to him before, he loved. His parentless childhood extended the very hand of his guide, the surety of a hard-won self-reliance. The many indignities of thraldom he had endured before he knew his royal birthright had become the music of humility. He would always hear that music as king, and dance most inwardly to it whenever sycophants sang to him. Years of brutal training from earliest childhood provided the majestic arms that had made him his own bodyguard. And the loneliness, the smiting isolation he had endured, believing himself the spawn of a foreign rapist, that terrible loneliness that had hurt him from his first memories, had opened into irreproachable solitude. In that sacred place of waking dreams, what had been a steely pin in his heart fixed now the axis of the universe. Merlin stood in the shadows of the inner bailey. Midnight blue robes and bent conical hat annealed to the darkness, so that his long pallid face and forked beard hovered there like a vaporous apparition. Chrome eyes gazed half-lidded in dragon sockets. With a dreamer's languid and unwavering intensity, he watched Arthor Rex lying atop his palfrey in full embrace like some aboriginal worshipper. The wizard gauged the boy's happiness. Arthor spoke to his horse and laughed softly, and the beast listened and laughed too, as horses laugh, tossing her narrow head, squinting her dark eyes. What is the metal of this shared joy, the demon wondered? What is the worth of this giddy confidence? The disaster that had almost overwhelmed Camelot only 6 weeks prior had not left the king unscathed. A livid wound gaped from his right thigh where his riding tunic had uplifted, exposing a maroon puncture inflicted by a rebel arrow. Even seen from this distance, the injury appeared to throb with pustulant heat. A refractory trauma, defiant of all Merlin's plasters and healing spells, the injury required the boy to use a crutch. And yet the boy laughed. What thoughts must be his to defy such pain and so hideous an omen? Clearly Arthor knew by his victory that he reigned as God's own child, his authority validated in blood by the annihilation of those who had opposed him. Rosy cheeks flushed as much with euphoria as exertion, he hugged his whole body to his animal with guileless love. Who would not seek the companionship of such a one? Grooms waited in the stable gates, all eyes on him, eager for his merest gesture. And there on a stool, beside the sunny hayrick, sat Bedivere, one-armed sword-master and personal guard to the king. He held his balding head proudly poised, as if this were his own son, returned triumphant from war. In the ward beyond the ginger stone wall and the iron gate wrought with the flying eagle of the royal crest, the best young men of the kingdom waited. They massed for their chance to impress the boy king with their skills. Archers, poets, musicians, all yearning for his notice, all knowing that the events of the world drifted, as did they, like so much blown sand. But here, With this lordly youth at this frontier, the world itself prospered, defiant of chaos. The court of King Arthur thrived as a living thing in whose sacred memory history, with all its inscrutable purpose, flowed. Merlin did not want to forestall this well-earned adulation or intrude on the king's joy. Arthur had won his war to unite Britain. The youngster deserved a respite from struggle and a spate of time to envision and build. But if Britain was to survive, Arthur would have to leave the peace of Camelot and confront again the enemies of his people with ferocity. When the boy turned the horse in his direction, the wizard took the opportunity to step from the shadows. Arthur's laughter stalled and his smile went brittle. For an instant, the squint of his eyes broadcast a hope that he could turn away and ignore the tall, silver-eyed figure. Then his jaw tightened with acceptance of the inevitable, and he slid from his gray palfrey. He took the horse's long head in his arms, whispered briefly a farewell, and turned away.
"A word, my lord,"
Merlin said as the boy limped toward him, favoring his good leg.
"These 6 weeks in celebration and conviviality you have relished your victory. Now you see me before you again, and must know the time is nigh to discuss the state of your kingdom."
Arthur put an arm across the wizard's shoulders and leaned heavily on him, waiting for the groom who came running across the stable-yard with a sturdy gnarl of cypress wood fashioned to a stave. The king received it gratefully. "I have not been entirely indolent, you know. My brother and I have reviewed all the road maps and bridge plans that most direly need repair in the kingdom."
"Sire,"
Merlin cut him off,
"that is worthy work for your stepbrother Kay, but Britain needs a great deal more from you than worthy roads and bridges."
"Now that our island kingdom is united, we are stronger than ever, and surely—"
"Nothing is sure for our land with the Grail missing."
"The Grail?" The king lowered himself onto a bench in the shadow of a vaulted archway, where floral scents breezed from the singing brightness of a garden. "In all truth, Merlin, what could I possibly know of such a mysterious thing? You are my wizard. If this goblet is so precious to our kingdom, you must find it." He handed Merlin his cypress stave, dismissed the groom with a smile, and began unlacing his riding boots. "You must use your magic." Merlin noticed that the king never spoke of magic unless they were alone. The boy's sister Morgia had deceived Arthur so shamelessly with her unholy power that he completely spurned the old ways, at least in public.
"My lord, whoever removed the Grail from us has magical powers equal to or greater than my own. For all my scrying, I have been unable to find the sacred chalice."
"And what am I to do, Merlin?" Arthur tugged at a boot.
"It is time you left Camelot and toured the realm. Then you will see for yourself the widespread blight upon the countryside. You will see something far worse than the scars of war. A curse, a black curse, befouls Britain. Something evil lurks in your kingdom, my lord, and you must take it upon yourself to uncover it."
Arthur waved a boot at him. "That is the work of sorcerers and wizards. If there is a curse upon our island, you will discover it, Merlin, not I. My work is here, reviewing the damage done by human hands and planning what human hands can do to restore our kingdom."
"Your engineers can fulfill that task. Only you have authority to wage war against the deviltry that plagues our land."
"Deviltry?" Arthur wrinkled his nose and shook his head. "No, Merlin. I'm a Christian king, and I will trust in my faith to protect us from deviltry. God has placed me to make a fortress of our island and to keep at bay the pagan tribes that would overrun us. That is fight enough for me. I have no power to challenge devils."
"My lord, come forth into your domain. See for yourself. There is evil abroad as destructive as the raiders that harry our shores. It is an evil that has brought drought and famine to Britain and threatens to break our defenses from within."
"I have petitioned the Holy Father in Ravenna to send aid." Arthur spoke as he painfully struggled to remove the boot from his wounded leg. "The Pope will not refuse a Christian king in need. Soon there will be barges of grain and livestock arriving in our ports. They will sustain us until our farmers and drovers have restored our land by their own husbandry. Within a few seasons we will again be exporting goods, and our debt to the Holy Father shall be repaid in full."
Is that how our future appears from within these walls?
Merlin knelt before the king and gently removed the troublesome boot.
I tell you, Arthur, the reality beyond Camelot is far worse than you can guess.
My scouts have visited every district, and they inform me that when the roads are repaired, the bridges erected once more, and the walls of the cities bolstered, prosperity follows. We have only the raiders to concern us. Merlin sat beside him on the settle.
None of the scouts you send forth will report anything else to you. They do not see as a king would see.
A king is a man.
Is that what you think?
Merlin took the boy's wrist in his big bony hand and squeezed it for emphasis.
A king is an emblem, and all emblems hold magic. You are the emblem of the land, sire, and you carry the magic of the land in your person. Regard your wound. Why does it not heal?
I want no more truck with magic, Merlin. Arthor twisted his arm free, grabbed his stave, and pushed to his feet. I am here to serve God and my people.
God's grace sent me to counsel and protect you.
The young man trepidatiously regarded the entity before him. His chest hollowed with cold to look at this old man not truly a man. The wizard wore a face like geology, like the shale and schists that sometimes wear human faces in sea cliffs, staring without compassion or fear of God. The king turned away and tried to warm this chill by staring into the brightness of the garden. Your counsel is unnatural. Deviltry, magic, curses. I'll have no more of that. The war is won. Now is the time of rebuilding and defense, not only of the kingdom, but of my own soul. No more magic, no more sorcery, or deviltry. My mind is preoccupied with far more mundane concerns. Merlin scowled.
Your mind is bound by trivialities. You give yourself to logistics, to routes of conveyance and economic pacts with the new nations of Europe. These are merely the trappings of governance. Your jurisdiction is far wider. Look at me, sire. Please.
It is not easy to look at you, wizard, Arthor said without facing him.
Look at me, Arthur.
He waited until the boy reluctantly turned.
I have a devil's countenance. In truth, I am a demon, the demon Lelican. Yet God has installed me in this human form and given me a destiny greater than the malign purpose that drove me to this world across the eons. Neither your mother Ygrane nor your father Uther Pendragon spurned my counsel. They knew my power and trusted me.
I would rather trust in our Savior and my own sound reason.
Did reason save you from your sister Morgia's beguilement?
Arthor veered back as if avoiding a blow. I will not speak of her.
For all your sound reason, she deceived you into lying with her.
The wizard stood. He did not want to hurt this king, nor offer false comfort against dire truth.
Was our Savior present when you, Arthor, got your sister with child?
Merlin, be silent. The boy limped toward the garden. With 2 large steps the old man strode to his side, voice hissing close to his face.
Incest, Arthur. That word scalds your ears and offends your very soul, because you gave your seed to your sister, and neither faith nor reason saved you, because magic is stronger. Enough, Merlin! Morgia tricked you with magic so that you thought you lay with a beautiful and noble woman, an illusion. And now your incest child suckles at your sister's breast. Mordred lives, and all that you will accomplish, the sum of all your noble deeds, the histories of every battle triumph, must evermore bear the dishonor of his existence. Your very love of God called into question, and your faith a mock ritual, deferring to a moment's lust.
Arthor spun about with his fist raised. I will hear no more, wizard!
You would strike me?
Merlin's silver eyes widened in mock apprehension. Part of him, the human part of him, would have stopped there, said no more to hurt this young lion. Let him brood on this pain, the human voice in him resounded, and he will come to the truth of his fate in time. Magic has its place, with reason and faith. The demon mind of the wizard knew there was no time. He had seen the future's dark tide rising, and reason and faith, for all their ultimate virtue, would not forestall that reckoning. Magic alone is our best hope. The demonic part of him glowed with the malice necessary to shock the king from his complacence. He sneered at the angry boy who had raised his fists.
"Where then is the famous compassion of your faith, sire? Where is your Savior, now that incest has made a wreckage of your great plans? How will Jesus judge the intended glory of your reign? Glory cancelled by carnality."
Tears shone in Arthur's eyes. He cried out in anguish. The stave clattered to the flagstones, and he brought both fists down hard on Merlin's shoulders. With a wet, ugly sound, the wizard collapsed into a tumble of black toads. The fervid swarm skittered and hopped over each other across the paving slates.
"Nothing is really as it appears,"
Merlin said from behind.
"That is the secret of magic, Arthur. Everything is false."
Arthur twisted about with a sob and stood weeping before the tall, gaunt figure. "Not everything," he mumbled. "Not everything is false."
"Oh, everything we can know."
Merlin draped an arm over the youth's shoulders and guided him back toward the settle.
"Each of us, and all of us, together, lad, are only a fraction among so many other fractions in an aggregate beyond conception. If you could have posted witness to reality from its inception, as have I, you would know the world for what it actually is, so much tenuous smoke thinning away in the void. We are a momentary dream."
Arthur sat down heavily. "How can you go on living if you believe this blasphemy?"
"We go on."
Merlin sat beside him, comforting arm across his shoulders.
"Living or dead, awake or asleep, we go on. Here in the void nothing is lost, Arthur, only rearranged. The angels strive to arrange things ever more complexly, building from atoms all the chains of being, and the demons tear them apart, wanting the simplicity of emptiness and darkness, the ultimate reckoning of the universe."
Arthur slumped under the oppressive weight of that thought. "If emptiness is our ultimate reckoning, Merlin, why then should we struggle at all?"
"Is it a simple solution that you seek, King Arthur? Then surrender to the invaders at your shores. Let the pagans have Britain. If you love your God, if you serve God as the angels do, then you must endure complexity in yourself and in the world around you."
"You mock and confuse me, wizard. Incest is my sin. You hold that atrocity up to my face, even as you assure me that everything I worship and hold dear is false. Now you say that if I love God, I must, endure complexity? What under heaven does that mean?"
"Be the man you are."
"But I am."
"Are you?"
Merlin removed his arm and shifted to face the youth.
"You hide behind these walls. You seclude yourself here and draft plans for new roads and bridges, as if a kingdom were so many pathways and cities."
Arthur ran both hands through his badger-brown hair. "A kingdom is commerce, surely."
"You are 17, and surrounded by people bedazzled with your achievement, your right to rule proven in blood upon the field of battle. You understand the authentic value of triumph after a childhood of hardship. With such favor secured outside and within your royal personage, come with me, and see what magic is doing to Britain. Your scouts will not speak of the deviltry they find, for they fear your Christian righteousness. Come, then, see for yourself what supernatural evil harrows the land."
Arthur expelled a heavy sigh. He felt afraid and angry at himself for being afraid. "I despise magic, Merlin. Morgia uses magic, and you are right to shame me with the horror of what she has done. I cannot abide the unnatural strength of magic. I do not understand it or its place in God's creation. My own mother, the powerful sorceress for the Celts, forsook such sorcery to worship the very God that you ridicule."
"I do not ridicule the Christian God, Arthur. I only insist that you not rely upon God to fulfill your labors. As for your mother Ygrane,"
from a blue sleeve stitched with crimson seams of esoteric glyphs, Merlin extracted a narrow strip of parchment.
"I have here a dispatch from Duke Marcus. He claims Ygrane has defrocked herself. He asserts that with his own eyes he beheld her riding a demon steed out of Tintagel. He is among the most sober of your warlords, Arthor. I do not doubt his word. Ygrane has given herself again to magic."
Her body breathed energy. As she lay in the gray grass and watched a spring storm gathering above her, Ygrane felt the wind of light within her body. She had never held so much glamour before. In the ambitious sunshine let down between the darkening clouds, she summoned the fairies. They spun around her and landed upon her outstretched hands. Their tiny bodies of honeyshine, though radiant with sentience, pulsed without shape. Each fairy carried an orphaned event from a distant corner of the island. By turns they hovered before her eyes, and she saw scenes of Britain. The ancient walled cities drifted past in all their dilapidated sorrow, daub edifices cracked and patched with straw, doorways covered in rawhide, lanes littered and weedy. Glevum, Diva, Calcaria seemed called forth out of dust and rubble, prophetically bound toward eternal obscurity. Only Londinium appeared a true city, retaining some of the glory of Rome in its historic governor's palace of marble friezes and fluted columns of ornate plinth and cornice. Between the cities ranged ash flats, a cinderland spored with charred farmhouses and crisped hedges and spinneys. Only those fairies that had toured the most remote hills of Cymru and Caledonia revealed the presences of spring, branches buoyant with blossoms and new leaves. "How does it feel?" a gleaming, dark voice asked. The elf prince Bright Knight stood over her, yellow boots to either side of her shoulders, green eyes smiling down. His red hair spun flames fantastic against the storm sky. Ygrane sat up, and the fairies scattered. "I'm hungry." "No need ever to feel hunger again." He squatted so that he practically sat on her thighs, his small nose an inch from her face. "Use your glamour." She pushed him away, and he dissolved into a comet's luminous veils. "If I live on glamour, I will become as you are." "You will not live long enough to become as we are," his voice replied from the glittering vapors slowly reshaping his form. "We will find the Grail long before then." Ygrane accepted this silently. There was no sense in half measures now that she had abandoned Miriam and their shared faith in divine love. Not love, but courage would fulfill her resolution. She needed strength for the task she had set herself, and hunger had become a distraction. Glamour glimmered in the air like starwork. She breathed it in, and the pangs of hunger relaxed to lucid strength. "It is good, is it not?" the dark voice asked out of the shining air. An uncleaved feeling of merger pulled her to her feet, and she smiled to sense her wholeness, the union of her inner life with the world around her. I had forgotten this deep joy. 17 years and none. Bright Knight's body congealed from the auroras of glamour, and he shook his head ruefully. "You have denied yourself much, and for what? For silence. For a god who does not speak and who has no name." "For my husband." Ygrane turned her face blindly toward the chill wind that brought the first frecklings of rain. "I became a Christian to honor my husband." "Uther Pendragon dances to the piper's tunes in the happy woods. Your gesture was empty. Uther achieved honor enough when he exchanged his Christian soul for our greatest warrior's soul." Ygrane opened her eyes. "Does Cuchullin's soul truly reside in my son's body?" "You know it is so. That is the true reason why you gave yourself to the nailed god, to share your son's faith with him. You are the king's mother, and for that distinction you abandoned us, who in former times you adored. Tell me, Ygrane, now that the glamour courses through your flesh once again," distant thunder rang like broken bells, "are you happy with your religion of denial?" "For me it is enough." "Because it makes Arthor king, yes? It feeds your pride to know your son has united Celts and Britons. Yet would you embrace such a grim religion otherwise?" Bright Knight moved toward her in fumes of smoky topaz. "The cross-worshippers spurn this world. They believe they will be reborn in a glorious afterworld they call heaven. You are too knowledgeable to embrace such nonsense. Pride alone dropped you to your knees before the gruesome, tortured Son of God with his crown of thorns and his woeful and bloody face. Pride alone. You make much of my pride. What of yours, Bright Knight? Ygrane crossed her arms over her chest. You rankle at life in the hollow hills, and will sacrifice me to wake the dragon for the power to assault the North gods. Why? Why else but that you may strut once more through the storm tree? Is that what you think? That my ambition to take back the mighty world tree is vanity? The spiritus mistings of glamour hardened to the contours of a physical body, replete again with blue linen tunic embroidered in flowerets of gold, and cinched by a silver-studded belt of red leather. I am not vain. I am sick. Sick of the sulphurous dragon fumes in the hollow hills, sick of eternal twilight. I want to feel the rain and the wind and the glory of daylight. He opened his arms to the sunshine hanging like brilliant banners from the grey turrets of the storm front. Your death will earn this happiness for all the Venusci, for all time to come. When you descend into the dragon pit, we will ascend into Yggdrasil and throw the North gods after you, and the great beast will devour them in the ore-infested earth. Then we will take our place above the blue planet, and the pale people will become radiant once more. We will shine with solar fire. We will taste the day's blue eternity, and our laughter will ride the clouds below us. This is not vanity? No, it is not vanity. The prince smiled ferociously, his red hair bristling madness. It is our rapture. The rain came in twisting sheets, or like a giantess' silver winding hair let down from the cloudscapes. Ygrane turned her back on the elf prince of glamour and ran with the wet wind toward a knoll of yew and cedar and the greater likelihood of lightning. She fled Bright Knight, and when she reached the creaking and groaning trees, was glad to see that their fear of thunderbolts had driven underground the fairies and their lord. Unhappy with his obsession with their pact, she questioned the wisdom of her quest. Even if I find the Grail, will it help Arthor? Am I casting myself to the dragon for naught? Ygrane did not believe that the Venusci could take the storm tree from the North gods. As a young woman she had climbed into Yggdrasil, had gazed into the Führer's one grey eye. She had glimpsed there in the black of the pupil the isles of light, the long fluorescent corridors of the future. She had seen many things in that prophetic moment. Cities with towers like quartz, hornblende roadways crisscrossing all of Britain and Europe and the mysterious landforms beyond the Western Sea, boats of metal, airships of metal, and nowhere the Venusci. The Führer was there. Ditched into darkness at the far end of time, the Führer had stared back at her. His silver mane and wind-wrung beard had shone like a fogged sun across the centuries, and nowhere had she seen the pale people. The storm sky above the giant trees gazed down upon her like that mad grey eye, and she wanted to flee back to Tintagel and her nun's habit. She wondered if there were any act of holy contrition that could shrive her of her feverish hopes for her son. King Arthor, the hope of Britain. Bright Knight had touched the truth of her. Pride for her son had stolen her faith from the gentle love of the Savior. Glamour had replaced hope. Instead of a prince of peace, she wanted to give herself to a king of might, Uther's son, her son. She felt gratitude for the wet wind, as if the cloudburst had run to meet her at just this juncture of will and destiny, so that she could lift her face to the sky and let the rain wash away her tears. Life had become an unspeakable effort. Even so, she determined to play her role. The unfinished legend of Uther Pendragon, the one man she had loved, would find fulfillment in their son, even if it cost her the miserable eternity of life in this world, this rock of fallen heaven. Fear battled with hope in her, resignation with longing, and this tension hummed like a taut dulcimer string just behind her tearful eyes. The wild thought of that string snapping sprang through her, and she imagined throwing herself over a cliff, smashing her brains against rocks, and entrusting her soul to God's mercy. She shook that mad urge from her mind. Arthor needed her. There was no time for self-pity with all she had to do, and do quickly. A familiar pang of soft pain deep in her pelvis interrupted her musings. "Oh, not now," she complained, recognizing the warm, stuttering cramp that signaled the onset of her menses. Under the stress of giving herself to so many changes, she had lost track of her own body's rhythms and had not prepared for this monthly ritual. She heaved an exasperated sigh, and as she began looking about for anything to stanch the flow, she realized that it was the glamour that had provoked this sudden release. With both hands on her abdomen, she felt the soft, slippery, dark movement within, and nearly used glamour to stop it. Immediately she understood that such intervention would be unwise. It was one thing to eat of glamour so she could complete her quest, and entirely another to use this power to withhold the offering of her sacred blood. That would only deepen her dependence on magic, and she had determined that her glamour would serve her son and their people, not herself. Or was that simply a fanciful evasion, she wondered, rummaging through last season's mulchy leaves for a wad of moss? If she employed her glamour on this deepest, most organic part of herself, it would be far more difficult later to relinquish her magic and live again as an ordinary woman. Bright Night believed she had promised herself to the dragon pit after the Grail was found. She cherished the prayerful hope that she might be spared, that when she completed her mission, she would find herself back at Tintagel, once more a nun serving the sick, the dying, the impoverished of Dumnoni. She did not want to rely on glamour. Fashioning a menstrual dressing in the drought-ridden land vexed her. Leaves crumpled to powder, and moss could not be found. Finally, she resorted to tearing the linen sleeves from her chemise and folding them to wads, one for now, the other a reserve. By the time she finished, the rain had abated. The storm was just passing through. Fragmentary sunlight drifted across gray fields, and Ygrane wished that the torrent had lasted longer. There had not been enough rain this season to nourish the summer flowers to come. The white shepherd's purse, yellow snapdragons, and carpets of daisies would not arrive this year. An ill wind blew weather too quickly to see. Perhaps when she found the Grail, its magic could be used to inspire sufficient rain to overwhelm this warscape of burned plains with dog roses and rambling bryony. For now the land remained colorless, with its smoke-blackened trees and incrustations of dry ivy. She stepped out from among the dolorous yews with their boughs of sear needles and looked about for her demon horse. He drifted out of the rock-strewn knoll where he had hidden during the downpour. He came toward her with the cloud shadows, a deeper shadow itself, his ember eyes twin perforations into a sunset world. Dewlights of rain sparkled in Ygrane's short hair and prismed the light on her lashes as the sun came out. Before mounting the black devil stallion, she watched storm clouds hurrying away, and she used her glamour to lade her emotions upon those thunderheads. She needed to be calm, though she bled and ached, and she could not carry fear and doubt as well as pain where she was going. Glamour lifted her uncertainties into the clouds. Then all the irresolute thoughts that had grievously troubled her about the loss of her gentle savior and the necessity of this quest drifted away with those gray barges, those ghost ships whose cargo was her soul. Chapter 6. The Future Grows from Small Things. The Fuhrer hung upside down from Raven's Branch, the topmost limit of Yggdrasil. He breathed in day and exhaled night. The powerful stratospheric winds buffeted him, twisting him on the axis of the leather thong binding him by his ankles to the silver bow that was also the uppermost limb of the planet's atmosphere. Gusts tossed him recklessly, and random blusters pummeled his bruised body, shaking him to the verge of unconsciousness. He forced himself to stay alert. He had to stay awake, or vision would not come. Destiny's strange and familiar whereabouts loomed just beyond the brink of utmost suffering. If he could hold on long enough, endure the random jets and blows of the thrashing wind long enough. At the limit of his anguish, music sifted into his brain from the far future, remote strains of Beethoven's Eroica entwined with the Lieder of Schumann and Schubert, and enclosing it all at the audible frontier, Bach, trembling with vital power, bringing the god a pristine glimpse of what might be for his people if only he could embrace the agony a little longer. The trammels of suffering peeled away day and night and grafted him onto emptiness. The void held him in its augury, and ripples of music from the future stilled to silence as the wind stopped and left him suspended unmoving above the immense spinning world. Dark oceans and umber continents drifted below. They slid with planetary slowness from the azure day-struck crescent into blackness. Slowly the black orb of Earth turned under the evaporations of stars. Vision came, as always, with images of the iron cities. Factory towers spilled smoke into hazy brown skies. Highways entangled the land in knots of concrete. Steel and glass buildings mazed every estuary and clotted the shores of every lake. Wherever he turned his one eye upon the future of the world, cities of towers and tracts of box-houses loomed. A white-hot glare silhouetted skylines to skeletal etchings. Within this star furnace the Fire Lords moved. The Führer perceived them as motes of intense brilliance swirling through columning clouds of fiery ash. They danced. They danced as the iron cities burned. Every sinew in the Führer's body strained to see past the fiery horror to a new beginning. His one eye found only ranges of lifeless talc where the cities had been. A child's voice piped, "All Father, why are you hanging upside down?" The Führer twisted about to face a smudge-cheeked girl with stringy blonde hair and tattered smock. She stood barefoot on the frosty gravel under the raven's branch. The chieftain of the Aesir gods knew her at once, Skuld, youngest of the Norns, the weird sisters who witnessed all of time. "Do not mock me, little one. Leave me be." The Führer feared the Norns. None knew their origin. They simply existed. From before the time of the elder gods, they came and went as they pleased. Skuld peered upward with ingenuous awe at the wrathful god dangling by his ankles from the silver limb of heaven. His thick and twisted beard had fallen across his anguished face. "Verthandi says you would speak with me, All-Father. I have left my home on the branch of Hours, and here I am." The Führer peered at the child to see if she did jeer him. She seemed sincere. As Norn of the future, she had no immediate knowledge of his ritual hanging and how it drew the electrical might of the sun and the stars themselves through his legs and into his head to open a prophetic vista. Her weird sister Verthandi, Norn of the present, had obviously beheld his distress and sent Skuld to counsel him. Distraught by what he had witnessed on the horizon of time, he defied his better judgment and said to the weird sister, "I am in dire trouble, Skuld." The child looked alarmed. She reached her small hands up to grab his dangling arms. At her touch, the monstrous vision of the doomful future that had left him eaten half away sank into him like an ice wind, deep and unavoidable as history. "Take my hand, old father. I will pull you down." Alarmed, he snatched his hand away. "No, Skuld." He exhaled a trembling sigh and pulled himself up to his thong-tied ankles. With one deft tug, he released his legs and curled into his fall. He landed on his feet with bent knees and a forceful groan beside the child. When she tried to steady him, he waved her off. "I'm fine, young one. Just tired. Very tired." He staggered sideways and sat down in the gravel, his legs in their wolfskin boots and leather-strapped trousers stretched out before him. "You do not look well, All-Father." "I'm fine. Yet I am not well, Skuld." He wiped the sweat from his wrinkled brow and brushed his long and wild hair from his one eye. I suspended myself that I might see what is to come."
"You suspended yourself?"
Skald frowned, not comprehending, and sat beside the big-shouldered god.
"Why? I can see what is to be. You've only to ask me."
"I want to see for myself. It is important that I see for myself."
"And what do you see?"
"I see the iron cities."
"And do you see the wagons without horses?" she inquired excitedly. "The shiny metal wagons without horses? Do you see them?"
"Yes."
"And the metal ships that fly with wings that do not move? Do you see them, flying faster than the wind?"
"Oh, yes, I see them. All the wonders to come. The horrible wonders." Skald's excitement dimmed. She nodded drearily and leaned against the Führer's bare, muscular arm.
"It is horrible, All-Father. The forests are gone, and the sky has no birds."
"The fire, the storms of fire."
"Plague first,"
Skald whispered drowsily.
"Plague makes the cities sick. Then come the terrible fires."
"You have seen this?"
"I see it."
"And after the fires?"
"No more iron cities."
The Führer regarded the child half asleep at his side. She was a child, and she watched with immature eyes. Now he had beheld this evil reality for himself, and he nodded with woeful agreement. "This world's age is over when the iron cities burn. Can we change what is to be?"
"You must ask for Thandi,"
Skald mumbled, and nuzzled against the warm arm of the Allfather. "No, Skald." He nudged her awake. "I am asking you. Is there any other future for us?" She blinked sleepily at him and shrugged.
"Everything I see begins with Thandi. Speak with her, All-Father."
The chieftain with the storm-gray beard shook his head. "Listen to me, Skald. I gave my right eye for the power to behold the future, and I learned from the dwarfs how to hang myself from this topmost branch of Yggdrasil, that the strength of heaven would fill my head. I have seen what you have seen. I do not accept it. I cannot. For what purpose anything if all is burned to ash? There must be a way to change this evil vision."
"Hush!"
Skald perked up, lifting her dirt-streaked face to listen to the wind moaning across the raven's branch.
"Do you hear it?"
From afar came a song without music, a human voice soft and insistent with the cadence of a chant, but without rhyme or meter. "Even our fear is not as old, though it will take our whole lives to know for sure." "Who is that?" the Führer asked, staring into the ice-blue eyes of the child, suddenly afraid, remembering who he was with. "Who is singing to me?"
"Not to you, All-Father. To your wife, to Lady Unique."
Skald turned her bedraggled head to listen better.
"It is the poet King Wesk. He sings to your wife. He sings to the goddess of poetry that she may favor him. Listen to his song."
The fatigue of smoke, the torn mist rising from the sea, the beard of the moon. This is the voice that was trapped so long ago, in cages of light, in mirrors and dreams, trying to tell us what will be left after everything that might have been enough is used up. "Is that poetry?" The Führer's one eyelid lowered skeptically. "I hear no rhyme or rhythm. It sounds like speaking, not poetry."
"It is speaking, All-Father. King Wesk writes for Lady Unique a poem that runs free from the heart. It is a love poem, so much in love it throws off rhyme like a lover undressing."
"Nonsense." He gently pushed her away. "Why are you distracting me with this, young one? I have come to Ravensbrant to confront evil and find a way free of it."
"But, All-Father, this poetry is free."
Skald knelt beside him and began to play with the leather laces of his boot.
"Wesk loves Lady Unique, and she loves him. With her love he rules the North tribes, and ruled by him, they will soon invade the West Isles."
"Child, you ramble." The Führer lifted his bearded chin to the indigo zenith and its crest of stars. "I have important work to do. Go now." Skald pouted.
"For Thandi sent me to help you, and that is what I am doing."
"By making me listen to poetry that doesn't even sound like poetry?"
"Wesk will kill Arthor with that poetry."
The Führer lowered his gaze and regarded more closely the young girl toying with his bootlaces. "Arthor, what do you know of the boy king?" She shrugged, distracted by the tasseled red leather of his bootlaces. And when he leaned forward and took her chin in his big hand, space wobbled, and he felt as though he fell, toppling through the sky. He jolted, and a vision expanded through him. Avalon, with rumpled green hills and valleys, sprawled on the horizon, an emerald gown discarded by the naked sea. The Führer's watchful mind moved closer. The morning hills and dells became mountain cups of apple trees. On high, verdant promontories, waterfalls fell in quicksilver threads that never reached the ground. These cascades blew away from the craggy cliffs in wild vapors and broken rainbows, disappearing in the air like a story that brims into nothingness on the book's last page. The Führer yanked his mind away and found himself once more on the Raven's Branch, sitting in flinty gravel at the top of Yggdrasil. He felt drunk.
"What are you doing to me?"
he moaned, both hands to his head. He reminded himself that Skuld only appeared to be a child. She was a weird sister, older, far older than he. What manner of being is she? He could only guess.
"Why did you show me Avalon?"
Arthur's destiny is Avalon.
Skuld untied his boot and intently strove to tie it again, speaking distractedly.
The Fire Lords have marked him. He will be witness to the reign of chieftains. 10,000 years of chiefs and kings and emperors fall behind us. How many more years rise ahead?
The Führer began to comprehend. When Arthor dies, he goes to Avalon.
To take the place of Rena. She is eldest of the 9 queens. Now that Arthor is born, she is free to leave Avalon.
Skuld's fingers fumbled, and the bow she tied fell apart. She frowned and began again.
Do you know how he was born?
The chieftain of the North gods tugged his beard, wondering what Skuld was trying to tell him. Absently he said, "The Roman king of the Britons, Uther Pendragon, sired him on the Celtic queen Ygrane." Skuld looked up at him abruptly.
See it!
The Führer's mind slid backward through time 18 summers and moved with the life mote inside the womb of Ygrane. He vaguely sensed the outer world around him. Ygrane and Uther asleep in each other's arms, a night camp of snuffling horses, distant owls sobbing, and the torn mist on the river adrift under a moon like a broken cup. Closer, the entranced god sat with the tiny cellular life taking shape in the blood dark. Already the wee being, only hours old, glowed with body light, the radiance of creation held to the earth by the kite silk of life's molecule. DNA, the molecule, held a soul. The Führer recognized the ghost of a Celtic warrior who had lived centuries earlier, Cuchulainn. The cleavage of the ovum into morula cells followed the XY chromosome pattern of the male, shaping a sexual order out of helical waverings, carbon atoms, glucose molecules, precisely tangled bunches of proteins, a new life for an ancient soul. Cuchulainn glowed with the energy of chemical bonds. His DNA acted as antennae, resonating a waveform, frequencies of ultra-weak photons in a pattern unique to him. The Führer watched with all that his astonishment could bear as the multiplying cells molded an individual identity, a human destiny reminiscent of a noble history that belonged now to the joys and sorrows of an undetermined fate. With strenuous effort, the Führer pulled himself back to the Raven's Branch. His one gray eye glared in his amazed face. "Why?" he gasped. Like all the gods, he existed as a being of energy, and for him the organic powers that shaped planetary life subsumed a mystery. "Why do you show me this?"
Oh, Father, how can you destroy what you do not see?
Skuld finished tying a loose bow with the bootlaces and sat back satisfied.
There are many futures. Many. But only one comes to Verthandi.
When Arthor dies, he goes to Avalon, the Führer repeated slowly, intently, fitting the pieces of understanding together as he spoke. The Fire Lords will install him there to witness the consequences of 100 centuries of rule by men, by chieftains and warlords. Apocalypse, Ragnarok, death by plague and fire.
The future grows from small things, All Father.
Skald sat on his knee and gripped the leather braces of his leggings.
When Arthor dies determines what the future will be. There will be cities, the forests will fall, the rivers will stink with waste, just as we see from here. But the weapons of plague and fire, they do not have to overwhelm the world.
They do not. The Fuhrer took Skald's narrow shoulders in his thick hands, then quickly withdrew his hands, afraid of falling into another trance. If I cannot stop the iron cities, how will I stop the doom of plague and fire? Skald's big pale eyes gazed openly at him.
Do you love your wife?
Lady Unique rules at my side, the Fuhrer answered decisively. Her talismans empower the North tribes and hold them together under the sway of Wesk.
Do you love her, All-Father?
She is my wife.
Then why do I see you with Keeper of the Dusk Apples?
The Fuhrer stared into her candid eyes without speaking.
She is your mistress,
Skald said with the frankness of a child.
And if Lady Unique were to learn this, she would be heartbroken. And the poetry, the free-running poetry of Wesk, would not sound so very good any more to Lady Unique. Do you see, All-Father?
How could we know, though we listen, and the black spot, the imperfection on the eye, goes on, following, full of love for us? The Fuhrer put his hands over his ears. Silence that damnable voice, Skald! How could we know, when there is 9, and the return to 0 in children's songs, and still no way back? What are you doing to me? The Fuhrer pushed the child away and stood up. My wife knows nothing of my affection for Keeper of the Dusk Apples. Are you going to tell her? How could we know, and not explain, if even to ourselves, the hazard, the pieces of darkness, hardening in our shadows?
All-Father, listen to the poems.
Skald sat in the gravel where she had fallen, a shadow of sorrow between her eyes.
In these small words the entire future opens.
I hear nothing but gibberish. He gruffly turned away, angry that this entity had disclosed his secret love. This is not poetry that Wesk writes. It is a premonition of the madness to come. How could we know? The patient water was speaking our lives through the salt while we searched the shores of the sleeping lake for what we carried in our mouths.
If you won't listen to the poet, King, Skald asked, then will you heed the dwellers from the House of Fog? Will you heed the demons you have bound with your magic to topple Arthor?
The Fuhrer spun about to angrily confront the creature who taunted him, but Skald was nowhere in sight. The Raven's branch had dissolved to mist, to the spiritous threshold before the House of Fog, the cold domain whence the demons came and went. Under the pressure of his stare, the haze parted to reveal a lightless abyss reeking with the tarry stench of hell. Out of the blackness of this gorge a giant rose, onyx monster of leprous flesh, visage molting to a skull under blistered rags of skin. A demon glared with red eyes, slant and malevolent. On rickets-sprung legs the skeletal titan reared. Who dares summon Lucifer? A big voice shook cinders off the raven's branch so that they fell in shooting stars to the night world below. Who binds my demons with magic? Grave smoke drooled from a grin of black teeth. The Fuhrer stared, speechless. The enormous entity steadied itself in the dark above the earth. Rotted cerements dangled from a brisket of chalk bones. Its calcined hands braced the cliff walls of the Raven's branch to thrust its charnel body upright. Its tight stare found the startled god. The Fuhrer, chieftain of the North gods! Windy light stirred behind the decayed holes of Lucifer's skull, worm bores drilled into a brain of fire. What is your purpose with my demons? The Fuhrer motioned to speak, and all he had to say he said in a voiceless instant, snatched from him by the searing look of the demon lord. You lost my demon, Lelican! Lucifer's wand-like arms swung with tantrum fury. Your crude magic intended to bind him to your war against the Britons. He should be raging with my other demons, destroying kingdoms.
Instead, you lost him, and he has fallen into the hands of the angels. You dolt! Now he lives in a mortal body as Merlin, and his demon powers work against me, his master."
Radium-fierce rays lanced from the skull holes of Lucifer's rotted head.
"Now I must undo what you have done."
The giant's face ripped to smoke, ash dust encompassed in a widening radiance of thermonuclear glare. With star fusion brilliance, Lucifer dissolved the darkness and laid naked the cankerous, pocked terraces of the pit that was the House of Fog. Souls in their tiny swarming millions ignited like electric filaments, their cold suffering abruptly burning to hot pain. The hot light dimmed, and Lucifer vanished. The Führer stood alone upon the Raven's Branch. Though a limb of the world tree Yggdrasil, it also appeared as a landscape, a gigantic mosaic terrain of frost-splotched gravel and shattered plates of agate. 10,000 hectares of rusty dunes rippled the horizon beneath an indigo sky with stars as big and evil as cactus flowers. The Führer traversed this desolate ground, stunned. The future of fire and plague, of the god's own twilight, somehow depended upon his fidelity to his wife, and also to the death of Britain's boy-king. Yet Skuld had been ambiguous, and Lucifer had been entirely terrifying. At a cavern in a scarp of raw stone, he stopped. Inside lay the entranced figures of his son, Thunder Redhair, his daughter Beauty, and his staunchest allies among the Aesir gods. Their forms lay shrouded in white pumice, which had blown over them from crests of scalloped eskers and dunes. The lives of these gods remained in suspension, so that the Führer could harness their power and shape a magic strong enough to bind demons. It had seemed like an able idea, using the combined strength of the gods to command demons in his war against the Fire Lords. Lucifer, the lord of the demons, was right to berate him for letting the demon Lailoken escape. For all his magic, for all these brave gods who had sacrificed pieces of their lives, he had attained little. The trophy of Britain still eluded him, and the Fire Lords. He shook his bearded head. He had not even managed to confront a single Fire Lord, let alone defeat them all. And now they had Merlin, because he had been a dolt with the unwieldy magic of the sleeping gods, and had inadvertently thrust Lailoken into their radiant hands. Troubled, he sat on the sandy ledge before the cavern of sleeping gods, and rested his hoary head in his hands. A voice whispered from afar. He pressed his palms tightly over his ears, not wanting to hear more rhymeless doggerel from his wife's worshipper. The voice only sounded louder. Not the Poet King, a younger voice, speaking Latin. "Mother Mary, Merlin says I must leave Camelot and tour my kingdom, but I am afraid. Magic frightens me. I want no part of it. I beg of you, blessed mother, pray to your son and our father that the curse that blights Britain be lifted." The Führer removed his hands from his ears and lifted his head, astounded. He heard the intimate prayers of the boy king Arthor. The work of Lucifer, he was certain. The magic that the Führer had culled from the sleeping gods and had used to bind demons to his will had also connected him to the demon lord. "Now I must undo what you have done," Lucifer had groused, and this psychic peephole into his enemy's soul surely exhibited the demon's work. He covered his ears again and listened. "Mother Mary, I have no fear of the sword. I know that your son taught peace and warned that those of us who live by the sword would die by it. I am not afraid to die under the sword, defending my kingdom and my people, but I am sore afraid of magic. I do not understand it." When the Führer stood and walked just a few paces from the cave of the tranced gods, the prayerful voice of Arthor faded away. "This is indeed the magic of these Aesir faithful, who give me the strength to hear my enemy's most private thoughts." He returned excitedly to the cave hole that looked in upon the sand-muted shapes of his children and allies, and palmed his ears again. "By magic I have been duped into incest. Morgia the Fae has doomed me. This I know. but I cannot accept it. Mother Mary, give me strength to bear my sin, to rule though I am unworthy. And pray, dear mother, pray for my forgiveness." The Führer laughed with dark glee, and his shout of triumph echoed from horizon to horizon. The dried scalps of slaughtered Britons and Celts strung on cords dangled from their hips. Wolf-hide loin wraps and boots of human leather provided their sole garments, and serpent coil cicatrices and raven tattoos embossed their shoulders and backs. Each bore on their hairless chests raised welts from wolf claws, received in initiation to their god the Führer, the one-eyed deity of the North tribes, whom the Christians in their Latin tongue called Odin. God of the wild hunt, god of the storm, the Führer inspired fear in ordinary tribal folk, and received worship only from sorcerers, poets, and berserkers, those warriors touched with his fury, his frenzied battle fetter that bound them to killing trance. These wolf warriors served the Führer as elite berserkers. All had known the Führer first as sorcerers, priests of prophecy, and then had run through the wilderness with the wolf packs until they had grown strong on pain, and the voice of the wolf spoke in them. The wolf and the raven, the Führer's familiars, accompanied his followers. The raven whispered to the sorcerers and told them of the terrible destiny that awaited the world, and the wolf's voice belonged to the berserkers. It sang to them of the Führer's passion to save the world from destruction. The wolf song lifted the berserkers above human conceptions of good and evil. Determined to serve their god, wolf warriors sailed to Britain in the night. By day they roamed the countryside in packs, hunting Britons and Celts, and stalking their own glorious deaths. Chapter 7. Dragon's Psalm. Of the mammoth trees that once flanked the old Roman highway north of Venoni, only charred trunks remained. The surrounding fields and hills had been scorched, and much of that land lay cindered and without definition. A few groves upon the ridges remained intact, though the dearth of spring rains had left them sere and winter bare. Clattering at a slow pace across the bare stone and gravel reefs of the remnant highway, 5 filthy, brutal horsemen rode. They wore dusty rawhide vests, bleached and cracked like old ceramic, and their beards and scabrous hair hung in strings black and greasy as twists of singed candlewick. With an air of menacing vigilance, they surveyed the grim landscape and spotted through the ebony columns of incinerated trees a ramshackle roadhouse. A broad cinder path led from the decrepit highway through a brambly garth of apple trees, past a run of chickens and a drowsy dog. The roadhouse had once been a Roman villa, and it retained a regal stature, though thatching replaced most of the missing tile roof, and the adobe walls had partly crumbled and relied on huge veils of browned bean vines to cover gaping holes. An old calf hide nailed to one wall had stenciled on it in rain-leached letters, "The Blanket of Stars." Before dismounting, the feral horsemen rode to either side of the wide building, hands on their sword hilts, alert for wolf warriors. They spotted a burly youth in a crude hempen tunic grooming a gray palfrey. Green flies spun around him in a sunny haze of dust and horsehair. The clop of hooves, chink of metal, and creak of saddles elicited no attention from him, and the riders returned to the front courtyard and dismounted. A scrawny barefoot lad in gray breeches and chemise of knotted rags stood warily in the wide entryway. "Stable your mount, sirs." His voice quavered, and he kept his eyes averted from the dangerous men. One of the riders grabbed the groom by the scruff of the neck and hurled him into the courtyard so forcefully the boy rolled across the dirt.
"Unsaddle each in its turn only. We want them ready to ride quickly. Have you grain?" "No cow parsley for these steeds," another of the men demanded, "or we'll wring your neck."
The boy nodded and scrambled to his feet.
"'Tis dear, my lords. 3 coins silver a bag."
The men laughed in unison.
"Not for us, boy. We are king's men, with billeting privileges. A bag for each of our mounts, and look lively."
The 5 soldiers shambled like barbaric tribesmen into the blanket of stars, pausing briefly in the broad doorway. A graven and splintered gorgon gazed blindly above them. What once had been many servants' cubicles in a time long ago had coalesced to one large cantina with a floor of tamped earth. Holes in the thatched ceiling let down silver wands of sunlight among 2 long ramshackle tables and warped benches. At the back, through knotholes and numerous cracks in a weathered partition of gray planks, stood visible the galley, with its lopsided stone oven and smoking charcoal grill. A young woman and an old man, both in rags and skins, warily stared at them through the steam like cave folk. The tables were not empty. A ragged monk and 3 road-dusted pilgrims with prayer beads at their wrists sat hunched over soapstone bowls, eating cereal flummery and nettle soup. At the far end of the second table, a balding one-armed man in a merchant's red leather jerkin did not raise his eyes from his bowl of saltfish boiled in milk. Once assured that this impoverished roadhouse posed no threat, the soldiers went directly to the 3 wine casks stacked beside the galley partition. They opened the bung, and with much pushing and shoving took turns filling their mouths with the brown wine. From behind a moth-chewed curtain that draped the rickety stairway to the sleeping alcoves entered a barefoot woman in a matron's robe of blue velveteen, so old it appeared crinkled as crepe. She possessed rustic beauty, this big-shouldered woman with honey-brown hair tied atop her head in a twist. Her eyes, small blue slits of sky, gazed confidently from under blonde arches of brow. With cheeks ruddied by sun and freckled nose, she carried summer into the dim room. "I'm Julia," she announced in a voice of relaxed command. "Welcome, travelers, to the blanket of stars. Will you be having table fare with your wine, then?"
Not lest it's you on the table,
a soldier jibed, and the others guffawed. Like fingers of a hand, the 5 men arrayed themselves in the middle of the cantina and leered at her as one. The short, stout one, the thumb, seemed their leader, and he spoke with guttural authority.
Me and these men be king's soldiers. We're wanting bread and cheese, and what fare we can take with us.
Julia shoved between the tallest, the stooped middle and ring fingers, and stopped the bung they had left splashing wine into the catch-bucket. "Show me your silver, and I'll provision all your saddlebags."
Best you let us talk direct with the innholder,
said the greasy and scorched thumb. "The innholder is my husband Errol, a king's soldier too. He's not yet returned from this battlefield wide as Britain. So, show me your silver, and I'll see to your provisions."
We'll be taking what silver we find in this hovel,
the thumb declared loudly, and nodded to the others. Immediately, Pinky and Forefinger went to the tables and stood threateningly over the diners.
We are here to collect what coin you have for our service in the war.
"The war is over," the one-armed merchant spoke up forcefully, "and I know for a fact that the king sanctions no quartering privileges among his soldiers."
For a fact?
Queried the Forefinger, placing both hands on the table where the merchant sat and leaning forward with a malicious grin.
And how would you know that, monger?
"I've just come from Camelot," the merchant replied coolly, "and I heard from the king himself that he will tolerate no looting. It is a hanging offense. If you are the king's men, you should know that." The soldiers bellowed laughter at the merchant's refined tone and their own grim intent. From the galley came the old man, a cleaver in hand.
"Is there trouble here, daughter?"
"Nay, father. These brutes only now learned the war is ended. They are leaving." Julia pulled from behind at ring and middle fingers' belts, tugging them with surprising strength toward the door. "Go steal from the Kenchi Saxons, you louts, if you've courage enough." The soldiers' laughter frenzied to barks and howls. Thumb stepped before the old man, and in one motion lifted the cleaver from his hand and smote him hard across the brow. The aged cook collapsed with a moan, and Julia barged past the soldiers and rushed to him. "Father!"
"There'll be worse for you if you don't shut up and do as we say," the thumb shouted. "Now everyone put your coin on the table. And you, woman, you'll show me the larder, you and me together."
The moth-chewed curtain jerked aside, revealing the beardless, brawny youth the soldiers had seen earlier in the back lot. Though pale and rosy-cheeked, his brown hair shorn to the temples like a farm boy's and bristly as badger fur, he conveyed menace. His yellow eyes held a baleful, intent look as he entered the cantina with a pronounced limp. "You dishonor your king," he said in a low and unhappy voice.
"Shut up, boy, or we'll pull out your tongue by its roots."
The thumb waved the cleaver.
"We've come for coin and provisions, but we'll take blood if we must."
"Only your blood will be spilled here if you don't leave this place at once," the boy said, a green vein ticking at his temple. The thumb laughed darkly.
"I told you to shut up. Now, Gimp, I'm going to shave your head with this cleaver."
The stout soldier advanced with a hostile grin, cleaver held high to distract, while his other hand swiftly drew a gutting knife from his belt. "Stop!" Julia cried. "Leave him be! He's but a boy, and halt! You can have what you want!"
"We'll have it all anyway, and this Gimp's scalp as well."
The muscular thumb feinted with the cleaver and drove his knife upward, blade flat, to slip between ribs. The boy, nimble as a dancer, pivoted on his good leg so that the knife found only air. The thumb leaned forward off balance, and the boy's right hand swiftly slapped the assailant behind the head, throwing him forward, and his left hand twisted the cleaver from the soldier's grip. The lad waited a heartbeat for the thumb to scramble about and come at him again with the knife before he deftly flicked the cleaver, lodging the blade in the enraged man's skull. Before Forefinger could react, the merchant's one arm blurred. A dagger pinned the soldier's right hand to the tabletop where he had been leaning with vicious attention. Half a scream ripped from him before the one arm grabbed him by the hair and pounded his head hard on the table, rendering him silent. Outrage bawled from the three standing soldiers, and they drew their swords. As they came forward, the halt boy limped past Julia and her cowering father. He stepped with his bad leg on the end of an empty table bench, tilting it upright. With a mighty heave, he slammed the bench down on the upraised swords, catching two in the wood and yanking the weapons free. He caught the bench again as it fell and shoved it forward, throwing the front two soldiers off balance. The third soldier, Pinky, dashed forward to skewer the adroit boy, but the staggering soldiers and the bench slowed his charge. The burly lad seized a sword from the bench, and with one swipe severed Pinky's sword hand and stabbed the sword tip into the breastbone of the soldier pressing beside him. The stabbed soldier reeled backward with a grunt. Pinky collided into him, mutely regarding his bleeding arm stump. Thumb lurched upright, face slick with blood, and pulled the cleaver from his skull. The halt boy's yellow eyes fixed him with a cold look. Thumb dropped the cleaver and ran past, cowed. Out the way they had come, the five soldiers fled. The one-armed merchant strode after them, dragging the unconscious soldier whose hand he had pierced. The monk and pilgrims followed timidly, anxious to see that the malefactors departed. "Who are you?" Julia asked. The lad bent over her father and examined the bump under his blood-matted hair. "I am my master's servant." He helped the old man to his feet. "You should lie down. Your wound is not serious. A patch of willow's bark will speed the healing."
"You are a soldier,"
the old man muttered.
"The way you move, lad."
"I am my master's servant."
"Your master is the one-armed merchant you accompany?"
the old man inquired.
"You speak like lords."
"The Christian lord taught me well, and he is well-traveled." He helped the hurt man to sit down on a table bench, and added comfortingly, "Those felons will be driven off without their horses. The steeds belong to you now. Sell them if you wish, and use the money to repair your inn." "Who are you?" Julia asked again. "What are your names?" The yellow eyes regarded her kindly. "I am John Holt, and he is Elder John." "John's Holt and Elder." She smiled at him and kissed his cheek. "You shall have our finest vintage. Leoba, open the Rhenish keg." A younger woman with strawberry hair came out of the galley with a wet rag for the old man's head. "The Rhenish keg? Yes, you heard me aright, sister. Now go and bring us 2 cups." She smiled again at John Holt, showing teeth clean and even as a Celt's. "We were saving that keg for my husband's return, but there'd be no home to receive my Errol if not for you and John Elder. You shall have our best vintage." "Save your vintage for Errol." John Holt took both of Julia's hands and stared a long moment into her freckled and sun-burnished face. "Your kind regard is reward enough for me."
He speaks good as a lord,
the old man said again.
Leoba, come meet good John Holt.
The one-armed merchant returned with 2 sword belts in his hand. The monk and pilgrims followed, looking much relieved.
The malfeasors are away and unarmed. They are now at the mercy of what brigands will receive them on the road.
No doubt they will find comfort among the king's army of brigands, Julia griped, and finished securing the wet rag about her father's brow.
You have no love for our king?
John Holt asked, and received with both hands the cup of well water Leoba brought to him. Julia's upper lip curled.
We fared better when the warlords ruled Britain. My earl was taken from me to secure King Arthur's throne. Now that the king has united the realm, surely there will be better times for all.
John Holt looked to Julia's father for agreement, and the old man just shook his head.
Arthur is a boy,
the elder said glumly.
He made claim on the throne by right of birth, but the experience to rule all Britain, that he lacks sorely. Look at our fair land. He's made a botch of it already. That he might wear a crown and rule over us, he fought a war that lay waste the prospering earth. What manner of king is that?
A dangerous fool, say I, Julia answered irascibly. He united the warlords, John Holt pressed. With our land won, we can better defend ourselves against pagan invaders.
Aye, and will pagan invaders treat us less kindly than the 5 men of our own king's army you drove from our door?
The old man asked, and his daughters concurred with vigorous nods.
I want my earl back, Julia added, and each day pray he has not lost his life to put a crown on a boy's head. It's time we go, Elder John called from the doorway where he had kicked out the soldier's severed hand for the dog to gnaw. We've a long way to travel this day.
Go!
The old man stood up, then sat down again in a sway of dizziness.
You must stay, the 2 of you. You can sell your wares from here, merchant. Now that spring has come and the strife ended, there'll be travelers aplenty on the roads, and we'll be busy, you'll see. There's plenty work for your lad. Why wander in this dangerous world when Providence has led you to our haven?
Elder John shook his patrician head.
Thank you, good man. I've business to attend elsewhere. Perhaps we will visit again before long. Get the horses, boy. Don't dawdle. We've far to go while it's yet light.
John Holt frowned, then shrugged and limped out the back way. After helping her father to his cot in a back room behind the galley, Julia stepped into the back lot, past the soldiers' 5 abandoned mounts. She found the big-shouldered youth saddling his gray palfrey. The stable boy, Julia's young brother, came forth from a rickety stable leading Elder John's stallion, a deep chestnut steed 18 hands high and laden with the merchant's goods wrapped in burlap.
I got a good eye for people, Julia said warmly. An innkeeper's wife would, seeing all kinds passing through. And my eye tells me you're no common merchant's boy.
John Holt made no reply, and kept his attention on securing his scuffed and worn saddle.
Your Holt leg. It's a battle wound, is it not?
Julia stepped closer and continued in a conciliatory tone.
You don't fight like a brawler. You're proper trained in killing. What I just seen tells me you've been soldiering for the king yourself. That's why you have good words for him.
She put a hand on his shoulder.
I apologize for what ill we said of the crown. We all miss Errol. Sometimes I fear the worst, and I blame the king.
John Holt smiled. Before he could speak, Elder John called from the dusty lane with its trellis of dried bean cords and squash vines.
Stop lingering, boy. We've far to go.
The youth swung into the saddle.
I'll pray for your Earl, he promised, pulling the palfrey around. And I'll pray for our king, she called after him and waved. She said she would pray for me.
Arthor grinned proudly at his one-armed companion as they rode away from the blanket of stars.
Do you think her sincere? What I think, my lord, is that you are taken with her. Taken, Bedivere.
The king cast a lingering look backward at the broken-down villa.
Is that why you insist we depart? You were robust in your command of me back there. There was no point in remaining. What if those cutthroats return? They will not, my lord.
Bedivere lifted a pocket flap of his leather jerkin to reveal its mirror-polished brass underside, and turned in his saddle until it caught the sun and winked 3 short flashes. A moment later, a star glinted from a distant cinder rage.
"They are still running north, toward Rati. I signaled Bors to watch for them. If they turn back, they will be hanged."
"Hanged?" The youth let out a dry laugh.
"Where will Bors find a tree in this devastation?"
He gazed about with open despair at the scorched horizon, tree trunks angled like charcoal runes against a sky whose very blueness and toppling clouds seemed renegades of the strange and barren world below.
"This is so much worse than I had thought." "Then the wizard is justified sending us disguised into this wasteland."
Bedivere rode his massive horse slowly among the broken cobbles.
"Now you know what you could never have surmised within the walls of Camelot."
The king peered about for some living thing to stir among the black pastures, and found only cloud shadows running mutely across ashen fields.
"Where is Merlin? Heaven knows. Then again, my lord, perhaps not even heaven."
Merlin made his way along the ruins of an old wall and down a steep path to where silt from the river Nene had buried some ancient city. The donkey he had ridden from Venoni gazed about with its eyes of devilish merriment, as if amused that nowhere among the austere rocks sprouted any tuft upon which to graze. Except for a few scurrilous shrubs crowning the great masonry blocks atop the skewed wall, no flora had survived the purging fires. The landscape all about appeared primal and anonymous as the absolute shale delivered from Earth's volcanic creation. The wizard knew this was unnatural. Something more terrible than the scorched earth tactics of the king's enemies had charred the land. Dressed in worn farmer's clothes, tattered as a scarecrow, he moved nimbly over silt-stained paving plates, seeking the deepest gradient among the rubble. He appeared an old scavenger, his bearded visage obscured by the black floppy-brimmed hat he wore low and secured with twine. When he leaped from the stone abutment of a collapsed bridge to a cistern filled with gravel, he lighted with feline grace, and fluid as a shadow slid down among the tilted slabs of a literal causeway. In truth, he felt stronger than ever in this life, for he grew younger each year. A demon in human guise, he had once flourished as a sexual fiend, an incubus. The angels had lured him into the womb of a saint, Optima, daughter of the king of Kos. And in that sacred darkness he had lain with God herself. For love of her he had been born into this brutal world, a man growing younger. He squeezed himself against the stone pylon of a sunken quay where ripples of the river tickled small smooth stones, and he listened. His demon senses reached downward through the columnar rock into the alluvial soil that quaked with the singing burden of the river. Deeper he listened, past the sonorous bed of the Nene. He guided his attention through strata of tile rock and tectonic densities into the magnetic flux of the planet's mantle. There, he heard the dragons' dream songs. The universe cried in those songs. The low, deep moan of the explosion that had flung all light into the void hummed through the dragons' dreams with heat noise, the cosmic thermal haze of a fire set by whom? The flames had slaked long ago to starry embers, cold and drifting deeper into cold. Merlin shifted his attention. What he heard in the sibilant darkness around the dragon jolted him. He recognized demon voices, incantatory singing, the mesmeric chants of his old cohorts. They gathered the sleeping dragon's energy, shaping its bright magnetic fire so like the dragon itself, making evil miniatures within the dragon's aura. His listening was heard. All at once, from out of the rock against which he pressed, a shadow shone. Through stony granulations the shadow thickened, bubbling to a tarry shape of Icarus outline. Too late, Merlin pushed away. The living darkness stepped forth as a black reflection of himself and blocked his escape.
Lailacan.
The whisper of his name spurted like a flame and ignited the featureless thing of pitch and his own flesh as well. Together they burst into light and faced each other as they had in the beginning, in white space, without intentions, pure energy of infinite frequencies, original light, without wanting, inside and out all at once, the plain truth before time, before fate. "This is an illusion," Merlin shouted in his mind. The light of heaven was long gone, except for the heat noise in the dragon's dream songs and what flames the Fire Lords themselves carried. An illusion. "Lailekin, you cannot stop us," a voice deep as a drum spoke. "Britain will burn."
"The dragon sleeps,"
Merlin shouted, and his voice seemed to bound down an endless corridor.
"How? How are you using the beast?"
"Britain burns, Lailekin," the drumbeat voice went on, "and your gut-sack flesh will burn with her." The wizard seized the dimensional shadow thing, intent on pinning it to the rock and squeezing answers from it. His hands closed on emptiness. As abruptly as it had appeared, the sticky blackness seeped away, draining backward through the rock crust. For one instant, a face with a smeared mouth and eyes hollow as bubbles hung like froth upon the stone.
"You will die,"
it rasped, and vanished. Merlin placed both hands upon the naked rock, feeling for the demonic presence, and feeling only hard, insensate stone. He did not move.
"I am as cruel as you are,"
he muttered to the rock.
"I have not forgotten evil. Do you hear me? I will fight you!"
He waited for a reply, and though none came, he waited for long minutes in the mystery procession of time. Morgia the Fay, daughter of Ygrane and half-sister to the king, breastfed her infant Mordred. She reclined among satin squabs on the piazza that her husband, the Celtic chieftain Lot, had built for her. An arcade in the Roman style, with a colonnade of cedar pillars, the piazza stood apart from Lot's black slate fastness. It occupied the highest hilltop on the northernmost isle of their realm, and commanded a lyric view of the island chain. Wrapped in a mantle of crimson silk, Morgia nursed and gazed at the gray boreal sea. Embrasures in a wall of mossy agate scented the air with nepenthe, which kept the usually colicky baby quiet. Water ouzels skimmed the bays, curlews rode rings of wind above forested cliffs, and fishing vessels trawled the numerous firths and bays. She could have been happy here. The people loved her. Her enchantments diverted the big storms, encouraged the crops, and lured thick schools of fish. The North Isles had never flourished so well. Yet she could never know true joy, not so long as her half-brother Arthor sat on the throne. His father, Uther Pendragon, had taken her mother for his wife after the demon wizard Merlin had killed Morgia's father Gorlois. And with that death, happiness had become murder for Morgia the Fay. As a youth, distraught at the death of her father, Morgia had retreated beyond the remnants of the Antonine Wall to the Roman ruins at Inchtuthil. In that wintry hinterland, she had practiced demonolatry so intimately that she became the sum and meaning of those riotous ruins. The Picts, the ferocious tattooed warriors of Caledonia, feared her and called her the Fay, the Doomed. With the infant Mordred in her arms, she felt the justice of that sobriquet. No ordinary child, he had begun life by incest magic with Arthor. She had deceived her brother with a lustful illusion so that her womb would attract and hold the soul of her deceased father. But in death Gorlois had been changed. The enemy of his former life, the Führer, had cut prophecy into her father's soul. With the baby suckling at her breast, she could feel the strong eye that the Führer had carved within the reborn Gorlois. Vision expanded beyond the horizon of time. She glimpsed futures of unknown rank and order a dozen and more centuries ahead. Sitting on the fragrant piazza with the infant in her arms and eyes closed, she beheld what the Führer feared, and she indeed felt doomed. Monolithic cities of glass and steel glared to shadowy stencils in abrupt bursts of light, then dimmed to roiling fire clouds, giant trees of flame, each with its crown of ash. When these blinding flares dimmed away, horizons of imponderable ruin appeared, burned-out lake beds of hell, black ranges of barren Cinderland. Lot, under a white bearskin cloak, glowered at his wife from where he sat in his oak chair set in the sun. He was old. His long gray hair and full beard enclosed a seamed face fixed to a permanent scowl. Since the birth of Mordred, he had begun to lose his mind. His 2 sons by Morgia the Fae, Gawain and Gareth, pleaded with their mother to use her enchantments for his recovery. Morgia claimed that the cure of his dementia lay beyond her powers. In truth, she felt relieved that Lot's age had stolen his mind. If he had possessed the clarity to suspect that Mordred was not his own child, the infant's life would be at risk. As it was, he had sunk into himself, believing he had sired 3 sons by Morgia. His gray eyes gazed through an eagling frown at his wife nursing her baby, and he fixed on her moon-round face and small jet eyes that gazed kindly at him. Sometimes he recalled that she was his wife. This afternoon she appeared a stranger. He played his stare over her smiling but pugnacious features, her thick neck, and the gleam of her white shoulder between fallen tresses of crinkly, flame-colored hair. He remembered his 2 earlier wives, long-limbed Ellen, who had birthed him the warriors Delva Loinbeimionach and Kohar, and the lovely Pryderi of the golden hair, by whom he had sired the warrior twins Gwer and Galobrin. He nodded to himself with satisfaction and sifted back through those proud memories. Morgia watched him drift towards sleep, then rose from her cushioned divan and signaled with a nod for the nurse to emerge from the portico and take the sated infant from her. A young woman in saffron robes hurried to her side and bundled away Mordred. Stepping lightly over white flagstones to her husband's side, Morgia bent to tuck the bearskin cloak more securely about his shoulders, and paused. A shadow of something invisible flitted across the limed wall beyond the stooped apple trees, and the air seemed to pulse louder with the sea's noise. The systole and diastole of waves among the rocks roared with tempest fury, though the bay shone calm. The smell of night surrounded her in the dazzling sun, and a chill frosted her bones. Magnificent and dreadful sorcery moved toward her from many leagues away, a glamour so huge that it already cast its shadow upon her, though her strong eye revealed no unusual presences to the very terminals of sea and land. Fear lit her from within, a luminous terror that blanched all thoughts. She sat down on a rose marble bench and waited for what was coming, something ancient, missing for centuries from daylight, already darkening the sun shafts in the tree vaults. Not since she first gave herself to demonolatry had she experienced such fear. This was no demon coming for her. Demons embodied compact intelligences of destructive power. Each had a personality of evil love. What loomed toward her was something far vaster, full of blue rain and the sex of trees. Swiftly the presence descended upon her. Candle lights burned in the wall of sunlight beyond the apple trees. Fairies, she realized in a frightful whirl of wonder. They came forward under the azure sky and towering clouds. Fairies in daylight! Not since their exile from the storm tree 500 years before had the pale people shown themselves by day. And not a mere handful, but an empire of them came forward over the sea's curve and the low hills. Diamond glints burning among a mesh of sun rays, they came with the dense, overwhelming aroma of miles of grass. Morgia knew this was not possible. Even so, A moneying gush of gold sparks poured over the motherless ocean and swirled toward her as wind-rushing atoms of noon. Without the sustaining energy of the storm tree, the Venashi lacked the strength to withstand the heat of the sun. They survived only because they took refuge by day underground in the hollow hills. Yet here they were, so brilliant that daylight bent around them in rainbow arcs. They held no form but radiance, solar particulates afloat in the air, and in the choirs of sky beyond, they enclosed not only her, but the arcade of cedar pillars and the entire black slate fortress. Like glyphs of a burning alphabet, they arrayed themselves in passages, shimmering yet still. "Who are you?" she asked, feeling foolish and frightened, for she knew very well who they were. "What do you want of me?" "A witness to truth," said a faint voice that she recognized immediately. "Mother!" Ygrane came striding forth from among the crooked apple trees. Morgia knew that it was she, even with her hair shorn and the air around her viscous and dazzling. The young mother staggered upright, squinting to discern the familiar broad jaw, long straight nose, and slant green eyes of her mother. A softly hallucinated blur of light erased the space between them, and Ygrane stood before her within arm's reach. Morgia sat back down on the rose marble bench, startled. The fairies vanished. The gelid blue sky with its cottony clouds retained no remnant of the Venashi's trespass into day, and the woman before her, in white kid riding boots with red laces, fawn-skin trousers, and brown leather bodice, smiled kindly. "Mother!" Morgia reached out and touched the woman's pale, naked arm, assuring herself of the solidity and actuality of this manifestation. With this one touch, she felt the same tranquil truth she had first experienced as a child, and knew then that this was no illusion. "How?" "The Venashi have given me all the glamour I can carry to find the Grail." "The she? But you are a Christian." Morgia paused, and her mouth trembled for a moment before curling to a smile of comprehension. "You've forsaken the nailed god for power, the power of the she." Ygrane stared without flinching into her daughter's cold smile. "I must find the Grail, and you are going to help me, Morgia." Morgia had been at Camelot, birthing Mordred when the Grail had disappeared. She had believed the angels had taken it back, and said, "The Fire Lords did not remove the Grail, or you would still be wearing your nun's habit, on your knees before your god's tortured son. The angels can't help you, or won't. And so here you are, Mother, a witch queen once more." Her small black eyes glinted with smug pride. "Look at you. You are more powerful than you ever were. Why is that? What did you promise old Elkhead in return for so much magic?" "You saw the fairy hosts under the sun's blade." Ygrane bowed forward at the waist so that her face leveled with her daughter's. "I am the power that anchors them in the day world. Do you understand, Morgia?" The smile slipped from Morgia's lips. Though she hated her mother for abandoning her father and marrying Uther, she loved her for her strength and her glamour. The enchantress' small black eyes glittered with pride and expectation. "Yes, Mother, you are the kingdom of yourself, the goddess in flesh rags, the one who makes shapes of pain, Morrigan herself. I have given myself to her, and she will have my soul." Morgia took her mother's arm and sat her down on the bench. Wonder pulsed in Morgia, and fear. This was her flesh and blood, this creature of magic. Ygrane had belonged to the Pale People from childhood, and with that thought Morgia grasped her mother's fate. "You are the sacrifice. When you find the Grail, you will be fed to the dragon." She searched her mother's sun-stained face for understanding. "But the dragon is asleep. It was your unicorn that gave the dragon sleep." Ygrane said nothing, waiting for Morgia to complete the pattern of her thought. "And it will be your death that will rouse the dragon again," Morgia continued, "so that the Venashi can carry their fight to the storm tree and the Aesir gods. That's it, is it not?" "Yes."
Mother!
The younger woman shook her head with disbelief.
You will never return to this world. Your soul will become one with the dragon's dream songs, and you will never wear flesh in this world again. A wraith among the stars is what you will be. You know that.
I know that.
And you do this for Arthor?
He is my son. Morgia stood and stepped a pace aside.
I am your daughter and your firstborn. That was not enough to keep you from giving yourself to Uther Pendragon.
I loved Uther. I did not love your father.
Gorlois was a good Roman.
Morgia's voice quavered, though the black bores of her eyes gazed steadily. Hurt twisted in her at the memory of her father dead in battle, killed defending this fickle woman, this faithless witch.
He was worthy of your love.
Morgia, I am not here to apologize for my past. Ygrane held her daughter's outraged stare with difficulty. Queasiness blurred through her from her cramped uterus. The glamour coursing through her body provoked the menstrual flow, and she wanted to lie down. She dared not show Morgia her qualm, and she kept her voice strong. I have made this sacrifice, and I have the power of Morrigan.
The she will obey you, and you can lead them into the daylight. What has that to do with me?
Ygrane rose to her feet, ignoring the pulpy discomfort in her pelvis. You are going to help me find the Grail.
Have your fairies find it.
They have searched all the Celtic lands and the hollow hills, and found nothing. Now I must see if the North gods have seized it.
And what has that to do with me?
Ygrane stepped closer. Mordred carries the soul of Gorlois, a soul that once dared ascend the storm tree. The Fura caught him there, and cut him into a shape that can see the time shadows of the future.
You will not touch my son, witch queen!
A frightened rage whirled up in the red-haired woman at the thought of losing her child to this sorceress. Ah, Morgia. Sadness creased Ygrane's brow. Why have you always been so difficult? Keep your silence, daughter. I know that the lack of love between your father and me hurt you. You would never accept that I was given to him against my will. I was but 14.
You will not touch my son.
Yes, I will, Morgia. Ygrane moved close enough for her daughter to see the stars of determination in her eyes. And you will help me, because all that you cherish for your son is at hazard. If the North gods indeed possess the Grail, they are using it against Britain. And if they succeed in destroying your brother Arthor, there will be no future at all for Mordred. You do not need the strong eye to see clearly this mortal truth. Pressing closer yet, she revealed the stars in her eyes for what they really were, white birds, herons winging through darkness. Take me to the child. Chapter 8. Weird Traveler.
Mother Mary, my people suffer. Do you hear my prayers? Why do you send no relief? No rain, no aid from the Holy Father in Ravenna, not even a cool breeze. Why? I tell you, Mother Mary, we despair. Merlin was just and sound in his demand that I tour my kingdom. Now I know the agony of Britain. War with the rebels has reduced the land to ash. Fishing villages have had all their boats burned. Farmers have lost their crops for the entire season. Drovers squat among the bones of their cattle. Orchards and vineyards cultivated over generations are gone. Even once splendid inns and spas are destitute. Wherever I turn, there is mortal loss and suffering. What am I to do, Mother Mary? What am I to do? I am a wounded king, a sinful king. Grief has me by the hair with both iron hands and pushes my face into the dirt, into the burned dirt of Britain, so that my cries and my prayers clog in the ash and dog shit and are not heard in heaven. The Führer sat stitching outside the cave of the tranced gods, among the windstones and shale of the Raven's Branch. Oh, heaven hears you, boy king. The chieftain of heaven hears you, lad, and he is well pleased. The one-eyed god restrained a laugh, not wanting to disturb his stitching. These were rune sutures, binding the seam with spells to empower a pouch no bigger than his thumbnail. It was an earlobe, severed from an elf hunted down in the grasslands and divvied among the rovers. He had taken the earlobe to fashion a listening amulet.
Stuffed with sand from the cave of sleeping gods, it partook of his magic with the demon lord Lucifer. Now, wherever he traveled in the storm tree, this amulet would let him listen to the prayers of his enemy. Mother Mary! He choked back his laughter at the anguish of Arthor's petitions. Do you truly expect a desert tribeswoman, dead over 400 years, to listen to your plaints, boy? You are so much more the fool than I ever thought. I cannot believe you have survived this long. With a giddy heart, the Führer looked up from his stitching into the cavern of the gods in their shrouds of sand. Brave and trusting Aesir gods, I tell you now with certainty your sacrifice is not in vain. I have heard the peevish obloquy of the West Isles king for his nailed god. I have heard him weeping with frustration, and I tell you when you wake, Britain will be ours. Avalon, an island deep within its own dream, could be reached only from the coast of the mind, and when one finally arrived there, one walked with the tread of the heart. Each of us can listen to our heart inside our chest and hear the footfalls of selfhood. So also was it with the 9 queens of Avalon. Under immense clouds, luminously white and stacked miles high, the queens lived in immortal trance, because the magic of the Fire Lords enclosed them. Together, they experienced the invisible, disembodied ether that belongs to the long dream of life on this planet. Each of them could feel the enigmatic perfection of this ether that the moderns call mind. It enclosed the aching beauty of the dream in a secret purpose, which only now, 15 centuries later, science has begun to disclose in its explorations of the cosmos and the atom. None of the 9 queens knew anything of the quantum mysteries that we wonder upon, yet they understood the true purpose of our faint, implausible dream within their own hearts. So also may it be with us. Fra Athanasius rode a sumpter mule on the merchant road to Camelot. He kept as close to Chief Ygrane as he could among the pagan warlords' entourage of archers, lancers, and bare-chested Celtic cavalrymen. Ygrane had warned him that Saxon and Jutish raiders ranged freely through these badlands. With his weak eyes, the papal legate could see little of the surroundings, and what he did see disheartened him indeed. The highway, what these primitive Britons called a highway, memorialized an antiquated Roman road whose metal surfacing had eroded away, and whose paving stones had buckled, revealing gravel beds worn to potholes. Every field they passed lay scorched, every hillside slashed with wrathful blackness. Late in the afternoon of the second day, a weird traveler hailed them from the roadside. Ygrane called a full halt at the sight of him. Of no remarkable stature, he stood alone in the bleak terrain, without so much as a walking staff or water flagon. Dressed entirely in black, close-fitting garments, he seemed at first a shadow of a man. The company's sturdy dogs that ran ahead leaped about him with gleeful yips as if recognizing an old friend. When the stranger removed his large flat hat, he exposed a bald head and beardless visage tattooed blue and green with runes. Futhark sigils and sinuous viper shapes framed a strikingly handsome face of merry obsidian eyes, an exquisite nose, and strong chin, all stippled with tiny stylized symbols that together resembled the mottlings of snakeskin. He smiled, and his teeth showed perfect and white as a shaft of moonlight. An infection of excitement spread through the war party at the sight of him. He waved his big hat in greeting and advanced smiling, the dogs hopping joyfully around him. Fra Athanasius, who could see none of this, asked worriedly, "Whatsoever do you see? Who stops our train?" A Celtic lancer who knew some Latin whispered, "There is a supernatural being come to us. God or spirit of the hills I know not." "God or hill spirit?" Athanasius muttered to himself, and clutched at the crude cross he had fashioned from whittled wood and twine. "What malevolence finds us in this broken land?" The weird traveler in black held his floppy hat in both gloved hands and bowed his colorful and handsome head. When he looked up, he nodded at the gawking travelers and smiled again, as if much pleased with the world. In flawless Brythonic, he said, "I am come from the uttermost edge of the earth, and am bound for Camelot to seek counsel with the king's wizard Merlin. May I ride with you?"
"What is your name?"
Ygrane asked. "Call me whatever you wish." The stranger's smile narrowed, and he cocked a delicate stenciled eyebrow. "Men are not happy when they know my name."
"Stand aside,"
Ygrane commanded.
"We will have no company with travelers we cannot name."
The bald head nodded sagely. "Then call me the guide, for I am come to offer you guidance on these treacherous byways, in return for the favor of traveling in anonymity with your war party."
"Guidance?"
Ygrane frowned.
"We need no guidance in our own land. We know our way. Stand aside."
The stranger kicked at an ashen bank beside the road, and out spilled an aciferous cache of small bones and grape skulls no bigger than fists. Children in their place of murder. He shook his head sadly and gestured at the charred terrain. "You are among the dead. My presence in your company guarantees you safe passage. I am well known to the murderers, and they will broker you no harm so long as I am with you." Ygrane dismounted and took counsel with his warriors. "What doth the chieftain say?" Attanasius queried the lancer who spoke archaic Latin. "The traveller before us has no dust upon his boots," the Celt replied in a hush. "Look for yourself. Not a flake of ash, not a mote of dirt upon his sable person. He is not natural. Our chieftain is loath to pass him by and defend such a divinity." "Divinity?" Fra Athanasius squinted at the black shadow upon the road. He would have abided this dark stranger quietly, if not for the memory of his beloved teacher, Bishop Victricius, who had given his life to place the monk here. With an earnest sigh, Athanasius hopped from his sumpter mule and stepped to Urian's side. "My lord chieftain, this creature before us is obviously unholy. He displays every sign of a minion to Satan. I beseech you, set him behind us." Ygrane regarded the lanky emissary thoughtfully.
"I thank thee for thy counsel, no death. I was undecided, and thou hast made clear my mind."
Fra Athanasius returned to his mule, alleviated of his duty to Victricius' legacy. He grasped his cross and mumbled a prayer of intercession for the bishop's soul and protection against the devil for his own.
"You wear the runes of our enemy, stranger,"
Ygrane declared from atop his powerful battle-horse.
"What surety can you give us that you are not some scout of the raiders who savage our lands?"
"Indeed, I hail from the land of your foes, who know me well. My surety is my word. Your enemies have knowledge of me, and I of them." He fitted his large black hat upon his head, and his dark eyes glistened within its shadow. "Trust me once, and if I fail you, be done with me."
"You say you are the guide,"
Ygrane challenged from his high mount.
"Then tell us, what direction from here favors our journey?"
The stranger pointed across the cinderous waste. "Leave the road at once and make your way to the high ground west of here. You will recognize my purpose when we arrive." Ygrane nodded once and waved the guide into his company. The mysterious man bowed with exaggerated grace and strode through their midst. The horses whinnied happily and bowed their heads to nuzzle him as he passed. He returned their salutes by cosseting several with his gloved hands. When he reached the sumpter mule that Fra Athanasius rode, he hopped on behind the rider. His arms tightened around the papal legate's midriff, and the wide brim of his hat folded against the back of the cassock's hood as he pressed his comely face to the cowl and whispered in fluent and contemporary Latin, "You think I'm the devil, don't you?" Fra Athanasius, shocked at his abrupt seizure by this stranger, made no reply. The devil, a dissembler eager for discourse, spoke with foul breath, but this devil smelled sweet as a meadow. As they rode, his grassy scent thickened pleasantly against the acrid stench of the slaglands. Dusted with ash, Urian's war party moved through drifts of smoke and cinders and met no other travelers in the barren land. They passed what had been a thorp its wattle houses reduced to seared outlines in the chalken earth. At the central well, the travelers managed to draw water by lowering a boot strapped to a belt. Farther on, they found the skeletal remains of a shepherd, his herd reduced to clots of wool among bones smashed to the neuter simplicity of gravel. Sunlight itself grew filthy with cinderous scurf as the day wore on. Shambling with exhaustion, the horses climbed a long slope where war fires had staggered and left clumps of green shrubs. Ahead stood a massive forest singed by the purging flames, but largely spared. In the west, filaments of lightning stood like fiery witch signs over the woodlands. From his high vantage, Ygrane and his warriors gazed through blistered trees almost straight down upon a bend in the old Roman highway. If not for the preternatural stranger, they would be traversing that road now. The Celts peered into crisped hedges far below and discerned a band of wolf warriors waiting in ambush. At Urian's signal, the archers fired through the treetops and handily slew all of the Führer's fierce raiders. Fra Athanasius averted his eyes from the slaughter and subsequent coup-taking and desecration of the enemy corpses. He dismounted, and coated in gypsum dust pale as a ghost, sidled away from the triumphant yells echoing off the highway. At a stooped and leafless tree he knelt to pray. "Pagans," a suave voice spoke from close behind. "Were Urian and his men Christians, there would be no atrocity among the war dead. This is what you're thinking." Athanasius cast an unhappy look over his shoulder. The guide knelt there, his black hat and tight ebony garments, gloves and boots, pristine, untainted by the ash and dust that coated the other travelers. "Keep away from me, devil." The striking man nodded politely. "Yes, I am a devil to you. These others you call pagans." His gloved hand motioned toward the jubilant cries of the Celts. "For them I am a holy one, and now that I have thwarted the wrath of the wolf warriors, they are assured of my worthiness among them." Athanasius clutched his wood cross and cast his gaze to the stony ground. "You are the devil himself." The guide smiled gently, mysteriously patient. "You would be dead on that road below were it not for this devil." The legate ignored him, concentrating on making his prayers as focused and tight as his attention on the stony grit he studied. The stranger's soft voice, for all its gentleness, chilled the monk. "A man of the cloth, Athanasius, you believe in your heart good wars with evil, and what is at risk is the soul. How strange that you put at venture what you so little understand." He laid a light hand upon the legate's shoulder, and the curly-haired man jolted at the touch. "What if evil is itself a dispensation of good, and that good has no authority without evil?" "Heresy!" Fra Athanasius hissed, and began to pray more fervently under his breath, brown bovine eyes downcast. "Oh yes, heresy. From the Greek heresis, the act of choosing. You choose to believe that evil is the privation of good. Any other understanding is heresy." The guide removed his hand from the legate's shoulder and stood. "I will tell you a truth then, man of the cloth. Evil is not the loss of good." He walked away, paused, then over his shoulder added with a smile of conviction, "That is not lost which never knew a path." Athanasius pushed to his feet and strode back to his mule. The war party returned with blond scalps in their fists, and the legate mingled among them, preferring their blood-freckled faces and incomprehensible utterances to the tattooed visage and taunting voice of the supernatural stranger. Urian arrived burdened with several enemy swords, and went to one knee before the guide. The others of the company followed suit. Only Athanasius remained standing, and he turned his back and remounted the mule so that he would not have to see the gloating smile of the weird traveler. The Celts offered the divine traveler their horses in gratitude for his protection. He declined, and chose to ride again behind the cowering legate. To the surprise and relief of Athanasius, the guide kept his silence. Though his meadowland fragrance displayed another aspect of his demonic nature, the Christian was glad for it. The rancid stink of blood from the scalps curing in the windless heat mingled poorly with the acrid odors of the scorched land. Later that day they passed ruinous walls whose battlements had fallen and lay strewn among bones and skulls. Urian's riders, indigo with dust, ash-powdered steeds festooned with scalps, seemed barbaric rovers of a phantom world. What had been a city only a season past appeared to the dusty wanderers as an ancient home for the wind. The day waned, yet none of the company would bivouac among those blackened stones. They continued across the parched land through widening fens of crimson rays. To the guide they looked for direction. He sent them north into a chill blue evening among low hills of whitethorn and bramble trampled by the hosts of armies that had laid waste to the terrain 2 months earlier. Twilight, blue and oily, found them approaching an ancient forest. The Celts dismounted and made camp in a cove that took shape from the light of their campfire breathing upon the arched boughs above. Warriors fawned on the guide, offering him their best provisions and serenading him with harp music and song. Fra Athanasius kept himself well apart from that happy band. Under a holm oak he knelt in fervent prayer to the Almighty.
Holy of Holies, protect me. This creature's unnaturalness is writ large, and I do fear him. Protect my soul, if not my very life, O Lord. Who do you believe hears your petition? The svelte voice of the guide emerged from the darkness alongside the praying man.
Athanasius stared in fright at the unexpected appearance of the tattooed man. The stranger leaned against the holm oak, stenciled face afloat, framed by his jet hat and the blackness of night. The legate swung his wild stare toward the campfire, and with a myopic squint discerned the bald, shining pate of the guide sitting among the adoring pagans.
My God! My God!
Yours is a silent God, Athanasius. The guide spoke gently as to a child. If he hears you, how will you know?
What wickedness is this?
Athanasius staggered upright. Is this a trickery of twins? I am unique, I assure you. He smiled gleefully at the legate's wide-eyed distress. It is no great wonder to find me in 2 places at once, for I am not corporeal in the manner of people. Not corporeal? No, not corporeal. Not physical at all in any way familiar to you. Athanasius pressed the crude cross to his chest as if to keep his slamming heart from bursting through its cage of ribs. I have touched you, and amused me as well, Athanasius. The entity proudly lifted the chin of his sternly beautiful face. I am quite alive, yet I am not a material being. Oh, in the great tree I am solid enough. Here in Middle-earth I find it easy to work in multiples. Who are you? I'll tell you if you promise on your God that you will not divulge my name to the others until we arrive in Camelot. Athanasius winced at the thought of a secret covenant with the infernal creature, and backed away. Leave me be! In the name of God, leave me be! Come now, you are a scribe and a man of 5 decades' experience. Surely you understand that the world is ultimately not a knowable thing. It is a mystery that most deeply defeats us. The legate's heels struck an upraised root as he retreated. He toppled backward, and with a yelp sprawled into the leafy litter. Frightened cries squeaked from his constricted throat. They can't hear you. They are far too boisterous in my good company. The guide stepped to where Athanasius lay and knelt over him. Do you want to know who I am? Athanasius's stricken face shivered. Do not impart such perilous knowledge. I am going to tell you anyway. The guide gave an impish grin and patted the frightened man's cheek. First you must promise. I have enemies. It is best for all that my presence here not be bandied about. In a crab scuttle, Athanasius crawled away from the grinning apparition. Why are you inflicting yourself on me? Because you alone in our company do not adore me. You think I am your God's enemy. I am not. The guide's double sat cross-legged on the forest floor and removed his large hat. In the darkness, the runes that stained his scalp seemed to squirm, and the round cope of his head shone as if greased. "Do you know who I am?" Athanasius, propped on his elbows, peered over the quivering knees he had drawn up almost to his chest, and shook his head. "Promise you will keep my secret," the glowing head insisted. Fearful of the consequences of refusing, the legate replied weakly, "I promise. Then I will tell you. I am not the devil." His black eyes glinted like nails. "The devil is older than the world itself, isn't he? I am not that old. No, I am a mortal being, such as you, only not as mortal. I was born higher in the world tree, under the rainbow bridge, and behind the great world mill that grinds the mold and fungus that makes earth. My mother was a white snake, a supernally beautiful being with eyes of gold flakes and milk blue as starlight. And my father? Oh, my father was a giant, a towering muscular mute who turned the millstones of the world mill, grinding out boulders and rocks to build the mighty mountain ranges of this world. His sweat, his blood, his semen greased those millstones. And that was how I was born, when my mother came swimming under the rainbow bridge and received my father's seed in the foaming waters." Athanasius's Latin face curdled with disgust. "You are a devil!" "No." He scowled and smiled simultaneously, his jubilant face eloquently insane with anger and delight, and insisted, "I am the sworn blood brother of the Führer himself. In the storm tree I am called Loki, the liar, because I am responsible for restraining my brother's wild enthusiasm for the truth. He is absolutely drunk with his need for it, you see, as if anything can be true in a universe whose most basic principle is uncertainty. Ah, but what would you know of that, you who have given yourself to dogma?" Athanasius blinked, hopelessly trying to bring his large eyes to focus. "You are a god? That is such a human word." Loki crawled forward on all fours, reciting in a voice of pure joy, "Is it not written in your law, I have said, you are gods?" "Those are words from the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 34. Athanasius gusted with surprise. "You know the words of our Savior?" Loki crawled over to him. "Are you amazed to meet a pagan who is not ignorant of your faith?" "I am bewildered," he said, averting his face. "You know of our Savior. You a pagan divinity. You know, but do you have faith in our Lord Jesus Christ?" Loki rose and pulled Athanasius to his feet by the front of his cassock. "I have faith in everything, brother. Everything. The bare stones themselves." "The bare stones?" The legate reeled, and Loki steadied him. "Stone is the coma of light." "The deep sleep of light?" Athanasius blinked with confusion at the amused, sly face of scrawled runes. With the god's face pressed this close, the nearsighted man observed with fright that the Futhark markings were moving. Sinuously they writhed, intercoiling to the proud shape of a crown of snakes. From far within he heard himself plaintively whining, "I don't understand." "Light, brother, light!" Loki shook the scribe by his shoulders. "Everything is light, either asleep like the stones or awake like the cool fire shimmering off the living mud of your brain, the crackling brain blaze you call mind." Athanasius twisted free with a terrified cry and turned away. "You speak nonsense. Leave me be, Loki, the liar. I am Christian. I care not for your devilish talk. Leave me be, in the name of God." No reply came. Athanasius knew that the trickster was snickering at him. When he glanced back, Loki sat at the campfire, inspiring laughter among the Celts. Several of the warriors leaped up and began to dance for their divine guide. The lanky, weak-eyed scribe shivered. Enclosed by a breezeless chill, he hugged himself. He feared to approach the campfire where the evil god presided. Equally, he feared to remain where he was, with the darkness breathing all around, and the leaves of the trees moving like tongues, murmuring in a language he could almost understand. The infant that Ygrane held in her arms had been her husband Gorlois, and the father of his own mother Morgia. Her will to love him forever had lifted Gorlois' soul out of the netherworld of being and perishing. She had retrieved him before the spirit wind could shake the memories out of him and blow him into a different womb. His small skull fit perfectly in Ygrane's palm. She could feel the blood pulse of his fontanel where his reborn soul throbbed at the top of his brain, not wholly fitting into his new body.
How beautiful he is.
Morgia's doting smile brightened in her round, moon-pale face. The enchantress and Ygrane stood alone in the nursery of Lot's stone fastness. Tapestries covered the gray slate walls, with battle scenes depicting the fall of Troy, the Greek victory against Xerxes at Salamis, and the sacking of Rome by Alaric 80 years before. Gorlois' armor, with its Gorgon vizard, embossed eagle cuirass, and ducal plumed helmet, hung opposite the tall windows so that sunshine drenched its polished brass. The short blade of his Roman sword pointed unsheathed down upon the cradle.
He is a beautiful baby,
Ygrane admitted, admiring the placid features of the child asleep in her embrace. The glistening fur of his head matched in blackness Morgia's small, intent eyes, and he smelled of ferns.
Will he be a good man? Will you rear him to be righteous? Or is vengeance the only destiny you cherish for him? You should have stayed with father,
Morgia replied. The hurt in her voice attested to her irreversible sorrow. That pain cored her incest magic, the evil intelligence that plotted ways to use her children as weapons.
Your father was a cruel man.
Ygrane met her daughter's pained look with the quiet suffering in her own green eyes.
I know you don't want to hear this truth, yet you must. You have returned Gorlois among us, and the Fuhrer has marked him with a visionary power he never possessed before. As his mother, you must strive to redeem his failings.
Disgust twisted Morgia's lips.
Gorlois' only failing was that he married a woman who did not love him. How could I love a man who brutalized me and my people? Then you should have defied the Druids and not married him at all. You should never have lain with him, never have brought me into this world.
She placed her silver-ringed right hand upon the child's chest.
I live, and Mordred lives, and we defy your spawn Arthor, a spawn who exists only because of you and your faithlessness. I know that is what you believe, Morgia. That is why I am here.
Ygrane wanted to say more. An air about Morgia defied reconciliation. She tolerated her mother only because of Ygrane's power. And now, despite her menstrual cramps and her heartache for her daughter and her fear of what the She's glamour was making of her, Ygrane had to use that power.
We will find the Holy Grail, Morgia, and I will leave you to rear this unnatural child as you see fit. So I shall, she said with vehement certainty, and in good time he will rule all Britain, and the child you conceived with the usurper Uther Pendragon will be toppled and forgotten.
Enough prattle, child, Ygrane responded with force in her voice. She pointed to a nursemaid's stool.
Sit and be silent.
Morgia could not disobey. The nerves of her body had received the command before her brain could contravene, and she plopped onto the nursemaid's stool. Her mouth jarred open as she forced herself to protest, then stopped. The air around her mother had jeweled. The nursery shimmered as with sunlight broken on water, and a slippery music began, a sighing rustle as of a willow breeze, but coherent and subtle. The enchantress sat mesmerized by it, hearing single threads of voices, whispering cries, unweighted howls floating like wind singing. Fairies rode these unfolded wings of music through the open transoms, gliding on sun slants and window gleams into the nursery. They gathered over the infant, clustering like ball lightning. Morgia began to rise to go to her child, then paused. The baby had become a cloud. The nimbus floated before Ygrane, lit from within and aswarm with hot points of fire. The very moment screamed, and the cloud became the phantom of Gorlois. He did not look like her father, for his face had been carved by the knife of the Führer so that he could see the time shadows of what might be. Gorlois gazed at her with surprise in the eyeball aslant upon his forehead, and an unvoiced cry unlocked and skewed to one side of his lipless jaw like a laughing mule. An inward rushing wind sucked the smoke out of him through a star hole into another world. The rawhide thongs dangling from Ygrane's vest lifted and waved like feelers in the draught, and the tapestries and cradle veils behind her billowed and snapped, eager to follow Gorlois' ectoplasm straight into the fiery perforation. Morgia clutched the stool under her, her crimson robes and frizzled red hair tugged fiercely by the robust rip current. In that violent moment, she knew her mother had deceived her and had used the fairy to snatch away her baby's soul. Rage flared in her. With all her might, she dug her crimson velvet slippers into the bunched carpet to keep her own life shine from whisking free of her body and following her father-child's soul into the netherworld. Then the wind stopped. Between herself and Ygrane hovered a chrome chalice laced in gold, the Grail. Through its translucence she could see her mother's face, hollow-cheeked as a lynx and underlit by the ethereal glow of the beautiful cup. The baby was nowhere to be seen. Morgia lunged to her feet. "Mordred!" For an instant, Ygrane noted a belled reflection in the Grail's chrome surface. A startling figure loomed there, squat, immense, and fierce, a dwarf dressed in studded leather straps that crisscrossed an iridescent tunic of fire snake skin. The outrage in Morgia's throat tightened to silence as she too glimpsed the creature half as high as a man but twice as wide, with huge muscular limbs. He had a cubed head of tufty gold hair and red whiskers that swirled over pugnacious jowls. "The Führer's dwarf," she moaned. "Brock!" At the sound of her voice, the image wobbled and began to break up. Ygrane swiped at the vision, and it smeared to radiance, white and frosty. "My baby!" Morgia cried. She collided with her mother, and Ygrane pressed the infant into her arms. "Mordred!" She spun away with the child, and he began to wail. "Hush! Hush!" Quickly she examined the baby, jubilant to find him whole and unmarked. And when she turned again in the next moment to face Ygrane, no one was there. Chapter 9. Beautiful Beyond Beauty. Marcus Dumnoni stood at the balustrade on the east terrace of Tintagel Castle. He peered into a golden broth of dawnlight pouring across wide swards and ponds. The long reach of his vision grabbed at distant farmhouses on the moors and streaks of wood smoke from their chimneys. He searched for some sign of the fairies he knew had to be there, for that land had been home for 18 years to the witch queen Ygrane. Since she rode past him on the black devil stallion, he believed her life as a nun a lie. The sisters of the Holy Grail continued to tend their plots of speedwell, yellow clover, skullcap, and bitterroot in the herb garden at the back of the castle, and each day they rode their dray carts to the hamlets of the countryside, delivering medicines to the ill and food for the indigent. Marcus had spoken to every one of the sisters, and none had a single recollection of their abbess practicing the old ways. Before moving his entourage to Tintagel, he had carefully inspected each chamber, every alcove, searching for pagan symbols or implements. He had found none. Yet he knew what he had seen. Ygrane sovereign in her elfin power. She had barely looked human. Her face, dusted golden in fairy powder, shone beautiful beyond the beauty of mortal women, and terrifying, with the fairies themselves wafting about her like thistle tufts. He could still conjure the tang of autumn, just by remembering the rapt expression of her angular eyes, those eyes the color of trees. He had feared then that Tintagel would prove a hauntful place, a portal to the netherworld, and a peril to himself and his household, and every day since arriving he had been vigilant for eldritch signs. Nothing, however, justified his sumptuous fear. By night he took comfort in his sanctuary. With the breaking of day, weary of having to face again the burden of administrative chores and the mundane terrors of wolf warriors and woodland gangs, he almost wished for a ghost to shuffle through the salt pines. This morning sunbeams quivered in the clear deeps of the indigo sky. A shadow stirred upon the lawn. Gardeners with their reaping hooks and mulch pails, he was sure. He turned to change his night-dress of soft saffron silk for tunic and sandals, and paused. By the sharper sight at the periphery of vision, he observed it distinctly, a black horse about a furlong from the castle. The devil stallion. No, not a stallion, not a horse at all. Standing perfectly still, he fixed his gaze and discerned a tusk upon the equine creature's brow, a unicorn, sable as the night. Fetched up by the windless light of dawn, it pranced across the strath to the broken rocky ground where the heath began. There it stepped into the sky, climbing among grey cobs of cloud, a black hunter, a thimbleful of another world. Without moving, Marcus watched it run, flying across the sky's kingdom until it disappeared in the remnants of night. At noon, Bedivere leaned forward atop his massive horse and pointed down the hot and shimmering road to where a lone figure approached over shattered stone plates and dislodged cobbles. The mounted rider trembled and bleared in the sun, and finally coalesced into a farmer with a floppy-brimmed hat atop a donkey. "Merlin approaches, sire." Arthor cantered strafe past several potholes to the wizard. "Where have you been, Merlin?" The lanky traveler did not answer. He surveyed the leafless and jagged trees and the ochre fields cooking in the heat. Wobbly horizons augmented into grey hills under dusty haze. Bedivere offered the old man a flagon of water. Merlin waved it aside.
"Have you seen aught of evil in the land, my lord?"
5 brigands, my own soldiers, attempted to loot an inn, and impoverished in at that. Arthor accepted Bedivere's flagon and drank. "And you? Aught of evil?"
"Yes, evil. Not brigands, my lord."
He scanned the burned countryside with his strong eye, and green spectra flashed from where the roadway disappeared among distant plains of heat.
"Demons. My old cohorts are in the land, and thus we find this devastation."
"Demons?" Bedivere cast a skeptical glance to the king. "This land was torched by rebel armies."
"Come."
Merlin pulled his donkey around.
"If the heat has not addled your bare heads, you will see more of true evil this day than the ravages of armies."
They rode on. Bedivere peered down uneasily at the wizard in his farmer's hat. "Why must we be here at all? 3 days we have traveled in disguise among the devastations of war. What more is there for the king to see? Let us hie back to Camelot, where we belong. There we can coordinate the rebuilding of this ravaged land." Merlin regarded Bedivere balefully.
"What I want the king to witness has eluded us these 3 days, because we travel in disguise. Were the demons to know of our presence outside the protective bulwarks of Camelot, their monstrosities would have overwhelmed us."
Arthor shifted uncomfortably atop Strafe. He did not want to hear about demons. He felt happier thinking about anything else. About Julia, for instance. In his mind, wrenched about by the havoc of war and the cruel wiles of his enchantress sister Morgia, the austere efficiency of Julia's inn seemed a paradise. He wished he could return there. He did not want to go where Merlin led. As they rode, the sky darkened. Sulphur smoke hung over the land in yellow shrouds, and the king sat tall in his saddle, searching the way ahead. "The balefiles of war were damped weeks ago," he commented. "What is the origin of this evil pall?" "Looters and brigands." Bedivere responded from atop his mighty warhorse. "Malefactors, the likes of whom we routed at the Blanket of Stars. They abound in the wake of war, my lord, and set blazes to cover their wicked progress."
"Not brigands or Federatus warriors inspired these fumes,"
Merlin contradicted, and leaned forward across the neck of his mule to point with his whole body through the haze.
"I warned you there was dire magic afoot in the land, sire. Now behold, there in the saddle of those hills ahead, what do you see?"
Arthor spied a scattering herd of sheep and several red cows galloping, and behind them a score of villagers in full flight. Wolf warriors, he thought, and hoped that the sulphur mist had not dimmed the sun beyond hope of sending a flash signal to Borsbona in the tableland to the north. Though Merlin had lured him beyond the walls of Camelot with news of a magical threat to his kingdom, Arthor had seen only the dreadful aftermath of war. He wished he had stayed at the drafting tables in the council rooms, supervising the rebuilding of this heartbreaking devastation. "A whole village is fleeing raiders."
"Not raiders," Merlin insisted. "Look again."
"God in heaven!" Bedivere shouted, and his large horse reared and nearly threw him. "What unholy thing do we see?"
"Praise the Lord from the earth, ye dragons."
Merlin gusted Psalm 148 in giddy fright, and clutched excitedly at Arthor's arm.
"Do you see now? Do you see how the kingdom is given to the dragon, my lord?"
Arthor made no reply. Through the broom he sighted what had stampeded an entire village, terrified Bedivere, and driven the wizard to biblical outcry. A veritable behemoth walked the earth, a cancerous thing, spraddle-legged, imperfect and malformed. A huge tuberous shape, hung with flesh like leper rags, staggered across the land. Swinging and slobbering its misshapen head on a delirious neck of parasitical lace, the lumbering thing emerged from behind the hills, big and warty-shouldered as the hills themselves. "What abomination is this?" Bedivere yelled, his big horse sidestepping and rolling eyes like a parade dancer.
"A dragon!"
Merlin called above the enormous roar of the beast.
"A dream of the sleeping dragon! A dream dragon!"
"The ground itself shakes beneath the might of this dream," Bedivere protested, struggling to control his sidling mount.
"It is a dream made of cold fire," the wizard declared. "The demons themselves have provoked it."
Arthor sat enthralled with fright. The dragon's breath wheezed smoke from a face like an earth fetus. Eyes, colorless as phlegm, glared from the torn and grotesquely swollen head in a rage of agony as the beast shambled, moaning through the scalding sunlight. "Daylight burns its hide," Bedivere called out. "The dragon suffers under the sun." Merlin's teeth clacked on a startled oath when the mule under him bucked once. He lay forward again and placed a hand atop its head, gentling the frightened animal.
"The demons who culled this dream from the dragon's sleep have set sunfire upon the dragons. The demons torment them into rageful acts."
"There are more?" Bedivere gawked in horror at the Leviathan's warped stride, its bedrock claws plowing the ruined fields with each step. "Are they the blight upon the land?" With a bone-jerking blast the answer came. The dragon's gruesome face unflanged a jaw that opened deep as a cliff into a gorge of teeth, and blue-hot fire jetted from its maw. The blaze consumed half a dozen sheep and left oozing twists of black bone in a pool of melted earth that bubbled like tar. "Stop this monster, Merlin!" Arthor commanded.
"I cannot, my lord. It is a demon's conjuration. If I break the dragon's deem, the demons will rise out of the earth and swarm over us."
"You say this is an apparition of cold fire." Bedivere pulled his steed around with tight reins, thwarting his animal's urgency to flee. "Stir up a tempest and blow it away."
"No gale could stop this dragon,"
said Merlin with furious awe.
"Cold fire it is, but woven solid as rock. Behold its might!"
The dragon's hunched shoulders unfurled to spiked wings. Tattered membranes between pinions of varnished bone snapped like whips in the updraft of its broad span. The vortex it spun toppled the running villagers. Arthor reached for a burlap sack upon Bedivere's jittery horse and unwrapped Excalibur. Its star-blue blade mirrored the cindered world around them, cold and clear as a vigilant mind. "What are you doing?" Bedivere gnashed, pulling with his one arm to hold his massive horse steady. "I have met gods before, in the hollow hills." Arthor brought his palfrey closer to Bedivere and yanked the burlap from the shield that rested atop the haunches of the warhorse. The image of the Blessed Virgin regarded him serenely. "The gods are beings of cold fire, and they fear Excalibur. Merlin drove off the Furor with this very sword."
"Metal will disrupt the dragon's fiery dream bodies,"
Merlin admitted, glowering with consternation.
"but the risk is too great. Sheath your weapon. Let us flee from here."
"This is the evil that infests our kingdom," Arthor said, taking the shield in his left hand. "This is what you brought me here to confront, Merlin. Now I will fight it."
"Not now, Arthor!"
The wizard flung a terrified look to where the colossus bellowed, peering through the steam of its own smoldering flesh for its prey.
"You must gather your warriors."
Arthor swung his palfrey around and aimed her to charge. "That thing is going to destroy those people." "They are but peasants, my lord." Bedivere's stallion blocked the palfrey. "I cannot permit you to throw your life away." Arthor glared angrily at him and danced strafe around the frightened warhorse. "They are my people!" he shouted across his shoulder and rode off. "Stop him, Merlin!" Bedivere struggled to turn his big steed and charge, but the animal fought him. "By our Saviour's wounds!" He leaped from the terrified stallion, drew his saber, and ran after Arthor, yelling at the wizard, "Merlin, save the king!" Merlin shouted, "Halt!" and Bedivere's legs buckled under him. Walking his mule forward, the wizard leaned down from the animal, floppy hat falling from his head, and caught the paralyzed man by the back of his jerkin.
"The king has given himself to his fate."
The wizard shook the limp man.
"You cannot save him."
"You can," Bedivere moaned. Merlin shook his wild head of hair.
"If I stop him as I stopped you, he would not be king."
"Then stop that monstrous thing!" Bedivere struggled against the numbness saturating him, tried to run, and fell to his knees with a frustrated groan. "Surely it will kill him!"
"Well, it may."
Merlin raised both blue-knuckled fists in despair.
"If I use magic, the demons who shaped this dragon will know it is I. They will savage us, and no one will survive."
The wizard nudged the mule out of the open into a field of gray winter grass and dragged Bedivere after him. From that partial cover they stared transfixed at Arthor, who rode full tilt over the ashen terrain, kicking up clouds behind him. In his right hand Excalibur spun, flashing stars of sunlight through the sulphur smoke. Bedivere stabbed his saber into the ground and leaned on its hilt, heart thick in his throat, mouth agape. The dragon had spotted the charging horse and swung its obscene head toward the shouting rider and his bright sword. Arthor pulled Strafe up short and stood the palfrey on her hind legs, sword swinging over his head. With a bellow, the dragon veered toward him, yellow steam wafting off its saurian hulk. The villagers fallen in its shadows scrambled to their feet and ran wildly. The gills of the dragon's ribcage pulsed in rhythm to its roaring stride as it descended on Arthor. The king lay flat over his steed, and Merlin, who had lifted himself to his knees atop his mule, stood straight up and said in a voice barely audible in the shuddering air,
"He's talking to her. What the devil is he saying to her?"
"What?" Bedivere croaked. "What do you say?"
"He's talking to his horse!"
Merlin wanted to turn away. The heart pumping in its darkness, drumming in his head, held him fast. Blue fire from the dragon's maw blasted the air like a stroke of lightning. Bedivere shouted with alarm. Merlin's unblinking stare winced, and in that blind moment he lost sight of his humanity and became again a stranger to flesh and the dark beating of blood. Death was no revelation to him. He had ripped apart lives on worlds when Earth was still just nuclear ash in the star furnaces. Life was never any part of what mattered. Only void mattered to the demons, and the dancing atoms belonged to the angels who used those motes to create their illusions. Arthor had merely been the brevity of another dream. "The king!" Bedivere cried when he spotted Arthor atop Strafe, lunging through the dragon smoke. Merlin blinked. The palfrey had listened to the boy. She had not panicked under the blows of heat and bone-shaking thunder, nor under the stink, the lung-sore stink of the monster. With dazzling speed, Strafe carried Arthor beneath the flame swath and between the dragon's massive claws. Excalibur winked like a star as the king swung it upward into the torn leather breast of the creature. A scream ripped to the horizons. The gigantic beast staggered upright, its cable-thick tendons stretched to their twisted limits. With one heaving throw, the dragon tore into gusty auroras and vanished. Arriving in Avalon at the end of the 5th century immersed one in a sourly sweet fragrance of sun-melted apples. Wild orchids flared colorfully among gnarly apple trees, afoot in the syrupy brown mulch of their dropped fruit. On every knoll stood rough-hewn menhirs, single upright stones that pierced the flowery ground in crude circles. Swift, soft clouds hurried from the south, swirling in sunny tatters as they flew through a blue sky darker than the enclosing sea with its tusks of foam. Emerald butterflies jostled among the season's leavings, ruffled cabbage flowers poking through windfall apples with orange and violet intoxicants. White deer grazed upon the tall bracken between bare frames of renegade elms, and beside a turquoise lake squatted a fat, lopsided mushroom dome, brown as gingerbread. Mossy rock shelves led to a crooked wooden door beside which glistened red shrubs, gooseberry, wild rose, and barberry. Within the odd round hut on the shore of the green lake we dwelled, the 9 queens of Avalon. The hut's broad interior consisted of an earthen floor and round walls decorated in spirals and wavy lines of warm yellow, blue, and red ochre. Illuminated by slant rays of azure light from small round windows high in the dome, we stately 9 sat on 9 block-cut thrones of rowan wood arranged in an outward-facing circle. In our presence, the reek of the dying season lingered as though we lived in the brown hallways of the forest itself. Who are we, and to whom are we speaking? The eldest of us was Renaa, queen of the flint knives. When she lifted her veil, she showed skin white as buffed bone, a crinkled flesh that gleamed like minnow scales. Blue dusk had somehow been pressed into her temples, and though young of feature, with luxuriant hair the color of a thrush's breast, she appeared also very, very old. She was, in truth, nearly 100,000 years old. She had come to Europe with the first people. No other people had ever camped or hunted among the fog pines of that land until Renaa arrived with the flint knives. The angels with their faces of fire had kept watch. Through the blue doors of the glacier they had watched, and one spring evening under the black pines they carried her off and brought her to this round hut. And here she sat alone for 10,000 years. The angels gave her long life, and she remained beautiful in her exile. Long sight, too, the angels gave her, and she witnessed mammoth hunts, the taking of ivory for carving, and the leather chews of the women among the caves and along the stream beds. Generations revolved, and after the last of the flint knives was dead, she observed the other tribes that followed. With the zenith sight that the angels had given her, she followed the flowing glaciers and then the ebbing ice sheets. And all the while she sat invisibly beside the hunters, reckoning with their stone knives, and she walked invisibly, with the women listening for the bees' path to honey,
and she hovered invisibly in the air around the lame ones and the blind ones, coaxing music from the hollow bones. 100 centuries later, the angels brought a second queen from a nomad tribe to preside in mute witness with Renah. What does her name matter? Together they sat listening to the same birth screams and sun dances and mournful burial songs. They beheld the endless hunt. Fire stolen from a lightning-struck tree, the clans held within sacred fire pits, burning omens lost and found again and lost again. The seasons delivered their idiot packages of snow and rain. Glaciers crawled forward across the land. 10,000 years passed, and the angels brought a third queen from yet another tribe of wanderers. Over and over, every 100 centuries, the angels installed a new queen. In our attentive trance, we 9 heeded all the particular instants of human life, tirelessly watching people thrive, struggle, and die. With our hearts as well as our strong eyes, we gave ourselves, mourning endless murders more plausible than love, lauding countless unsung heroes and their treason to evil. And slowly, as the stubborn ground of our own hard souls did relent and accept the nascent seeds of peace, charity, and mercy, a greening time began, falteringly, in the one joined soul of all women and men. The furrow of our chastened ways cradled new lives. Our remorse and praise and our prayers gave significance to 100, 1,000 generations, and gradually a spirit of reconciliation and fellowship took root in the human heart. The plough of love dug deeper. Moral understanding, justice, common equality became important to the people. And then, suddenly, the time of the queens ended. Who are we 9? The angels summoned no more queens to Avalon. Instead, a king would come as answer to the 10,000 years of kings before him, and Renah's soul would at last be free to return to the round of living souls that pass from form to breathing form. Soon the angels would bring to this place the first male gauge, the first pledge of man's rule, who would sit beside the last of the queens, Nineveh. And together with the 8 queens, he would witness the indignities of man to his own kind, and worse, terrible crimes never committed during the long epoch of the queens, the indignities of man to the earth itself. Indignities of a monstrous estrangement. But who are we to say? And to whom are we speaking? Who will listen? When the peasants who had fled the dragon returned triumphantly with Arthor to their hamlet, the devastation broke the heart of the boy king. Not one wattle house remained standing. The fields reduced to scorched furrows, byre and stable blackened skeletons, farm animals cauterized to stinking scrog. The community no longer existed. The king sent a sunflash signal that brought Borsbona and his men down from the hills, and the remainder of the day they spent rebuilding the settlement. At day's end, when amber sunlight fell the length of the world, Arthor lay numb with wretchedness atop strafe. The palfrey had carried him into a yard of crisped bean poles, where the crusty ground hissed with each hoofstep. His thigh wound pulsed madly, enraged at the strenuous effort he had made baling thatch for the roofs with the other men, and the prayer in his mind sounded barely audible above the trumpeting din of pain. "Mother Mary, why do you not hear me?" Borsbona, stripped of the brass armor he usually wore, stood at the yard edge, stout and burly in a dirty tunic, hands grimed from digging post holes, gray brush-cut hair strewn with hay stems. He thought it a foolish use of his men to rebuild a peasant's hamlet. Nevertheless, he had worked strenuously among them, because the king had commanded. Scores more villages, as savagely ravaged, lay between them and Camelot.
Did the boy intend to bind wattle and weave thatch for all of them? If it came to that, Bors knew that he would obey without complaint. This king had won more than his fealty. The fierce general who had torched pagan camps and had put to the sword the women and children of the invaders had given his heart to this boy. The lad was brave, his principles broad, and love dwelled in his soul for all his people. Bors had known no other warlord so selflessly devoted to the idea of a united Britain, save Arthur's own father, Uther Pendragon. Unwilling to approach his king unbidden, Borsbonna waited patiently beside a charred trellis of bean vines. Bedivere, watching discreetly from among fire-chewed hedges, advanced between the bean poles so that Strafe saw him and turned in his direction, facing Arthor toward his general. Spotting his warrior, the king sat up on his bare-backed palfrey and nudged her across the yard. "How fares the hamlet, Bors?" The general did not respond at once. The sight of the king, with his hair singed and eyebrows erased by dragon fire, startled him. Bors had not seen Arthur's marred countenance clearly until now. Throughout the day he had taken his orders from Merlin, while the king had labored at a distance in the one untrodden field, binding thatch. All the talk among the villagers had been of Arthur's triumph against the dragon, but until this moment Bors had not realized how close the boy had come to losing his life. For a hamlet, he marveled, and felt his heart swelling in his throat. He had observed dragons on his patrol through the hills to the north, and had been appalled at their grotesque might. For a certainty he knew he himself would not have had the courage to charge such a beast. He cleared his throat and reported, "The grange hole is up and roofed, and the peasants may sleep there this night. All our provisions are at their disposal, as you have commanded, sire." "Thank you." Arthur wiped the cold sweat of pain from his smudged brow. "You are good to give your men to this humble task."
"We are your men to command, sire."
"Yet this is not a task worthy of warriors." He nodded wearily. "I know. But I need to know for myself that these infernal monsters can be slain and their damage undone."
"You took a grave risk to destroy the dragon, my lord."
Arthur looked up in dismay at the high, flame-woven clouds of dusk. "So I've heard all day from Merlin and Bedivere. Spare me further rebuke, Bors."
"I applaud what you did, sire."
Bors nodded sincerely.
"I applaud it, though I would not have had the courage to do the same."
"Were you king, you would."
"No, my lord."
Bors waved flies from his beardless face.
"I am a warrior trained to fight men. I have no strength to confront dragons."
"Aye, I feel much the same." Arthur bit his lip, distress in his yellow eyes. "Magic frightens me."
"Yet you abide Merlin. He is an unnatural being, my lord."
Bors read discomfort in his king's young face.
"Forgive my outspokenness."
Arthur dismissed his general's concern with a curt shake of his head. "I want my warriors to speak openly with me, and I will be open with you. I fear Merlin. I fear magic. My own sister Morgia—" His voice faltered, and he covered his eyes with one hand.
"Say no more, sire. We all know how Morgia the Fey used her enchantments to beguile you into sin."
"I am so ashamed, Bors." Arthur lowered the hand shielding his eyes and spoke aloud his anguish. "I am unworthy to be king with this black sin upon my soul."
"Then send me to the North Isles," Bors insisted. "I will purge you of your wicked sister and your evil child." "No!"
Arthur sat up straighter, and the pain in his thigh flashed so hotly he gnashed his teeth. "That will only compound my sin. You must promise me, Bors, that neither you nor anyone by your charge will do harm to my sister or our child."
"But why, sire?"
Bors glowered with bewilderment.
"They are an abomination, the two of them. They should be purged at once."
Arthur heaved a sigh, throwing off his physical pain. "We are Christian warriors, Bors. We are not murderers."
"This would not be murder. Morgia has committed treason against the crown by lying with you deceptively and bringing an unholy child into the world. The law demands her execution and the destruction of her abominable offspring."
"She deceived me, yes, but I was not king when I lay with her. She committed no crime against the crown, and I will not have her murdered." The king leaned forward, Is that understood, Bors?"
"Yes, my lord."
Borsbona faced away, squinting into the bright declivities of twilight, jaw pulsing. "Speak your mind, man."
"You are too good to be king."
"Too good?" The boy scratched his itchy scalp. "What does that mean?"
"Only God is good, says the Bible."
Bors faced Arthor with a devout look in his bulldog visage.
"You are king. You must do whatever is necessary to preserve your kingdom. Your aims and purposes are invested with an authority greater than all other men. For the good of all, sometimes you must extend your claims to what others consider fraughtful or even evil."
Arthor shook his head. "Bors, you sound like Merlin now."
"I am no wizard."
The general advanced a pace, frowning.
"I am a warlord. I know the darker nature of our enemy, and we will not stand unless we stand by the sword."
"Have you forgotten?" Arthor squeezed his thigh muscle above the wound, wanting to throttle the nagging hurt. "I was not born a king. I was not reared in noble luxury. I have lived most of my life as a thrall, and I know the darker nature of men and the brutal intent of our enemy." With steady, pain-bright eyes, he peered deep into Bor's gray stare. "That is why I insist that my rule be something greater, something that uplifts us beyond the reach of our darker nature, something truly noble that our people and those who follow us can emulate, a reign of mercy and Christian love whose radiance will shine forth no matter what darkness follows." Borsbona rolled his eyes to the darkening heavens.
"That is a child's dream, unsuitable to this cruel world, my lord. You will not endure long embracing that simple and charitable vision, I assure you."
"That is my vision," Arthor insisted, "and I am king. And so long as I am king, I will abide by mercy and love. That is what our Savior preached even to his last breath upon the cross."
"And what of magic and Merlin?"
Bors locked his jaw.
"Does your mercy extend to wizards and demons alike?"
"Merlin serves what is holy and good. And though I like not his reliance on magic, I trust in his goodness and his fair judgment." Arthor extended a hand and clasped his general's shoulder. "You have beheld dragons in the land. You know that we contend against unspeakable forces. We need Merlin."
"As you say, my lord."
Bors felt a pang of sorrow for this idealistic youth.
"I pray Merlin's magic is ample enough in the weeks to come. Clearly his magic has done your leg wound no good. And if he cannot heal so small an insult, what hope against the invaders?"
"This is an unnatural wound." Arthor's hand rested heavily on Borsbona's shoulder. "It pierces to my soul, and its pain pulses like a second heart, like the very heart of my shame."
"Morgia."
The warrior's face tightened, indicating that something of the same had passed through his mind.
"If you will not cast her into hell where she belongs, then what hope of breaking her curse upon you, and upon our land? What hope against King Wesk, who gathers a fearsome host in Jutland? His Federatist legions will invade before the storm season is upon us. He will invade, my lord, and we have not the defenses to stop him on our shores. That battle will rage across Britain, and when it is done, our Saxon overlords will have little to say about mercy and Christian love."
Arthor made a fist. "Then when it is done, we must be the victors."
"I have small hope of that, my lord. We are too few, and they are many."
"You have spoken openly with me, Bors. I thank you for that from my heart, troubled as I am." The king grasped again his throbbing leg. "Now, go and rest. Tomorrow we will leave some men behind to finish the work here, and we will return to Camelot and slay dragons on our way." He pulled Strafe around into the gloaming, horse and rider amalgamated to one shadow in the indigo darkness. Over his shoulder he declared, "I have seen enough to know that Merlin spoke the truth. There is greater evil in the land than wolf warriors and brigands. Much as I despise magic, we must find a way to use it against our enemies." Chapter 10. The Seven Eyes of God. Ygrane had the fairies lead her to Merlin, and found the wizard at sunset on a hilltop of orange weeds. He came alone, as her fairies had instructed. The powdery ash of the burned land had colored gray his blue robes and conical hat. When she stepped forth from the scarlet glow of the low and watery sun, his deep eyes widened slightly.
"It is you."
With his common sight, he noticed fairies crawling through her stubbly hair like flame moths, and the disembodied intelligences of the pale people moved through the twilit dust in ghost blurs only half seen, as though his brain had erred. Within his demon vision, the lunatic shadows tightened outside human time to real forms, shapes fragrant with soul. In the very shine of the air itself, leaf smoke wore chameleon faces and red monkey grins. The sour incense of bog mud began moaning, and veils of dusk mist parted to reveal the Venashi in their thousands and tens of thousands.
"By my holy mother!"
Merlin gasped, and stepped a pace backward. He paused. Surrounded by bodies thin as dreams, yet stitched with flame threads of desire so hot they could have burned him to the roots of his 6 senses, he stood perfectly still.
"What have you done, woman?"
"Steady yourself, Merlin." Ygrane came forward, garbed in rawhide and a chemise of torn linen. She smelled of mountain mint and the deep quiet of the color blue. "I am Queen of the Sidhe, daughter of Morrigan, the Drinker of Lives. You are in my care, and no harm will come to you."
"Ygrane! Ygrane!"
Merlin removed his hat and held it limply in one hand, while grasping the astonishment upon his pale brow with the other.
"You have forsaken your Christian soul."
"That is no concern of yours." Her eyes in coal shadows shone green as streaks of sunset. "I have summoned you here for the hope of Britain's soul." Merlin shook his head in befuddlement. His sliding eyes stared uneasily at the many frosted eyes gazing back at him from faces slick as fruits, faces floating full before him, then slipping away behind other faces of seaweed hair, smoke hair, flame-tipped teeth, star-glint teeth, a pantheon of the angry red night.
"You've given your soul to them, to the pale people. When Marcus sent word that he had seen you riding the night horse in broad daylight, I could not believe that was you. I searched for you in my crystals. I couldn't find you, not even in trance."
"I did not want you to see me." Feather faces drifted between them and disappeared in the furnace air of sunset. "Arthor should not know."
"He knows. He saw the message from Marcus."
Merlin pointed behind him to the lantern lights of the thorp in the dale below.
"He is among his people, helping rethatch their roofs. This day he saved them from a dragon."
Ygrane's regal posture stammered. "You let him face the dragon dream?"
"Then you know what the demons are doing in the earth to the sleeping dragon."
"Of course I know. The Sidhe have told me everything. The demons are bound by the Fuhrer's magic, and ravage Britain with nightmares culled from the dragon dream." An ache of maternal fear for her son choked her silent for a moment, and she lifted her chin remonstratively. "You were foolish to let Arthor face such terror. If he dies, everything we struggled and sacrificed for all these years is lost. Britain will be shredded among the warlords again, and the Fuhrer's tribes will sweep over us."
"This is so."
Merlin fitted his hat back on his long, bald skull.
"Arthor is my king. I cannot command him. You are sworn to protect him." "With my very life. Kyner reared him a good Christian, and he is averse to magic. I needed to convince him that we must use magic as well as valor to protect Britain."
Ygrane nodded, and the fairies blew around her like bright spores. "He is averse to magic because of his strong faith."
"And his sister's betrayal."
Merlin did not hide the bitter unhappiness in his voice.
"Her incest magic has damaged his very soul."
"Again, Merlin, you failed to protect the king. How could you let Morgia get so close to him?"
"My lady, you are mistaken if you believe I am infallible."
The witch-queen sighed and turned so that the setting rays sliced across the notches of her profile. "Yes, you're right, Merlin. We are shaped by our flaws." The wizard could almost see her thoughts moving the way fire thinks, blazing with clarity and attached to forms yet reaching for the formless, knowing she ultimately bore responsibility for Arthor's life, and with it all the attendant paradox of suffering. "I fear for my son.
That is why you have summoned me here, and why you have abandoned our faith in the love and salvation of our Savior."
She faced him full again, and her eyes were all pupil. "I am determined to recover the Holy Grail for my son."
"You know where it is?"
"I will find it." Merlin stepped closer, his stare avid.
"Where is it?"
"I don't know," she lied. She dared not tell him what she knew, for Merlin was only his human name. His demon cohorts might easily hear his thoughts and warn the dwarf Brock and his master the Führer that she was coming. "I will return the Grail to Camelot."
"If you can, you must."
Merlin wanted to reach into her mind to discover more about what she knew. He restrained himself, fearful of her power of soul-snatching madness, a power good to dread.
"The Grail is an antenna, an implement for receiving and focusing cosmic energies."
"I did not call you here to tell me what I already know." Her hand took his arm, and gently, as if drawing the lonely near, pulled him close. "I am again Queen of the Sidhe, and I am privy to knowledge that can protect my son and all Britain for his lifetime. Know this, Merlin. High upon a remote branch of the world tree there grows a singular blossom cultivated by the old gods in the age before the Faunai or even the Sidhe dwelled in Yggdrasil. It is known among the Pale people as the Vanir lotus."
"I have never heard of this blossom."
Ygrane's slim smile floated palely in the darkening air. "Nor has the Führer or any of the Aesir gods. The Sidhe stumbled upon it only after having dwelled in the storm tree for many years, and it meant nothing to them then. Now that they have endured life in the hollow hills all these centuries, and have become servants of the dragon, they have realized the magical purport of the Vanir lotus." Her lips approached his ear, and a dense smell of summer rusting to autumn dizzied him. "If a single teardrop from the dragon is immixed with the nectar of the Vanir lotus, the elixir that results fuses the most high and the most low of this planet. Whosoever partakes of it will embody the strength of Yggdrasil's root and branch. No one, not even the Führer and all his rovers of the wild hunt, can do him harm. And if the one who collects the dragon's teardrop and blends it with the nectar of the Vanir lotus is king, then by the magic of emblem and correspondence his entire kingdom receives infallible protection for the lifespan of that king after he drinks of the elixir."
"Can this be?"
Merlin surged with hope. No reply came. Only a dark wind pressed against him where Ygrane had been. Gawain of 14 years and Gareth of 13 climbed through the branches of the apple trees at the edge of the piazza, better to view their father Lot, wrapped in his white bearskin cloak, asleep in his large oak chair. "Did mother put a spell upon him?" the youngest asked. "Yes, she has blessed him with sleep." Gawain propped himself against a knobby trunk. A large lad, muscular and broad of shoulder, he spoke in a mature voice. "He has earned his rest." "No, Gawain." Gareth, slighter yet as freckled and russet blonde as Gawain, perched on a smaller bough above his brother. "Did mother put a spell upon him to forget us?" Gawain shook his head, though he was not sure. "Mother would not do that. Our father is old, Gareth, nigh on 80 years. He remembered us before the snows melted. How could he forget us so quickly? The war. He fought hard for Uncle Arthor. His strenuous effort exhausted what remained of him." Gawain eyed his mother Morgia emerging from the doorway to the nursery, holding their baby brother Mordred to her breast, and he stiffened. She stared directly at them. Though their covert of apple bramble would have rendered them invisible from her vantage, they both knew she saw them. "Come on, Gareth. We'd best return to our studies. No dinner if we can't complete our ciphers and write our verses." Morgia met her sons as they climbed down from the apple trees. Both boys startled, surprised that she had crossed the piazza that quickly with the babe in her arms. Before either of them could say a word, she waved one hand before their faces and passed them into a waking dream. For a moment she hesitated to fulfill her intent. Beguiling her boys did not please her. Looking at Gawain's freckled youth, already relenting to the ferocious hawk's face of his adulthood, filled her simply and naturally with pride. Gareth, still more boy than adolescent, presented features clear and light as the weight of a flame. Unhappily, she had to act. She had to use both Gawain and Gareth, and at once. The incest magic she had provoked 2 springs past had its own horrific energy that would not be denied now that she had seen the powerful Grail vessel in the crafty hands of Brock, the smith and weapons master of the Aesir gods. Her incest magic wanted the Grail for Mordred, for madness itself, and she would try to take it from Brock. She would risk her life and Mordred's for this unspeakable need. The evil she had wrought against her brother now bound her as well. To fulfill her ambition, she had to distract Arthor and his warriors from the true Grail. She would use her own children to do this, for they were her own flesh and easiest to manipulate. They would carry to Camelot the illusion that God had hidden the true Holy Grail, and only the most noble of men could reclaim it. The quest would scatter Arthur's warriors across Britain and offer opportunities for her to destroy them while she sought the actual Grail that Brock held. With Arthur's best generals driven to distraction by this deceitful quest, and perhaps even killed, she would weaken the king and do him crucial harm. "Boys, you have seen the true Grail, the Holy Grail," she told them in a voice with a texture of moonlight. "Not the Grail that you saw in Camelot. That Grail, with its chrome jacket and gold filigree, is the false Grail. The genuine Grail is made of wood. It is the true cup from which Jesus drank wine at his last meal with his disciples before the Romans crucified him." Gawain and Gareth stared at her softly in the cloud shift of late afternoon. They loved her with a grief hard as gravel, and her voice smoothed all their sharp hurts. "Behind the apple garth you beheld the true Grail floating above the 6-foot grass, floating in a sun-flash as off a lake. But there was no lake, only the sun-flash and the floating cup of wood, and a voice of blue hugeness, the voice of the sky, that spoke, 'Behold the sacred vessel of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ. This is the true Grail, sequestered in Britain, where only the pure of heart and most sincere of faith may find it. Return the Holy Grail to Camelot, and the blight of the land shall be healed.'" "We are Celts, not Christians," young Gareth declared proudly. Morgia smiled with shameless guile, and no tenderness broke in her heart when she said, "The sky has said to you, the true Grail is revealed to you both, for you are pagans. How else are the other warriors of the Round Table to know this vision is authentic? The messengers of a Christian vision are pagans. What you see is not of your faith, and therefore all the more valid. Go now and inform Arthor and his warriors of your mystic encounter." Gawain and Gareth swallowed hard, accepting this tranced moment with dread, grimacing as if drinking dark medicine. Merlin said nothing to Arthor of his meeting with Ygrane. He wanted the king safely returned to Camelot before discussing the dangerous hope that the Witch Queen had revealed. Arthor instead intended to rally his warriors and track down the other fire-breathing dragons devastating his kingdom.
"Swordplay is not sufficient to end this plague of dragons,"
Merlin argued hotly to the king in the hamlet they had helped rebuild. They stood beside a well where Borspona's men had created a makeshift derrick to dredge the ash-clogged water table.
"For every dragon you slay, the demons within the earth will cull 2 more from the sleeping dragon's dreams."
"I refuse to believe that magic is the only way to break this evil assault on our land," Arthor insisted stubbornly. His previous day's attack against the dragon had singed his hair to his scalp. "Exorcism and the ministrations of the church will not avail against these demons?"
"Easier to pray the sun backward on its heavenly course, my lord," said the wizard. "These demons are not theological creatures subject to priestly command. They are older than time, and subject to cosmic laws so wide of our faith we must call them magic. Camelot itself is designed on those cosmic principles. Let me show you how we can use your fortress city to thwart these demons and restore Britain."
Arthor, though still sorely troubled, resigned himself to Merlin's argument and did not hesitate any longer. During the day's ride, his thoughts returned to the dragon fight, to the sulphur stink and the beast's radiant flesh iridescent behind those scabrous peelings. It must have been a beautiful creature before the sun's blast drove it mad. At night, asleep in the watchful forest at the foothills of Cymru, the air around him throbbing with owl calls, the king dreamed that Strafe hesitated. Dragonfire struck, and blue flames erased him in searing pain. Arthor awoke in a sweat, and the hauntful feeling of the nightmare polluted him with his fear of magic. What if Strafe had not heeded him? What if the magic of the dragon had been more persuasive to the animal than his soothing words? The low throbbing pain of his wounded leg, the vacuity of his prayers, and this fear of magic, of Morgia and Merlin, too, and his own mother Ygrane, all this troubled him until Camelot finally hove into view. The strange beauty of the fortress revealed something new to him each time he let the parabolic walls and 12-sided spires touch his mind. His pain dimmed. He wanted Merlin to reveal more of the citadel's secrets. Valets waited with bath sponges, a fresh poultice and dressing for his wound, and a change of garments, a blue velour tunic with crimson sash and a regal chaplet of gold laurel leaves. When the two travelers reached the narrow Ouroboros-graven portal to the wizard's grotto behind the throne in the central hall, Merlin quietly took his leave. The wizard had magic to forge against the dragons. A herald informed the king that a distinguished emissary from the continent waited in the main council chamber. The spacious elliptical room gushed with sunshine. 7 shafts of prismed light, 7 colored beams of radiance, arched across the room in a perpetual rainbow that Merlin had dubbed the 7 Eyes of God. Honeycomb baffles in the geodesic ceiling doubled as mullions for crystal windows and focused sunlight to individual pools of illumination throughout the barrel-vaulted hall. The day-long rays, directed by swivel mirrors atop the citadel, fell upon tapestries and bas-relief depictions of ancient and exotic courts. Curly-bearded Menelaus and his lovely queen Helen greeting the beardless emissary Paris from Troy. Imhotep, the son of Ptah, surrounded by dung beetles and moon calves. Gautama Siddhartha in the Floriat deer park at the very moment he became the Buddha, and from Cathay, the goddess of mercy, joss sticks fuming at her beautiful ivory feet, instructing King Monkey how to defeat the yellow prince of hell. One of the sun shafts fell upon a potted dwarf pine, and beside it a stately woman who looked as though she had stepped out of the surrounding artworks. Her skin glowed with cinnamon heat. Sable curls and large Byzantine eyes glistened with darkness like a song before the sun is up. Selwa! The king identified her at once. Months ago she had helped him flee Londinium when her uncle, the Magister Militum Severus Syrax, had imprisoned and threatened to murder him. The lissom woman wore white Egyptian robes and a belt of amber beads to ward off the evil eye. With a soft, spicy laugh, she lowered a tinsel-trimmed green veil. "The king without a beard. You remember me?" "You saved my life once," Arthor acknowledged. She lifted her arms to her sides so that the king and his one-armed guard could see she bore no weapons. Arthor stood unmoving in the tall entryway. "You distrust me? I come not as an assassin, but a woman of culture and finesse. 7 centuries ago my family sent trade factors with Alexander the Great to establish posts in the Kush and India, posts that remain important mercantile offices for us to this day. We have exporting factors in all the Mediterranean countries and estates across North Africa, in the Levant, Iberia, and Gaul. So why am I here, in this chilly and insignificant island of the remote north?" Her indigo lips smiled as she lowered her chin mischievously. "Because you hanged my dear uncle Severus, Magister Militum of this desolate land's oldest city, and my family, the estimable Syrax family, hold me personally responsible for his death, because I took pity on you in Londinium. As punishment, I have been given the unsavory assignment of residing in Londinium and representing the Syrax trade interests among the Federatus, a rather uncouth and rancid crowd of tribesfolk. Arthur swallowed pain to cross the room without limping, anxious to hide his wound from this woman who bore his enemy's name. He took Selwa's arm and guided her to a mahogany settle with sides carved to flying eagles and a backboard cushion with purple squabs. "My lady, I apologize." He sat down heavily beside her. "Your apology does me no good, Arthur." She pouted at him mockingly. "Is that the best you can do for the beautiful woman to whom you owe your life?" The king grasped her topaz-ringed hand. "What can I possibly do for you?" Selwa cast a brief surly look to where Bedivere stood off to one side, with sunlight dazzling on his balding head. Then she faced Arthur with a small demure smile and a hopeful glimmer in her fawn-dark eyes. "Marry me. Make me your queen." Her hand tightened on his. "Why are you so startled? You insult me. Does not my physical beauty match your manly virtues?" Arthur's grip on her hand went limp. "You are indeed beautiful." Her blue-powdered eyelids narrowed. "My kingdom is in jeopardy." He removed his hand from hers. "I am not ready for marriage, to anyone. The threat to your kingdom comes from King Wesk and his filthy hordes of savage warriors." She leaned closer and enclosed him in the sapphire aura of her perfume. "Marry me, and we will buy them off. The Syrax family will hire the whole brutal lot as escorts for our caravans and protectors of our trade routes. They will be scattered from here to Cathay, and you and I together will make of Britain a paradise of profits and peace. We will usher in an age of abundance, the likes of which not even Rome enjoyed." "Your offer is magnanimous, my lady." She tilted her head forward so that she stared at him through her jet curls. He shrugged. "I am a Christian, then I will become a Christian as well. The Pope himself will wed us." Arthur sighed, and his burned eyebrows rose helplessly. "I am a Christian intent on marrying for love." "For love?" Selwa sat back with a jolt as if slapped. "What mad notion is that? Kings marry for the good of their kingdoms. No king has ever married for love." "You spoke of Alexander," said Arthur, crossing his arms. "After he defeated Oxyates upon the Sogdian rock, did he not marry that chieftain's daughter, Roxana, for love? He astonished his troops." "And you compare yourself to Alexander?" she asked with a supercilious chuckle. "I compare myself to no one, my lady." He strove to keep his tone free of umbrage, yet pride whetted his words keenly. "I am simply Arthur, High King of Britain. Battle blood sanctioned my title against those your uncle raised to challenge me, including the Foretales that the Syrax family now offers to buy into passivity. Though I am flattered, I am not prepared to marry anyone, even a woman as beautiful and influential as you, Selwa. Do not spurn me so quickly." From under her robes she unfolded a parchment. "My offer may seem more palatable once you read this missive from your worthy enemy King Wesk, chieftain of the Foretales." "It's a poem," the young king knew without looking. "Wesk writes admirable poetry." He glanced at the parchment. "But he misspells my name." "It is not a misspelling. The king of the Foretales believes that your name mocks his god Thor, Thunder Redhair, the son of his war god Odin. He simply respells your name Arthur, a form more pleasing to his pagan sensibility. Read the poem." A few quick passes of his yellow eyes took in the poetry, and immediately moved on to the terms of peace attached to 2 extra leaves. "The poem is free and elegant," he declared as he finished taking in the concluding passages of the diplomatic attachment. "He sues for peace. These terms require British fealty to earls, pagan lords who will oversee our dominions. I cannot accept this." "I knew you would not accept," Selwa responded triumphantly, "which is why I offered you my hand. If you refuse King Wesk his portion of your kingdom, you know he will attack your little island and take it all. At this moment he assembles a massive invasion force upon the shores of Jutland. With a moment's notice he can descend upon you like a hawk stooping to a fat pigeon." Arthur spoke through a tight jaw. "Britain for Britons." "Brave words, Arthur." She smiled coolly, amused at his ire. "By summer's end King Wesk will drink a salute to his warlords from your skull." She stood up. "Life could be sweet if you learned to love me."
Selwa, he spoke as she turned to depart, return a message to the poet king. I will consider his terms. I must counsel with all my warlords, Christian and Celt alike. This will take time. Selwa smirked. He will know you are stalling. If he truly wants peace, he will not deny me the chance to champion his terms among my people. Arthor rose, and, mindful not to limp, walked over to a long conference table of ebony strewn with parchments, inkstones, and quills. I will meet with him, on my birthday, this Maven, the 20th day of September, in your city, Londinium, and there he will have my answer. If you do not agree to his terms, there will be war. She shook her head ruefully, and it will be a quick war. Arthor bent over the ebony table, writing deftly, heedless of the emissary's warning. Give him this, he said, blotting the ink carefully before passing the parchment to the lean and dusky woman. This will make it easier for him to understand me, and to hold off his invasion for now. Selwa read aloud, astonishing Arthor with her fluent command of Saxon, for he had written his lines in the Latinized rendering of his foe's language. Let us not waste our breath on threats of war, for what is breath, after all? Spirit of the wheel, apparition of beginnings, it is breath that shapes the words as if to meet us halfway with its own meaning, the anguish of its source, the caged wings. Your brother of the pen, High King of Britain, Arthor. Selwa allowed a cunning smile. Very clever. Arthor with a U. You flatter your enemy well through his weakness for the rhymeless, broken-line berserker poetry he loves. I learned their guttural language for trade, but how do you know not just their tongue, but also this strange and pagan form they call poetry? Not so long ago I believed I was sired of a Saxon plunderer, Arthor answered quietly. I took their language and songs for my own, the better to mock them in battle. I no longer seek to taunt them. I am king now. I am strong enough to respect my enemies, and as of this day I will spell my name in a manner less offensive to them. King Arthur seeks not to enrage, but to win peace and security for his people. Well then, dear Arthor with a U, if you are truly as clever as you seem, you will marry into the Syrax family and accept our protection. She tucked his poem under her Egyptian robe. Otherwise, I assure you, the berserkers you have mocked will rip out your lungs, and those uncaged wings will carry you out of this world forever. Chapter 11. A World of Dreams. Ygrane rode the devil horse with her naked arms tight about its neck. The loss of menstrual blood had left her tired and achy. Though tempted to pack her womb with glamour and staunch the troublesome blood flow, she did not. Cramps, the itchiness where the linen pad chafed her thighs, and fatigue secured her humanity. So long as she felt this discomfort, she knew that the glamour she possessed belonged to the Vina she, and had not yet transformed her entirely into a spirit being. She remained a woman, though she outpaced the wind on the devil horse, and rode it straight through the stone face of a mountain, disappearing among cliff rocks like a ghost bride. The devil horse carried her into the hollow hills. She rode hard through a sunset that never ended. Fleet shadows fell to either side, and ahead shone the gaseous red sun. This was not the celestial sun. Before her, she confronted the magma heart of the planet. The massive sphere of red light spinning inside the earth wove the magnetic threads and cords that composed the roots of the storm tree, Yggdrasil. In that tangle of magnetic brilliance and suffocating heat, the dragon slumbered. And around the dragon, demons hovered. Blurred shadows stole dream energy, wisps of dream song, to shape the monsters they loosed upon Britain. The demons rushed as cold drafts through the pouring blaze. They had no shape. They loathed shape and all forms. When they took shapes, they wore hideous and disgusting guises to mock life. They existed formless in their nascent state, as close to the nothing they worshipped as they could get. Ygrane felt her heart hide from these cold drafts of demon intelligence. If she had been simply a woman, they would have effortlessly ripped her to atoms and scattered her into the nothing that they loved. But when the witch queen of the Vina she lifted her heart from hiding,
She came forth shining. A magnetic ocean of wind flowed through her. The Sidhe, who had lived centuries in the hollow hills, had made their own the root tangles of planetary flux. The whiplash force of the spinning core, big as the whole inner horizon of the world, obeyed the elvish powers, swept up the flitting demons, and spun them out and away. Cold draughts of rageful sentience shot beyond the rocky skin of the earth and streaked upward through the atmosphere like green meteors. Somewhere beyond the moon they slowed and flapped into the solar wind like the blackest of ravens, wondering what had struck them. They would return. The Führer's magic bound them to the earth and to the will of the storm god himself. They would return to the dazzling core of the planet and to the sleeping dragon there, and they would again butcher its dreams. Caught in the riptide of the solar wind, they would not fulfill these dark ambitions any time soon. And for now, the way into the hollow hills opened for Ygrane's son, King Arthor. The Führer felt discomfort as the demons he had bound hurtled into space. At first he knew not what troubled him. He lay with his mistress, keeper of the dusk apples, in a dell of dense grasses and wand-like trees 70 leagues above the earth. The spongy ground of red moss seemed to quake. It had not moved. The Führer's soul had shifted as his bond to the demons swerved inside him.
"What is wrong, my beloved?"
Keeper asked, as her lover disengaged from their embrace.
"Have I displeased you?"
The Führer swept back his silver mane with both hands and shook his head. No. His one gray eye had glazed over. Someone works magic against me.
"Lady Unique,"
Keeper of the Dusk Apples spoke her fear and pulled about her the golden silks and yellow taffetas that the Führer had peeled away during their passionate dalliance.
"your wife has found us out."
"She suspects nothing." The Führer's mistress heard no great certitude in his voice, and unhappiness swirled up in her at the thought of the Führer's infidelity coming to light. She had no thought for herself. A hunter's daughter who had surrendered to her chieftain with no expectations, she cherished her lover. By his favor, she had been appointed to forage the forests of Yggdrasil for the rare dusk apples that the brewer pressed to the golden wine favored by the Aesir. Her work carried her far and wide, to remote branches of the world tree, wild places where often the Führer would seek comfort with her, unseen by the other rovers of the wild hunt.
"The lady's magic is great,"
Keeper of the Dusk Apples freely expressed her trepidation.
"Her talismanic power,
She would never use it against me." The Führer reached for his wolfskin boots and tipped them to be certain no asps had curled within. "I have not always told my wife the truth. Yet she knows I have always loved the truth, and that has been sufficient to put off her suspicions. No, some mortal dares thwart my demons."
"The sleepers,"
Keeper fretted, thinking of the Führer's children and allies entranced on the Raven's branch who had given their life strength to empower his magic.
"Are they in danger? Lady Unique would never forgive you, or me, if anything were to happen to her children."
"They are in no danger." The chieftain sat still, contemplating what he had felt, and Keeper of the Dusk Apples looked with undisguised admiration upon his nakedness. His mighty limbs, broad chest, and carved torso, faceted with strength, seemed cast of white iron. "My power is not challenged, merely diverted, and only briefly. I must go and see who dares."
"Seek out first the lyre,"
Keeper advised, and lifted the gray cord trousers that the god had tossed carelessly among asphodels and ferns.
"Your blood brother has no love for you."
The Führer considered her words with a distracted expression. "Loki is gone from the tree, or hiding. Perhaps this is his mischief." The clarity in his one eye sharpened. "I must go."
"At once?"
She held his trousers against her chest.
"Can we not sport a little longer, my love? Who knows when next I will see you?"
He smiled, his teeth in the shadow of his beard like a white mist of stars. "You are my passion and my counsel, Keeper. You alone of all the Aesir know my heart and love me with the simple caring I need to be whole."
"Lady Unique loves you."
Keeper lowered her head demurely so that her long pale hair covered her face. As a wife, the Führer replied. For her all is poetry. She and I are a good rhyme, the daughter of the old god's gatekeeper and the hunter's son who broke down those gates and overthrew the ancient order. We are the mother and father of the Aesir kingdom, a good rhyme to start a long epic. But her status as queen is more vital to her than her concern for the terrible visions that swarm in me. He shook the boots of silver fur he held in his hands. She was appalled I entranced our children, appalled that I would use their power for the binding of demons. How could I make her see I need this demonic might to take the West Isles and stand against the Fire Lords? I never could make her understand. The only reason she helps me now with her talismans is for our children, not for me. His desperate stare unclenched. Ah, but you've heard all this before, my love. I trouble you.
I want you to trouble me.
She lifted her face, a visage of solar beauty, peach cheeks burnished ruddy by her long wanderings under the forest sun.
I want to shoulder your cares.
The Führer's smile broadened. Here was a woman undismayed by the eye socket he had emptied to win prophetic sight, unlike Lady Unique, who thought him addled to mar himself that he might see events flare uncertainly in a dark future. Then you do not think I demean myself by enlisting demons to break my enemies?
Your wife thinks so?
The dwellers of the House of Fog disgust her. Yet they are entities as old as time itself. To move them is to turn the very axle of the universe. She stepped closer, watching him brightly, a sigh in her eyes.
You have accomplished what not even the old ones dreamed.
The magic I needed to bind those demons was so much more than any talisman could harness. But did she care? He dropped his boots and meshed his thick knuckles like gears. My ingenuity lies in uniting the strengths of many gods and melding a power that not even the demons can defy. Did she praise me for my daring? No. She berated me for endangering Thunder Redhair and Beauty.
Trouble your mind no more with this.
Keeper of the Dusk Apples sat beside him on the large rock among the pale trees like wands. She rested her head on his shoulder, and her gold-streaked hair smelled sweet as a meadow.
Take a moment's refuge in my arms. You will be stronger for it. Come.
She drew him down to the red moss floor of the forest in a dell of dense grasses 70 leagues above the turning world.
Mother Mary, I fear for my soul. Grasshoppers crackle in the weeds. It's nigh on autumn and no rains. I have prayed to you time and again to protect the few grain boats we bought so dearly in Gaul, and each time the Saxons have caught them at sea as if the devil were receiving my prayers instead of your grace. Forgive me, I am cantankerous these days. My leg blazes like a Yule log. Mother, help me.
Democritus was right, you know, Loki whispered from behind Fra Athanasius on the sumpter mule. Atoms and the void, that's all there is. The precious light itself is made of little bits, restless little bits that never stop moving. And even space, so-called empty space, is composed of tiny parts, threads and knots so minuscule that familiar space around us appears smooth and empty. Space and time is one thing, you must understand, and it is not continuous, I assure you. It is granular, an effervescence of unbelievably small geometries. Fra Athanasius sunk inside his cassock, hood drawn up over his curly head, trying to ignore the devilish god at his back. Under his breath he recited prayers and Bible passages, and paid no heed to what the demonic voice said. When Ygrane announced the appearance of Camelot through the trees, the legate gave thanks to the Almighty that his mind had not been seduced to confusion by the pagan dissembler. He squinted to see their destination, and his weak eyes offered him a blurry image of a large, lustrous stone edifice among the blunt mountains of Cymru. Once through the massive pylons, Loki leaped from the mule and was gone. Fra Athanasius felt his lungs expand with relief. And then a fanfare of horns announced his arrival in the outer bailey. A small crowd had gathered to greet the papal legate. Ygrane and his pagan warriors immediately dispersed among the market stalls, while grooms led the weary, dusty mounts to the stables. The myopic scribe stood awkwardly before the assembly of faithful. He gaped until greeted by a deep, resonant voice that he heard as much with his chest as his ears.
"Emissary of our Holy Father, welcome to Camelot. I am the king's counselor, Merlin. This is our Bishop Riochatus, who will assist you in your ecclesiastical offices while you are among us."
Attanasius peered blearily at the indistinct figures and knelt before the crozier shape.
"Bishop Riochatus, you honor me more than I deserve. The misfortune of my own beloved bishop—" The monk swallowed hard. "The terrible loss of my master has untimely bestowed this charge upon me. Blessed Riochatus, you have won renown from Arles to Ravenna for your staunch efforts to carry the good news of our Saviour among the pagans of Britain. My lord Victricius, whose soul now resides with God in heaven, oft spoke of you as an equal to Patrick of the Gales and Non of Cymru, a saint of the church."
Riochatus, stooped and doddering under his mitre and leaning heavily on his crozier, dismissed this flattery with a sputter, and bid the priests on either side lift the legate to his feet. When the papal emissary stood erect, the bishop spoke in an enfeebled tone, so small and bodiless that Athanasius almost toppled forward, bending to hear.
"Blessed Victricius remains a true prince of our church in his heavenly station,"
Riochatus wheezed.
"We are deeply saddened that the Most High has called him from us so soon. Please, do not kneel or bow to me. Lift your head, dear Athanasius. I am your servant. You carry the mandate of the Holy Father and the love of our Mother Church for our island kingdom."
The cavernous voice of the counselor resounded again, this time from behind, startling the legate and jolting him upright.
"In anticipation of your arrival, I have prepared for you a small gift. If you would humor me for a moment, please."
Merlin placed a wafer of glass to Athanasius' left eye, and inquired,
"What, sir, do you see through this ocular crystal?"
The legate's mouth jarred loose. With stunning clarity, he faced haggard, grizzle-bearded Riochatus in his gold and ecru ecclesiastical robes and mitre. Every blue knuckle glowed in the aged hand gripping the shepherd's crook. Around him, 7 priests attended in the gray, brown, and black cassocks of their individual orders.
"Urian's messages mentioned your weak eyes,"
Merlin continued, removing the glass disc.
"I took a reasonable guess about the curvature of the prism necessary to correct for your blurred vision. We can make minor adjustments later. For now, I believe these will serve you well."
Reaching around from Athanasius' back, Merlin fitted 2 lenses framed in gold wire over the legate's eyes, and hooked the armatures behind the emissary's ears. Vision sharpened with miraculous immediacy and force, and Athanasius gasped aloud. Before him the devout crowd stood in crisp and colorful detail, Riochatus with every gray whisker aglint in the bright sun's rays, the 7 priests revealing yellow snaggled teeth with broad smiles at his astonishment, and 4 lancers in the king's black leather cuirasses embossed with eagles, sunshine glazing their bronze helmets. He could have stared a long time into each of their exquisite faces, and gazed into the very mirrors of their souls, so clear in their watchful eyes. But his newly sharpened vision pulled beyond them to the citadel that loomed above. Initially he was not sure what he saw. The geometries baffled him. The rampart walls curved, devoid of masonry seams. Atop them, stone shells, chevron parapets, each twice as tall as a man, fretted the battlements. Trying to discern their function filled his head with a meaty ache. The spires that lofted into the blue afternoon carried pieces of sun. Among the tower's many facets, day stars burned, as though angels stood in the turret windows. When he turned to the counselor Merlin, all thoughts fled. His heart a frantic movement, he stepped back 2 quick paces, repelled by a face of death with diamond eyes. One finger raised, the wizard stopped Athanasius' scream in his throat before it reached his mouth. The scribe did not see the glorious light of that finger, but felt its warmth just behind his face. On the walk across the bailey to the king's court, the wizard put his arm across the legate's shoulders and told the astonishing and improbable story of his origins as the demon Lailoken and his birth as a human in the womb of St. Optima. Athanasius listened attentively. His soul smoothed like a linen sheet by the wizard's strong voice, he wholly accepted the veracity of this miraculous account. At the central ward, before a tall fountain of green tourmaline, where waterspouts emptied onto interlayered basins, all carven with images of dolphins, salmon, squid, conger eels, and mermaids, Merlin took his leave.
Anon we shall speak further on matters of spirit and soul, and their opposites whirling to one centre.
With a fateful smile in his grisly countenance, Merlin hurried away before Athanasius could reply. Riochatus and his entourage approached, ushering the emissary into the main hall. The king received the legate in a monumental chamber, vaulted by a dome more glass than stone, and ablaze with solar fire. Though the sun had already passed below the colossal battlements, yet sunshine dazzled windows and skylights. Between high-mantled open hearths, tall casements exposed a panoramic of the fortress city's luxurious and enigmatic architecture. Buttressed terraces of Irish yews banked an inner ward of roof ridges, cottage gables, turrets, and airy spires. Arched footways joined bastion upon wider bastion, between which fell artful and artificial waterfalls. These cascades fed tiered households with running water and powered fountains in diverse yards, courts, and gardens. The round table, ashen silver as a storm cloud backlit by sunlight, occupied the center of the hall. Its high-backed ebony chairs, carved with dragons and unicorns, sat empty. Aromatic sandalwood pillars inlaid with gold encircled the great studio, separating the perimeter into individual alcoves decorated with statuary and hangings of figured silk. Spectators filled these enclaves, churchmen, merchants and their families, warriors and their attendants, all gathered to witness the arrival of the Pope's legate. A senate of brass horns from the musicians announced his entry. With his restored vision, Athanasius skittered his attention among the alcoves, wanting to focus on everything at once. Never had he beheld such sumptuous appointments. Settles upholstered in leather of peacock blue, silver lanterns of topaz lights with chains twined in a verdure of creeping plants, red-lacquered doorways jammed by jasper columns, and the people attired in a magnificence of divers-colored textiles cut to Roman and Celtic fashions. The music ceased. The emissary's bespectacled eyes alighted upon a throne of dark wood, cut with the image of a dragon and a unicorn fused to one fabulous creature. The king who sat on that strange seat was, as foretold, a boy. He wore the gold chaplet of monarchy and regal garb of deep indigo blue with figurings of crimson. But his hackled hair, rosy cheeks, and thick jaw devoid of beard could more plausibly have belonged to a yeoman. Athanasius went down on one knee. The boy king admonished him to rise, and as he stood, his sharpened eyes fell upon the one-armed warrior standing behind the dais, vigilantly watching the assemblage in the alcoves. Blood shrank from the legate's face, then rushed back in a flush of shame. At once he dropped to his knee again, hiding his consternation. "Legate, rise," the king repeated, and leaned forward, almost standing, to help the stricken emissary to his feet. "What troubles you in my presence?" "Sire, the soldier attendant upon you at your dais, I do recognize him." Athanasius spoke in a voice thick with disgust. He dared look again and squinted his gaze, ascertaining that the wizard's lenses did not deceive him. "There is Bedivere of the Odovacar." Hearing his name, Bedivere stepped forward. "I am Bedivere of the fallen kingdom of the Odovacar, former servant of our holy father Pope Gelasius, and also of his servant Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, and his brother-in-law Clovis, the Merovingian king." "You recognize me not, Bedivere?" Athanasius' upper lip curled with revulsion.
10 years ago I served as notarius, civil notary, for the Emperor Julius Nepos in Dalmatia, when the holy bishop and now blessed Saint Severinus excommunicated you. I am the very scribe who recorded the minutes of your hearing before the ecclesiastic judges.
Bedivere shrank where he stood. His face drained of color as hot murmurs ran through the assembly. Excommunicated? Arthur gave a bewildered look to his personal guard. What was the offense? Bedivere remained silent, his head hung low.
Sire, his offense is unspeakable.
Athanasius leveled an expression of horror upon the king.
I am shocked to find him in your presence, for you are at an age still primed to be corrupted by his evil.
Never!
Bedivere shouted. My offense was 30 years ago. I have redeemed myself since in numerous righteous battles for our Saviour. Gelasius himself accepted my sword in his defense, full aware of the ban upon me. And the Christian monarch you now serve? Has this young monarch any cognizance of your heinous offense?
Athanasius shook his head grimly and faced the perplexed king.
My lord, my first responsibility as legate of our Holy Father is to warn you that this swordsman who serves at your right hand serves Satan as well. The Church has condemned him for a sodomite.
Merlin descended slick and uneven stalagmite steps into his grotto beneath Camelot. The cavern, illuminated by an array of small glass spheres that burned butyl blue, gleamed. Hung from among the stone teeth of the high ceiling, these spheres focused white light to a dozen rays that crisscrossed the haze. Their spotlights revealed stone niches where tar oil burners blazed under galley pots and alembics. Large jointed pipes and coiling copper tubes connected hissing brass kettles to numerous carboys and stained glass jars that percolated with incandescent distillates.
I know you are in here,
the wizard shouted, and his angry voice echoed across the uvular dome and along the ribbed walls of the cavern.
I smelled your electric stink leagues distant. Come forth, trickster!
From inside a tall primeval stone carving of the original mother, her features rubbed smooth an epoch ago on the glacial moraines, Loki emerged. He removed his floppy black hat. His bald, rune-marked head nodded congenially, and he gestured at a mural of archaic star charts hung between gleaming stalactites.
Ah, Lailoken, the maps of mortal destiny writ large upon the sky. Do these celestial signatures apply to demons and angels as well?
The wizard strode angrily to the god, seized him by his shoulders, and shook him to a blur of voltage. Swiping an amber wand from a table rock cluttered with pliers and tongs, he pierced the foxfire. Quickly he carried it to a maroon stump, a load of hematite iron. Then, robes flapping and hat flying from his head, he rushed to a stone shelf, grabbed a bell jar, and hurriedly placed it over the pulsing flame.
Done!
Merlin huffed and stepped back with a proud laugh.
A small eon shall pass before you slip these shackles, Acer God.
Loki's face formed within the bell jar, fetal and bloated.
Lailoken, I have not come to you in strife.
So you say, liar.
If I had meant you harm, demon, would I have presented myself to you so directly?
He opened his tiny arms guilelessly.
Do you not think I knew you would smell my body of lightning from leagues distant? I relied upon it. That is why I sought refuge with Ygrane and his war party. I have come not in secrecy from you, remarkable Lailoken, but as emissary from the Acer gods.
His bulbous head rolled forward and pressed his scrawled scalp against the glass jar.
Read the Futhark upon my pate. Read it. These are inscriptions to ward off detection by my brother and all the rovers of the Wild Hunt. I am here with you unbeknownst to them.
Merlin glanced at the runes and confirmed that they spelled shapeshifter incantations meant to hide Loki from the earthward gaze of anyone in the storm tree.
Why? Why have you put yourself so easily in my hands, Loki? You are brother to the Fuhrer, the sworn enemy of my king.
That is precisely why I am here with you. For years I have disagreed with my blood brother's arrogant nostalgia for the past, and now I require your help, Lailoken.
You will not call me by that name.
The lanky old man picked up his hat and dusted it off.
I am Merlin, the king's counselor.
But it is Lalacan who can help me, for I am come to ally myself with the Fire Lords, the angels of your king's lore.
The Fire Lords are not mine to command.
Surely not. Loki's disembodied head stared passionately from under a halo of silver electricity. You are, however, a demon they have favored. Was it not the Fire Lords who lured you into the womb of Saint Optima and wove you a human body? With your help, I would ally myself with them. Merlin donned his hat and sat on a stob green with malachite.
Why would an Aesir god want anything at all to do with the Fire Lords, whom they despise?
I do not despise them, because I know they will have ultimate victory in this world. Loki's dark eyes expanded plaintively. The Fire Lords are the future. The Führer's ambition to hold them at bay is futile. The knowledge of numbers and alphabets that they have brought to our world has forever changed us, gods and mortals alike. The primeval age that the Führer loves is long gone, never to return.
To what end would you betray the Aesir, your own clan?
Merlin crossed one leg atop the other and rested his chin on the prop of his palm, curious.
To what end, Loki?
Not all the Aesir share my brother's fanaticism for the days of yore. Many of us know that change is inevitable. The Christian faith will soon enough supplant us. Science, that is the knowing that the Fire Lords gave to the Sumerians and Egyptians, to the Chaldeans and Babylonians. Each of these peoples used it to know greatness for their moment of history. Science is what made the faunae of the Greeks and the Romans strong enough to conquer the world for their moment. Now the Angles and Saxons want that power. We want the future and our moment of glory.
You will serve the Fire Lords?
Merlin threw up both hands.
Say no more. Whatever you say, I will not believe you.
I do not ask you to believe. I have come for your help, not your faith.
What help do you want of me?
Loki lifted his rune-marked face and closed his marked eyelids. I want the sword that Brock forged when the Führer was exiled to walk the earth. I want the sword lightning. The Fire Lord stole this celebrated blade from Brock for your king. I want the sword that you call Excalibur. Merlin uncrossed his legs and stiffened.
That is the king's sword.
It is the Führer's weapon stolen to serve your king. Loki's eyes flashed open and held the wizard's adamant stare with determination. I want it back. With the sword lightning in my hand, I will lead a revolt against the Führer and take Yggdrasil for those who serve the future instead of the past.
Excalibur is not mine to give, and even if I could, why would I?
To save your king from the wrath of the Führer. Loki's visage expanded to one dark, staring eye. The sword lightning is the first weapon that Brock fashioned for my blood brother in his war against the Old Ones. The dwarf proportioned it for a human hand, because in those early fugitive days our chieftain could safely assume no greater stature. Now he is a giant among gods, and the sword still fits a human hand. This dangerous sword, forged of diamond-edged steel, this lethal sword lightning, designed to rip the wave-form flesh of gods as savagely as it tears human bodies. Put that sword in my hand, and Yggdrasil becomes a home to gods friendly to your king and to Britain. Merlin's mind reeled at the possibility that this god, fabled for his deceits and betrayals, spoke sincerely.
How can I trust you, Loki, whose name means liar?
Trust begins here, with me putting myself in your hands. The god's face shrank to dewdrop size. That is why I came to Camelot with the king's warlord Ygrane, to place myself in your hands and trust that we can make an alliance. Merlin stood up from the brassy green rock and stroked his forked beard. Loki had arrived at a destinal moment for the kingdom. With his crucial help, the king might actually have a chance at claiming the Vanir Lotus. Or not. This was the liar, infamous even among demons. For a long while the wizard gazed languidly into the calm light of the nearest oil lamp, one of a dozen glass orbs dangling by fine chains from the carronaded ceiling. Its flame, like an autumn leaf, floated on fuel clear as water. No hope in fear, he heard his mother, St. Optima, advise from far back in his soul, and he stepped to the trapped god and removed the bell jar. When he took away the amber wand, 1,000 fiery snowflakes swirled up from the hematite stump and solidified to Loki in his black garb, sitting cross-legged on the maroon rock. His fine-looking, stenciled face smiled without rancor. "I knew I could trust you, Merlin. You were a demon once. You know the uses of fear. But trust, that's something new for you, isn't it? And we all want what's new."
"I cannot give you Excalibur,"
Merlin said flatly, and sat down again on the malachite stump.
"Not unless the king gives it to me first. And he won't, unless I trick him. And I won't trick him, unless you help him take from the world tree something more valuable than the sword."
Loki's scrawled eyebrows lifted inquisitively. "Are you going to scare me?" Merlin told the god about his encounter with the Witch Queen and what she had revealed to him of the Vanner Lotus.
"Are you mad?"
Loki's bald head shook with disbelief. "You will never get your boy into Yggdrasil without the rovers of the Wild Hunt knowing. Put out of your mind climbing with him to some distant bough. The Aesir are hunters. They will track you down like animals, and when they catch you, they will nail you to the tree and feed you alive to the ravens."
"You will distract them."
Loki hid his face in his hands. "Just put the bell jar over me again, and forget I'm here."
"The sword lightning is not easily won, Loki." The wizard stood. "If you want the king's sword, you will have ample share of his risk."
Loki peeked through his gloved hands. "When do we begin?" For 90,000 years and more, people wandered the earth, and their dreams fitted the contours of the earth perfectly. Whirlwinds of light, the people moved upon the open hand of the earth. When they died, they disappeared completely, vanishing like dreams into the very depths of emptiness. Then the Fire Lords taught the people numbers and alphabets. The people learned spelling, and with these spells the world changed forever. Dreams became bigger than the contours of the earth. People still died, but they did not disappear completely anymore. Their dreams remained behind. The Fire Lords placed we 9 queens here on Avalon to witness this change that came upon the earth with the first kings. History is their enduring spell, etched in fired clay, chiseled in basalt, inked onto parchment, printed across bond paper, carried in binary patterns of electrons. We have seen these spells change the earth we once knew into a world of dreams we do not recognize. Why are we here? Why else but to be with you? We are in your spell, this most intimate spell, the spell of reading the written line that carries us deeper into your light. Chapter 12. Love Like Wrath. "Are you a sodomite, Bedivere?" King Arthur had dismissed the valets and now stood alone with his bodyguard in the blue-tiled studio behind the central hall. Bedivere faced the king with his back to the spired windows. Along the armless side of his body, rose trellises framed the Bishop Riochatus and his clerics, marching with Fra Athanasius to chapel. "My lord, you dismissed the papal emissary too hastily." Bedivere cast an apprehensive look out the windows at the colorfully attired crowd filing through the garden maze. "Without the approval of Athanasius, our requests for grain and livestock will be denied. Famine will devastate hundreds of communities across Britain." The husky boy stepped forward angrily, winced, and leaned against an oaken chair. His right leg ached to the bone. "Are you a sodomite or not?" Bedivere straightened. "I am." The king sagged into the chair, his pallid face expressionless. When he spoke, his voice anguished. "For over a year you lied." "I never lied to you, my lord." "By omission you lied!" The hurt in his stare twisted to anger. "We are humiliated, shamed before the entire court, learning this intimate truth in a public denouncement." Bedivere dropped his chin to his chest. "You hid your passion well, and well you should have," Arthur said grimly. "I am a Christian king." "You are my king, and I revere that truth with my very life." He addressed Arthur's boots with a stricken look. "No hint of my feelings would ever have been known to you had not the legate made the issue public."
"By God's wounds, man, how can you speak so to me?"
The king pounded both fists on the arms of the chair.
"What of shame? Have you not given yourself to Christ?"
Bedivere's throat tightened. "You cannot imagine the intensity of my love for our Saviour. I love him with a fiery ardor that racks my bones." Arthur sat back in his chair as if shoved. "You are shameless." "No, sire." Bedivere looked up sharply, gaze firm. "I know shame, but not for what God made of me." "God!" The king's mouth hung open, voiceless. He measured the man before him, astonished at his apparent sincerity. "It is Satan who has corrupted your soul, Bedivere." Bedivere lifted his eyebrows sadly. "When I was your age, so I believed. I tormented myself with fasts and endless prayer vigils, striving with all my might to drive the evil one from my soul. It took years for me to realize there is no more evil in my soul than in any of us created of mortal clay. I am simply a man who loves men." Arthur could not believe his ears. "That is abhorrent." "Is it, my lord? Our Saviour never spoke against it. He taught us to love one another. Not in the way you love. In the eyes of God, that is a love like wrath. I love with my heart, as did our Saviour, as do you. Never have I inflicted my desire on anyone, neither by force of will nor cunning. I cannot believe that God has put such desire in your soul, Bedivere." The king sagged in his chair, shaking his head. "It is unnatural." Bedivere nodded softly at this brutal censure and its inevitable consequence. "I will leave Britain at once." Arthur gnashed his teeth. "No. The other warlords, the people of this land. Now everyone knows my heart." The warrior shielded his eyes with his one hand, twisting inside to have met ire and disappointment mixed in the young king's face. "I must leave your kingdom. Exile." Hues of blood patched the king's cheeks, yet his brow gleamed white as stone. "After you've slandered my reign and implicated me in your sin, do you think I will release you?" "My lord?" Bedivere looked up, baffled. "Of course you must release me. Never have you executed or imprisoned a subject. You are the true Christian king that the Holy Father seeks. To win his blessing and his grain, you must denounce and banish me." Arthur sank deeper in the chair, pulled by the weight of a decision. Bedivere unclasped his sword belt and offered the weapon. The boy king stared past this gesture with a peculiar sad outrage. The sword belt slipped through Bedivere's fingers, and he said, "Do I detect behind your hot dismay cool pity?" His bewildered look pressed to a frown. You think I am humid in my heart? You think to redeem me through charity and mortification? Sire," his mouth worked soundlessly a moment, then said, "I will not be changed. I am not infirm of soul." "Be silent." The king curtly waved him aside. "I can't think on this now. Pick up your weapon and get out." Kneeling on one knee, his hand atop his sword belt, Bedivere did not move or speak for a tense moment. Finally, he dared announce, "Perhaps you should execute me, my lord. Attanasius will surely deny you the Pope's grain. Thousands of families will suffer in the months ahead. Many will die. I am to blame." "Your sins have caught up with you at a crucial time for Britain," Arthur said quietly, and pressed a knuckle into the ache at the center of his brow. "I know about sin. Fair breeds foul. Morgia, Mordred, and now you, Bedivere? I can't think on all this at once." He brusquely pointed to the door. "Leave me alone. Stand watch outside. Keep my prayers undisturbed." Head bowed, lashed by the king's silence, Bedivere exited. "Mother Mary," Arthur cried out from his soul,
Carnal sins pollute my life and my kingdom. Evil propels us on an infinite course. You must pray for us, mother, or we are damned." The Fuhrer heard Arthur's cry. The dim mortal voice echoed like a prophetic haunting, a summons from his blind side, tattered with echoes. Pray for us. The chief of the wild rovers was surprised to hear this voice from the earlobe amulet he had stitched to his vest. He had climbed to Fallen Wing, the highest twig on Raven's Branch, the tallest bough of Yggdrasil. Amulets rarely held their power so close to the abyss. For as far as he could see around him, silver sands rippled under stellar winds, and nothing living stirred. Overhead, constellations hung their lamps in the void. We are damned. Was that truly King Arthur's voice, or Lucifer's? The Fuhrer had felt a jolt in his soul while lying with his mistress, an abrupt torque of mood that could only have come from disturbing the power he had borrowed from the sleeping gods. He had climbed to Fallen Wing alone to find out if his demons remained bound to his magic. He expected treasury from demons, but he had not asked for help from the rovers of the Wild Hunt. This was a chieftain's risk, and belonged to him alone. Crags of black clouds towered against the star mist. Their thunderhead darkness stretched for distances so unreckonable that light itself took centuries and millennia to cross them. Infinitesimal, an atom smaller than sight, the Fuhrer stood before the House of Fog. He called for the demons he had bound, and cold rushed out of that immeasurable pit of smoldering darkness, brushing back his beard and flipping the brim of his wide leather hat. The black wind poured into his head with knowledge from the demons who had been driven out of the hollow hills by the Thina Sidhe. "With the dragon asleep, the Sidhe are feeble ghosts," the Fuhrer said to the pit. "They could not have driven you out. There must have been a Fire Lord among them." The one-eyed god did not wait for a reply from the gulf. He turned and hurried away across the whispering sands. He leaped from Fallen Wing like a rainbow. If there was a Fire Lord below, he would find that radiant being, and the angel would tell him why they had come with their spells of numbers and alphabets. For the sake of all time to come, the angel would tell him. Under a cloven moon with the northern sun smoldering like an ember, Morgia the Fey wandered a desolate field. Torchlights of the black slate fastness that she shared with her husband Lot glinted on the ruddy horizon. When she had hiked into the remote interior far enough from the watchful eyes of Lot's warriors and the ever-curious witnesses of the fishing hamlets, she called for the Fuhrer. "All-Father, one-eye all-seeing, Fuhrer and Rune-Master, frenzied god of the wild hunt, sacrifice of the storm tree, come to me. I who birthed her father call to you. Come, first of all magicians. Come to me that I may offer you alliance." Morgia felt forced to this desperate summons. Her spies in Camelot reported that her brother had received Selwa of the wealthy house of Syrax, a seductress who had proposed marriage to the king. That news inflamed Morgia, and her breath jetted forcefully in the cold. An agony of frustration cramped her. Everything she had done to destroy Uther's son had come to nothing. All the good in her life that she had sacrificed to defeat Arthur had been twisted and damaged by her incest magic. Her husband, her children. A visceral shriek flung spittle against the stars. She had given away too much of her life to let Arthur live, let alone flourish. The king's alliance with the aggressive Syrax family would deny Mordred his claim to the throne. She had to give herself in bond to an even greater power. "Chieftain of Yggdrasil, hear my cry!" she called into the night with all the strength she had won from her demonolatry. A star moved free of its tethers of darkness to the north and tracked across the black horizon. In moments, it expanded to radiance sleek as a comet and swift as a meteor. Among the enormous mansions of night in the northern constellations, it swerved, journeying brightly toward her. "Skidblade!" she cried in awe. The self-propelled launch, designed and built by Brock, the master smithy for the Fuhrer, approached.
A ship without sails, without oars, floated in the sky upon the shadow of the earth. Its seamless hull shone softly, fashioned from chrome of moonlight. When it settled down through the glycerin layers of the atmosphere like a silver pearl, she noticed that it did indeed possess sails, tenuous and ruffling scarves of auroral iridescence that whispered around it with the transparency of star fumes. The luminous vessel hovered soundlessly an inch above the rocky ground. Rotating slowly, it displayed the smooth contours of a porpoise as it rocked gently to a complete stop. An oval doorway irised open to a glittering interior, and Morgia lifted her scarlet robes so that her sandals could carry her in a full run to the ship the god had sent for her. Cold, gelid air poured from inside with the purple smell of a squall, but she did not hesitate to enter. Immediately the door winced shut behind her, and she gawked about at blue-yellow centers of flame all around, and then abruptly clouds of steam drifting through each other with a hum that widened gradually to a whistling wind. Skidblade flies, she realized in the swathing steam that embraced her with a touch like the sun. Skidblade flew, and she felt no motion, only the kiss of the dry steam. And then the calm flame cores flared around her again, the door gaped, and an icy breeze hurried her out. She stepped onto a moraine of flaking shale before an ice-sludged sea. On the horizon, a small frosty sun nested in green clouds. She flung a look backward, and Skidblade was gone.
"You would speak with me, woman?"
The voice of a hammer spoke. Morgia whirled about and faced a one-eyed man with the visage of a storm cloud, his beard gray as the North Sea, wild as a war song of kettle drums and trumpets. No, not a man, she realized instantly. Though he stood upon the gravel banks in big wolf-skin boots and bear-hide vest, his turbulent mane blurred like an aura of blizzard, his empty socket punched a skull hole into night, and his one boreal gray eye focused a crystal of the future. One glance into it, and her life was a shadow as time roared down inside her. She fell to her knees and gazed hard at the frost-veined stones. "Oh, Father, you see into my heart. You know why I have called to you."
"Ygrane knows that I have the Fire Lord's Grail," the voice of thunder said, "and you are here to help me, and to help your son Mordred, who is your father Gorlois."
"My brother Arthur cannot stop you from taking Britain for yourself," Morgia said to the ground. "I know this. So I give myself to you, that you will have mercy upon my son, who is my father. Use me, and find a worthy place for Mordred when our islands fall into your hands."
"Such a vengeful heart beats in your breast, Morgia." The Führer's shadow fell upon her deep as a night without stars. "You rage at the demon Lalacan for your father's death, though death is certain for all. And you rage at your mother Ygrane for marrying Uther Pendragon and birthing Arthur, though birth is what love sows in answer to death. Is it not existence itself that you spite?" Morgia's mind reeled among bitter memories and fierce thoughts of smashing those who had stolen her father from her, stolen his life at its prime, and mocked his death by filling his absence so quickly with another. "Look deeper,"
the voice of Avalanche said from above, reading her thoughts.
"Look for the crow in your heart. Look."
It was there. The Führer's voice of command brought it out to where she could see it, the living shadow of bitterness, the rageful darkness that had always dwelled within her. That black intelligence was never a child. Always it had taught her another way to think. Life is useless. It begins in spasm, it ends in spasm. A brief fever in a cold world.
"Yes, that is your truth, Morgia the Fey." The voice of the Tempest covered her. "You have always disdained life. The death of your father is only an excuse for your hatred of your brief dream, your brief brightness."
Morgia lifted her face angrily. Above her, the one eye stared coldly, like light held in wet ice, and beside it, the empty socket with darkness pouring out, the aftermath of all light. Her face tightened to a fist. "Why must any of us live at all?" The Führer nodded, satisfied. I will tell you. You are a Roman woman, and you will not understand me. I will tell you anyway. We live so the stars can caress us. We live so that when we do perish, the earth can receive us into her sweet home. Yes, the earth that you call dirt is holy, and she is sweet. Certainly the world is cold, and we are its warmth. Who kindled this fire in us? Know that, and you will understand why the animals share their wisdom with us. They curry our spirits during the hunt, so that we may wear their skins proudly and eat their flesh with joy. Joy! Do you hear me, Morgia? Joy! That is the location of life. Whatever happens, the one simple truth of life remains always unchanged. All our troubles and all our pain are always pathways back to joy. Morgia turned her face spitefully to one side and peered at the blue mountains of icebergs on the dark sea. Despite her fear of the Führer's wrath, she heard the crow in her heart squawking, "Clown! Clown! Clown!" I am a clown to the Roman mind, the modern mind, said the Führer like a grinding of glaciers. Only a clown can find joy in a world of suffering. Yes, that is why the Fire Lords have taught you numbers and alphabets to make science, to protect yourself from suffering. And now the modern people kennel whole tribes in walled cities, cage people in boxes with numbers, imprison entire races in grids of roads, while slicing the open country with fences. Keep out the suffering. Protect yourself with boundaries from disorder and what is other. But all you do is isolate yourself, for joy cannot be contained. Morgia stood up and canted her head defiantly. Strike me dead if you will, God of the one eye, for I have two eyes, and I see clearly that there is no joy that does not rot to pain sooner or later. Strike me dead. Just stop dunning me with your righteous noise about the glories of nature. Nature eats babies. So strike me dead, All-Father. I find no joy in this miserable world. The Führer sighed, a pine breeze full of creaking sorrow. I will not strike you dead, Morgia, because I need you. You are a powerful enchantress, trained by the demons themselves. You will use your craft for me. Will you provide a worthy place for my son Mordred when you take Britain? First you must do a difficult thing for me. The Führer's storm-silver eyebrows tightened to a frown. When the Fire Lords wanted to steal my sword Lightning to arm your brother, they sent Rena, the eldest of the 9 queens of Avalon. She came here and strode past Garm, my wolf-ogre, entered my dwarf Brock's underground workshop, unfazed by the smelting pots of boiling metal he poured upon her, and took my sword. I fear that the Fire Lords will send her or her ilk again, this time to retrieve the Grail, a device of their own fashioning. I want you to stop them. Morgia scowled with disbelief. How? The 9 queens are as gods. Skidblade will take you to Avalon. The god spoke with his eye raised to the slow revelation of clouds in the twilit sky, as if reading there the future. You will hex dance around their abode and weave an enchantment that will contain them. In that way the Grail will remain here, where Brock can continue studying it and interpreting its secrets. What if the Fire Lords themselves come for their Grail? A smile opened in his beard as he scrutinized the first stammering stars. I am hoping for exactly that. I have longed for such a confrontation since I first heard gossip of them. They are older than the gods, you know, and unlike the demons, who are as old as they, but so much more cowardly, they still carry the light of creation. Though it burns them with indescribable suffering, they carry creation's fire. Think on the revelations my prophetic eye will discern in that glorious fire. And if I fail? Morgia continued to stare contemptuously at the god, who shone with a rainbow aura in the gathering darkness. If my enchantments will not contain the 9 queens within their abode? You will not fail, Morgia. The Führer held her with a baleful expression. You who mock the joy of life will be hurt by what you mock. His naked muscular arm pointed to where long rays of scarlet from day's end illuminated a startling figure half as high as a man but twice as wide, with huge limbs and a cubed head of tufty gold hair and red whiskers that swirled over pugnacious jowls. The dwarf Brock approached, and in his arms he held an infant.
"Mordred!"
Morgia's cry elicited a frightened wail from the baby. She moved to rush to him, but the ferocious strength of the Führer's stare held her in place. Nature eats babies. The Führer's face was a cliff in the red darkness. My wolf-ogre Garm will devour your beloved Mordred in one bite, if you fail me, Morgia. Merlin found the king in the rose maze on his way to the chapel. The choir's threnodies unraveled among the trellises like invisible veils, and the hearty spiciness from censers and thuribles overlay the summer scent of the dusky roses. The wizard removed his hat and glanced around while the wounded king painfully lowered himself onto a stone bench. No others saw them among the rose arbors, save Bedivere several paces back on the grass walk.
I heard the valets chattering about the uproar that the Pope's ninny inspired during his audience with you.
The wizard turned his hoary head and nodded to the one-armed guard.
I am sorry, Bedivere, that you were made the foil of such a fool.
He sat on the bench beside the king.
Sire, how have you decided to resolve this controversy?
Arthor cast a weary, troubled glance at his bodyguard. I am too angry to resolve anything. I don't want to talk about it. Merlin clucked and pulled on the tines of his forked beard.
You are king. You make a decision even when you do not decide.
Look at this leg. He extended a limb swollen and green as a toad's. This is going to kill me.
Nonsense.
Merlin touched the glossed flesh and felt no pestiferous forces.
There is no poison here, my lord, only a septic soul. You suffer a malady of the mind.
He hung his long face close to the boy's ear.
Conscience.
Arthur nodded and moaned. Morgia.
Deeper.
The king squinted as he tried to understand.
You do not trust God's election. You crave the freedom of failure because your hour is upon you, and you must prove that you are not the slave Kyner reared. Your conscience questions you. Are you yet a slave? To magic? Or Morgia? Or to me?
The king hung his head and confessed, My prayers turn against me, Merlin. Mother Mary spurns me. I am an abomination in God's eyes. The old wizard clapped his hands loudly.
And what then am I, an incubus squeezed into the skull case of a man? We are all abominations, Arthur. Now, stop sulking and make a decision about your personal God.
What do you recommend, counselor?
I recommend you make a decision immediately.
Merlin stood up.
Accept God's election. You are king, no matter how you feel. Decide.
As you say. Arthur beckoned Bedivere. When the guard knelt before him, the king stated resolutely, I have decided not to decide. You will continue for now to guard and defend my person. We will ignore whatever calumny that inspires, and when I am less pressed, I will deliberate on your fate. He motioned Bedivere aside, then turned to his aged adviser. Satisfied?
Superlative decision, my lord.
Merlin wrung his bony hands together.
Men are to be judged by their deeds, never their desires.
He bent closer to the king.
Now then, we have a far more ticklish situation to settle. I have just come from a meeting with Loki.
The Aesir god? Arthur stiffened with incredulity. Here in Camelot.
In the grotto,
the wizard replied.
He seeks an alliance with us, my lord.
The king looked into his counselor's silver eyes and saw he did not jest. Merlin, he is known among the Saxons as the Liar.
True,
the old man nodded, and his hair looked like a moult of feathers in the warm breeze.
Yet his rivalry with his blood brother, the Führer, is famous. He believes that the Fire Lords will ultimately dominate our world, and he positions himself for inclusion among the victors.
Dare we believe him? He's a trickster,
and a god.
Ah, but I possess a demon's soul.
His face, resembling nothing more than cold gray wax, smiled both grave and complacent.
I gazed into the flame core of this god's mind, and I believe him sincere, as much as one such as he can be. Should our defeat ever present greater dividends than what injury he can inflict on his brother, I have no doubt that he will turn on us. For now, he means to serve our cause.
How?
Sire, you are convinced that only magic can now save our kingdom?
Arthur removed the chaplet of gold laurel leaves and rubbed his burned hair. He felt immersed in a nightmare. Could it be that God and the Holy Mother had given him over to magic and pagan gods? It could not be. And yet it was, and that left him feeling scared and adrift in a reality as absurdly wild as battle itself. He gritted his teeth before the inevitable, determined to save his kingdom. My encounter with the dragon has overridden all my previous reservations. If magic is what we need to save Britain, then I will certainly use magic, even if we must go to the devil for it. Merlin winked with satisfaction at the king's hard-won medal.
Loki may well be that devil. His magic is strong, and we will need that magic and his knowledge of Yggdrasil to defeat our enemies.
He again sat beside the king, and there, with his mummied hand upon Arthur's arm, informed him of his encounter with Ygrane and her hope of winning protection for him and Britain with a dragon's teardrop and nectar from the Vanir lotus. Worry stamped the king's brow, worry that Ygrane had voluntarily damned herself for him, and he took a deep sighing breath. This is knowledge my mother won with her soul, Merlin. I must speak with her. The wizard turned his hands palm up.
Even I cannot find her, my lord. She has given herself again to the Venashi. The Pale people have been her intimates since childhood. Be assured, Ygrane and the She strive for Britain as valiantly as we. As soon as she can, I know she will find you.
Arthur shook his head and cocked a cynical eyebrow. Can we ever succeed at this improbable quest, Merlin?
No venture is certain, my lord, least of all one as dangerous as this. Victory means the salvation of Britain for your lifetime, and a golden moment for your people.
The wizard suppressed a hideous chill at forethought of the dark age to come, and added quickly,
With Ygrane preparing the way, and with Loki to guide us and distract our enemies, victory is foreseeably within our grasp. Now, we must take the risk.
There is little time. Arthur straightened his right leg painfully and shifted his weight. I have met with Selwa of the family Syrax. She has arranged an audience for me with King Wesk. I have won us an easy respite, at least for these next few weeks. However, if by Mabon we have neither a magical victory nor a willingness to capitulate to the Federatus, pagan hordes will sweep over Britain. And what of the papal interlocutor Attanasius? Bedivere spoke up tentatively. When he saw that the king regarded him, he continued more strongly, Once you deliver the dragon's teardrop to the Vanir lotus and drink of the protective elixir, there is still the famine of Britain to defeat. My lord, without aid from the Pope, you will reign over a nation that will endure suffering for generations to come. That will not be, Arthur replied softly and with determination. Athanasius must be won to our love of Britain. He must no longer regard us as a nation of lost souls cursed by God.
Athanasius is a simple matter, sire.
Merlin stood and fitted his tall hat upon his head.
I will entrance him.
No, you will not. Arthur spoke brusquely, holding the wizard's unearthly stare with unblinking resolve. Magic shall not be the solution to all our problems, Merlin. Athanasius is not a simple matter. He is the emissary of the Pope, and so he is the very emissary of my Christian soul. He will not be entranced. He will be won, convinced of our fidelity to the teachings of our Saviour, and that our purpose is just and good in the eyes of God. Merlin lifted his owlish eyebrows and tugged at his wispy beard.
That may be more difficult than bringing the dragon's teardrop to the Vanir lotus.
Then we will take the legate with us on our quest, the king decided, and shoved himself to his feet. We will show that sanctimonious Athanasius that we are not devils, but God's own champions.
Who Gudon Heshan? Who the mighty, who led the Celtic people to Britain? Mighty who descended from Abraham, the father of the Semites, Gawain declared in his clear, vibrant voice. He had arrived at the court of King Arthur, his brother Gareth at his side, and now both stood before the round table, their russet hair mashed with sweat. They had marched directly into the central hall in their riding leathers and interrupted a security conference where all the warlords attended save Lot. The boys had ridden well ahead of their father, arriving in time to occupy his position at the table and speak in his place. Eyes shiny with zeal, they shared their vision of the Holy Grail. Only Ygrane, affronted that senile Lot had lost his 2 boys to the nailed god, demanded to know why Celts should have anything at all to do with the drinking cup of a Hebrew prophet. "The Celts are a tribe of the Hebrews," young Gareth explained with conviction, and all laughed but the king and his eldritch counselor. "Our altars remember," Gawain pressed when he noticed that his uncle Arthur listened intently. "The dolmen shrines, the menhir boundaries, the great slabstone circles. We Celts built altars from unhewn stone, and that has been recorded in the Hebrews' second book of Moses. Uncle, look at chapter 20, verse 25 in Exodus. And if you make me an altar of stone, you shall not build it of hewn stone, for if you use your tool on it, you have profaned it." "Our vision is important," Gareth insisted. "We must find the Holy Grail to heal Britain. Who will search with us?" Gawain looked directly at the king. "Who will fulfill the angel's command?" Arthur smiled warmly. "All in time, nephews. For now it is enough that we prepare to stand against the Federatus."
"And what does your father say to all this passion for the nailed god?"
Ygrane demanded of the youths, and stood up angrily.
"Does he countenance you to speak of Celts as lost Hebrews?"
The king motioned him to sit. "I've heard all that before, Ygrane, and from the scholars, so it may well be true. The desert prophets Isaiah, Jeremiah, and Zechariah all named their coming Messiah the Branch. The Druids, too, teach that the Celtic deliverer is the branch, the all-heel symbolized by the mistletoe. And on the rare oak where the mistletoe grows, do not our people mark a cross?" Gareth challenged Ygrane. "And do we not name that branch all-heel in our oldest dialect, Yesu?" Yes, all that is true," the king acknowledged, and directed a mollifying look at Ygrane. "I've spoken to Druids, rabbis, Persian magi, and yogis. The ancient history of the Celts is wide and touches much of the world. Even so, lads, Ygrane is right to return us to this table. The fate of Britain holds us all to the tasks at hand. We have no time for anything else just now, not even the sacred Grail." "No time for God?" Gareth asked in shrill disbelief. Arthur laughed at the dismayed expression on the 13-year-old's face. "I've used up what time God has given me," the king confided, and motioned for the boys to sit. "Of course he's always making more, isn't he? And if he gives some to us after we drive the wolf warriors from our shores, we will quest together for the Grail. This I promise." Ygrane determined to visit her dead husband, Uther Pendragon. The way through the hollow hills to the sleeping dragon had been cleared of demons for her son. There was nothing more she could do for him in these scarlet-shadowed depths of the planet. She turned her devil steed about and galloped through the featureless terrain, following red and green threads of eternal twilight. Eventually the shadow plains brightened under a sky like an ocean of blood. Out of the abstract shadows emerged the skeletal shafts of fire-ravaged trees, echoes of scorched Britain. Ygrane rode faster, and soon blue smoke forests appeared in the crepuscular dark, followed by sprawling meadowlands that were at once curiously cultivated and wild. She slowed down and walked the devil horse into the netherworld forest so that the pines' tufted boughs floated above her like islands in the sky. The lurid light had paled to opal hues streaked with raspberry smudges and lemon rinds of clouds. She drew her steed to a full stop and listened to the faint piping of the oldest music, the rhythms of wind and water. Dismounting, she felt soggy and heavy. She leaned against a pine and took the time to change the pad she had fashioned from the torn linen sleeve of her chemise. Thoughts of Homer's and Virgil's heroes presenting blood offerings in the underworld crossed her mind as she buried the soaked cloth in the soft mulch of the hollow hills. This was the presentation of her lifeblood to the dead, and when she stood, she whispered the name of her dead husband, Uther Pendragon. Foaming laughter and song sifted through the slanted apertures of the woods. She discerned human shapes of luminous mist frolicking and cavorting in the distance like an assemblage of fawns.
Uther, she called quietly, come forth.
The misty figures in the bosky woods continued their roisterous dancing like passing smoke on a wintry river. Ygrane called again, this time summoning her husband by his original name.
Theodosius Aurelianus, come to your wife. Come to Ygrane of the Celts. Come forth, Theo.
A spry figure separated from the troop and stepped closer through the forest's purple shadows, a man of floss and cobwebs, chimerically lovely in his tatterdemalion silks.
Theo.
Her beloved came full into view, his raven hair darkly shining as in life, and his yellow eyes bright with surprise and ardor.
Ygrane, it is you!
His stare winced.
Are you dead? No, not yet, my love.
He shifted his gaze to the devil horse with its glossy black sinews and slant red eyes.
What is this beast? It smells of magic. You smell of magic.
His Roman face showed concern, and his voice betrayed his disappointment.
Why, Ygrane? Only magic could bring me here to see you.
He stepped back from her.
You must go, and quickly. There is no magic here. The Lady of the Wild Things dwells in these woods, and her glory is eternal spring.
The mists subsumed him, yet his words continued, frantic and crazed with echoes.
Can't you smell it? The flares of pollen? The rain mists? Ygrane, this is a place of life. You cannot stay here. You belong in the world of the dying.
Chapter 13. The Valor of the Worm. In the main council chamber, Merlin paced before the long conference table under the 7 eyes of God, where the king sat staring at his reflection in the highly polished ebony. On a faldstool to his right, Fra Athanasius slumped, avoiding looking across the table at the god Loki. The Aesir god leaned forward on his elbows, black-gloved hands clasped before his tattooed face. Nearby, Bedivere stood in a pool of sunlight let down from the crystal sky dome.
Fra Athanasius, you have seen the devastation of our island kingdom during your journey here, spoke the wizard. Will you help us? Will you inform Pope Gelasius that we are worthy of his Christian charity?
The legate cleared his throat, thumbed his spectacles higher on the bridge of his long nose, and passed a dark look from the boy king to the wizard.
Sir, I have but one mind and heart here, to make firm the will of our Holy Father. The mandate given me remains the same as was laid upon my beloved master Victricius. The original papal legate was a saint more than a churchman. He paid with his very life that I should come before you as emissary of the papal see. I durst not betray my love of him or his lifelong love of the church by assessing your kingdom by any less brave measure than the truth.
And your assessment, Fra Athanasius? Merlin pressed. Let us hear it.
Athanasius' jaw throbbed beneath his peppery beard, and the wings of his nostrils whitened before he spoke in an angry and frightened voice.
By my faith, you are all devils, every jack of you! The king's warlord Ygrane and his men who escorted me to Camelot are pagans all. The king himself is but an adolescent, a child who abides sodomites and wizards. And opposite me sits the very devil himself, a supernatural creature in mortal disguise.
His large eyes blazed behind his lenses at Loki's smiling face of tattoos. The legate turned to the king and did not flinch before Arthur's outraged scowl.
You dare ask the Holy Father for charity? You dare! The fire of God's wrath hath blown hard upon the land of the Britons to make desolate this cursed isle. This blight presents grim and terrible testament to the wickedness of your unholy ways.
In one syllable, then, No? Loki asked through a snide grin.
Be silent, Loki,
the wizard snapped. Loki bowed his scribbled head in mock submission. And you as well, Merlin. Be silent, Arthur said in a soft voice. The king will speak for himself. Merlin clasped his hands behind his back and directed his irate stare to the sunny sky dome and rainbow cope. Athanasius, I am a youth. Arthur's rose cheeks glowed with anger, yet his voice stayed mild. And you must acknowledge, you are but a scribe. Be not deceived, young king. I am full warranted by the Holy Father himself. I do not question that. Yet I say again, you are but a scribe. Do you dispute this? Take not too great scorn at my humble station. Yes, I am a scribe, a former notarius. I serve the highest offices of the church, and am sanctioned to act in full capacity as legate of Pope Gelasius. Arthur accepted this with a gracious nod, though he made no effort to disguise his indignation. I am a youth who is a king, and you are a scribe who is a legate. My station is as properly sanctioned as yours, and more so, for I was born to noble parents. Accident alone made you an emissary, whereas God himself warrants my status by birthright. Nonetheless, I am a youth, as you are a scribe. Both of us must strive against our limits to fulfill, properly and rightly, the tasks that God has put before us. Your boyhood is not constrained upon my judgment, sire. A sodomite at your right hand and a wizard at your left, that is the vile part of you. I dare not condone such evil for love of my own soul. The man you brand a sodomite came into my service by recommendation of the very same Holy Father whom you now serve. Pope Gelasius was master to my Bedivere with full knowledge of his predilections, and yet he relied on his skill for protection against assassins. From the sheaf of parchments before him, the king removed vellum trimmed in papal cochineal. Here is the document of recommendation bearing our Holy Father's signature and seal. As a scribe, you are qualified to affirm the authenticity of what I am showing you. Athanasius accepted the document with both hands, and recognized at once an official papal commendation. Verily, it is genuine. Pope Gelasius is not a sodomite. The king's voice fell into silence like a stone down a well. After a significant moment, he went on, Nor am I, Athanasius. I am a devout Christian, and accept Bedivere as my personal guard for his abilities as a warrior. Surely you will not hold that against me, any more than you would question the judgment of our Holy Father. Will you? The legate blinked and wiped sweat drops from his high brow, visibly flustered. No, my lord. He noticed Merlin peering intently at him from under his bent hat with its esoteric stitchings, and he stabbed an accusatory finger at him. But that wizard with the direful countenance, that creature who speaks freely of his former existence as a demon, an incubus, carnal Merlin, surely he is neither right flesh nor blood. Arthur laughed good-naturedly, and his golden eyes glittered merrily in his boyish face. Merlin is a marvel of God's love, Athanasius. That God could transform a hateful demon into a benign mortal devoted to the furtherance of all that is holy and good is a genuine marvel, a miracle. His mother was renowned and revered Saint Optima, daughter of the King of Kos. From her he learned compassion, and now all his demon powers are directed by a will of love and truth. There is no wickedness in him. Do not judge him by his face, man. Look to his soul, and you will find his soul in his deeds. What evil has he done? This was an island of strife and warfare until God sent him to help us unite our land against the pagan invaders. Look no farther than your own nose, if you would measure this wizard by his works. Did he not restore your sight? I am well pleased to see most clearly again, the scribe admitted, then confided in an anxious tone, But I fear magic, my lord. It is unchristian. It draws a veil of illusion athwart our eyes. I tell you this, Athanasius, I am a true Christian, and there is nothing unholy in my court. What we call magic here in Camelot is not supernatural at all. It is nature itself, and I will prove that to you. If you are sincere and will fulfill properly and rightly your role as legate." The emissary placed both palms flat on the table and averred, "You will indeed resolve all my doubts if you can show me that what appears magic to my restored vision is not supernatural. What is supernatural is beyond the knowing of this world." Arthur looked to the legate for acknowledgment. "Of that you will agree?" "Of a certainty." Athanasius bobbed his curly head briskly. "The supernatural is gnosis, understanding that descends to us from the ultramundane. The Church forbids such apprehensions, for they originate with Satan, and come forth to take us unawares and confound us." "The natural world," Arthur continued, "the world of God's creation, that is within our knowing, within our capacity as mortal beings to grasp and understand with our minds." "Indeed?" The legate regarded the boy king curiously, wondering where his argument wended. "Such is Scientia, and all the church fathers concur that this knowledge is given us by God, that our minds may better encompass his creation, and we may know him more truly." "Then I tell you, Athanasius, all the magic here in Camelot, and all the magic practiced by my wizard Merlin, is Scientia, and can be explained in a way that anyone of common intelligence will understand." The scribe thrust out his lower lip and nodded contemplatively. "You have spoken well, sire, and I am moved now to recant my uproar of words and my dark condemnation of you and your court. But I shall not depart one tittle from the article of my faith before the inexplicable. Thus said," he slid his gaze toward Loki, who watched him with a bemused smile, "how do you adjudge by Scientia this adversary of reason? Merlin, show Fra Athanasius the truth of our guest, the god Loki." The wizard nodded to Bedivere, who with a swift lunging step came up behind Loki. As the liar gripped the table edge to push away, the blur that was Bedivere's scimitar thwacked through his neck and sent his bald, tattooed head rolling across the table. The legate shrieked, and the head tumbled into his lap, black eyes agape, mouth moving and speaking. "You've gotten ahead of me, Athanasius." Merlin plucked up the severed head by its ear, and it winced and cried, "Ouch!" He exposed the tulip-bright underside to the scribe.
"Behold, no blood, only this longing to appear mortal."
He reached his hand into the red frills and pulled the head inside out. Like a hand puppet, the fuchsia crisscrossing of muscles, the tangle of blood tubes, the hard-boiled eyes, and complete absence of brain bobbed before Athanasius' horrified face.
"You see, it is an illusion."
He slapped the flesh rag against the tabletop, and it splattered into green sparks and crawling blue volts.
"It is a kind of ectoplasm, like St. Elmo's fire, the colorful flames one sees on the masts of ships in storms, like will-o'-the-wisps or ball lightning."
"My God! My God!" Athanasius blubbered. Out of Loki's severed neck, a sparkling blood mist rose and crystallized into a precise replica of the head that had vanished. "Would you like to see that again?" King Arthur doffed his gold chaplet and regal attire, and rode out from Camelot dressed in the hempen tunic and frayed sandals of John Halt. Merlin made no attempt to stop him, for he understood how thoroughly the boy had taken upon himself the distress of Britain. Only outside of Camelot would he find the resolve necessary to overcome his bewilderment at his mother's desertion of their faith, and his own anguish at the powerlessness of his prayers to overcome, without magic, the dangers that threatened his kingdom. Merlin only prayed that the boy would avoid dragons and encounters with wildwood gangs and roving wolf warriors. Meanwhile, Merlin occupied himself by taking Loki and Fra Athanasius into Camelot's grotto, so that the legate might be educated in the Scientia of magic. Athanasius gawked in dismay at the wizard's underworld basilica. Mineral steps curved downward into a cavern of amorphous coral shapes and shadowy alveolar depths lit by phosphorescent orbs. On rock shelves and ledges, bubbling glassware and steaming kettle pots filled with cuprous green fluids crowded against distilling coils and stacks of scrolls and moldy tomes. Among measureless rock ducts, drains, and gullets, echoes of dripping liquids clocked their dull chimes. Apprehensively, the legate stepped past chalk pillars and under wet stone fangs, frowning with obvious disfavor at the gravid icon of the original mother that seemed to preside solemnly over the entire infernal panoply. "Ah, this is the oldest god, Athanasius, the true creator," the god Loki said, striding past the scribe and slapping the pregnant belly of the statue. "Her dugs have squirted the Milky Way, and from between her legs came skidding forth the whole of earth among the placental stars." Merlin lifted an amber wand from a flat rock cluttered with knobs of resin, opals, and drilling tools. He held up the wand for the emissary to behold, then rubbed it vigorously between the folds of his robe. "What are you up to, Merlin?" Loki backed up against the crude and featureless statue as the wizard approached. With a swipe of the wand, Merlin cut Loki in half. "You see, Athanasius, what the pagans call gods are in fact entities of astral fire, a cool protoplasmic form of lightning." "Stop that, Merlin!" Loki shouted with annoyance as the wizard slashed the amber wand through the god's body, breaking him into hovering, disjointed pieces. "I'll not be your toy." "On the contrary." Merlin whirled the wand vigorously, and Loki dissolved into a luminous, frosty green haze. "You will prove a most entertaining subject for my first lesson in the scientia of cold fire." He gathered the radiant cloud above a ferrous rock stump of rusty hue, where it pooled to a vaporous swirl of spectral refulgence from which Loki's cries of protest squeaked like the rage of bats. The wizard smiled at the open-mouthed legate. "We will begin with a demonstration of attraction and repulsion in the realm of atoms." Bedivere groaned when he realized that Arthor intended returning to the blanket of stars. "Our kingdom is plagued by dragons. King Wesk gathers a massive invasion force in Jutland to swarm upon our shores. The papal legate who decides whether we are to eat or starve is in the care of your wizard, while the Aesir god Loki wanders freely about Camelot. And you visit again with an innkeeper's widow?" He drew his horse alongside the king. "Are you mad, sire? You realize we are without protection. Borsbona has withdrawn his forces to his fastness in Parisi to prepare for the coming assault. You and I alone are out here among wayfaring brigands and pagan raiders. Look at the land, Bedivere." Arthor motioned to the broken road before them and the leafless trees. In the brittle fields beyond, a neat-herd marched his spindle-shanked cows along the broad stony bed of an exhausted river. "The Fuhrer has already defeated us with his magic. If we are to reclaim Britain, we must use magic ourselves." He turned a narrow look on his guard. "That makes me feel unclean. Surely your faith is unbesmirched by these forces that are dark only because the light of reason has yet to illuminate them." The swordsman tugged uncomfortably at the sheepskin collar of his threadbare mantle. "You yourself convinced Athanasius that magic is but scientia." The king nodded gravely. "I should be as attentive a student as our Latin brother and sit at Merlin's knee. In truth, Bedivere, I fear for my soul. And the innkeeper's widow offers salvation, my lord?" "Perhaps you are right to chide me." Perspiration mottled his hempen tunic and had wrung his hair to spikes. He spoke hesitantly, unable to look Bedivere in the eyes, and pretending to adjust the linen bands that dressed his swollen leg. "I am the king, and should have loftier affections, I know. And yet somehow I sense that Julia can be my anchor in this world. She is a good British woman, a caring daughter, a hard and proud worker who is paid in blood with her husband's life to put me on the throne. I would—" he paused awkwardly. "I would see her face again before I give myself to the netherworld and Merlin's magic." His yellow eyes glittered. "She has a face I find agreeable, that is all, and if I hold close the memory of her, it is only to guide me back to this world." Skidblade swept Morgia the Fey across the face of the earth toward Avalon. In its billows of dry steam that smelled purple as a storm, she felt no motion, though she knew she soared, because the Führer himself had so commanded the clever vehicle. To the nacreous interior she spoke, "Set me down in Britain, in the forests of Crowland." She did not know if Skidblade would obey her, so when the calm flame-cord lights dazzled around her and the door widened, she peered out anxiously. The black night baffled her, and she had to exit before she recognized the tattered pines of Crowland. Skidblade had alighted upon a bluff. She overlooked the willow spills of a lone island in a turgid stream where starlight reflected like broken lightning. The moon, a bird of wish, a wing of bright stone, stood high above the ragged treetops. Skidblade waited while Morgia made her way down the rocky slope, over fallen trees and desiccated bales of weeds. She lifted her crimson robes to her thighs and waded through the muddy shallows and razory grasses to the slender island. There, with nothing more than moonlight and marsh vapors, she wove a chapel. Of moonfire and stardust, Morgia raised a small holy house on the Willow Isle. Its black stone lintel bore the cross in the circle of the Celts, and under the sonorous trees the little building appeared entirely real. Dark as the peacefulness of death, its spired doorway rang with deeper darkness. Inside, in a silence serene and overwhelming, she raised a bituminous altar, black as oblivion. Upon it she set the Grail. It was just a wood cup. It was not a real wood cup, any more than the feldspar blocks of the walls were real, or the jet tiles of the roof, or the votive flames flickering upon the tall pale candles in the windy chancel. All existed insubstantial as tomorrow, and borrowed solidity from the ache for mystery in the human breast. Satisfied with her illusion, Morgia walked 3 times around the dark chapel, singing to the demons who served the Führer. Her voice floated ghostly over the treetops. The demons heard her, and their hardy musk thickened in the willow air. "Send a dragon," she instructed. "Send a dragon to lie in the swale. Soon my brother's warriors will come." Smiles of raw meat widened under the willow manes. Morgia splashed across the shallows, laughing bleakly. Ahead, shining atop the pine crest in emerald hues of the night's breath, Skidblade waited to carry her to Avalon. Fra Athanasius sat alone in a shadowed alcove of the main hall. Out of the vestry he had selected a white alb and a blue dalmatic to replace the cassock that had become tainted with the fumes of Merlin's grotto. The hellish stink had troubled him. It had smelled like a medicinal church, full of the unholy incense of distillates and mentholated vapors. He could not think with that dire stench in his nostrils, and he had doffed the offensive cassock and rummaged through the liturgical wardrobe for something appropriate to wear. In his current station as papal legate, he felt entitled to don ecclesiastic garments, though as scribe and notarius he had only ever worn a simple smock, and for formal occasions a tabard embroidered with clerical emblems. The priestly garb, for all its starched crispness and fresh scent, did not assuage the uneasiness that accompanied all he had learned from the wizard. A whole other order of beings existed, he discovered, entities who dwelled far up in the sky and deep within the earth, creatures fashioned by God out of electricity. Electricity. The word troubled his tongue. He, of course, recognized the cognates as electrum, the Latin term for amber, which itself came from the Greek name for the same substance, electron. Then, with his amber wand, Merlin had disassembled Loki, demonstrating the general properties of electricity and its relationship to the mysterious lodestone. The scribe was familiar with lodestone, having taken transcriptions for the Emperor Zeno from Moorish navigators out of Gujarat who had employed what they called a Beit al-Ibra, a house of the needle to identify north. The device consisted of an iron splinter that had been in lengthy contact with a lodestone before being affixed to a cork afloat in water. No matter how it was spun, the splinter always aligned to point north. Using spools of silver thread and spinning a lodestone in their midst, Merlin had made the ends of the silver filaments spark, and had even woven cold fire inside a glass sphere. He had told the scribe that a giant lodestone spun at the center of the earth, generating huge currents of energy invisible to the human eye. The dragon was a god-created creature made of this energy. It dwelled in this underground ocean of invisible currents and tides. Likewise, the wizard explained, an enormous sea of similar energy floated at the top of the sky, where the sun's wind generated charged particles. To understand that celestial sea, one would have to know more about the structure of atoms. And there the scribe had raised both hands in dismay and stopped Merlin. He needed to absorb what he had already been shown, and he had come to this alcove to sort through the demonstrations he had witnessed in Merlin's infernal grotto. Attanasius' head swam with the many notions of scientia that the wizard had introduced, and he sat on the stone bench that jutted from the alcove wall, head cradled in both hands, muttering to himself. Electricity. God's natural power in the world, so the wizard says. Indeed, what he showed me was as visible as bolts of lightning, foxfire, and no doubt the tongues as of flame that touched the apostles on the day of Pentecost. Not fire, but like fire. It must have been electricity. And perhaps, too, the burning bush that spoke to Moses and was not consumed. A gruff voice intruded on his ruminations.
Fra Athanasius, may we have a word?
The legate looked up, startled, and adjusted his spectacles. Before him stood two tall, burly men with ruffian faces, pugilist eyes, narrow and shielded by thick cheekbones and heavy brow ridges. One had a ponderous red mustache that covered his mouth entirely, and the other clean-shaven, a younger twin of the first, with a merciless mouth. Both wore their red hair long and tied to topknots in the fashion of the pagan Celts. These two brutes displayed Christian emblems, the eldest with a scarlet cross emblazoned on his overblouse, and the other a golden cross of Celtic design on a thong that dangled before his black leather cuirass.
I am Kyna, chief of Cymru,
the eldest introduced in a voice rough as gravel,
and this is my son Kay, the king's seneschal.
Athanasius stood, jittery as a deer in the presence of these imposing warriors. His first thought was that they had come to admonish him for speaking to their boy king with such bold ire, and he nervously observed that both carried swords, the younger a giant weapon that could cleave armor, and the elder a thick saber with an ivory handle, yellowed from use, and with two intaglio Latin words written upon it, Vita Brevis.
Sir, do not stand for us.
Kyner motioned for the legate to seat himself.
We are humble servants of our Lord and Savior Jesus the Christ, and we are come to you in his name for your blessing.
Athanasius sat and demurred with a hand splayed upon his chest. Sirs, you hazard mistakenly to seek blessing from my hand. The church abides me for my services as a scribe, and has conferred upon me no power of benediction.
Nay, you are too humble, sir.
Kyner bowed slightly in deference.
You are the Holy Father's emissary, and even now wear the attire of God's servant, which rightly displays your sacred purpose to any who set eyes on you. Your blessing would be significant to us as any from the Pope's hand itself.
Verily, Kay added in a more confidential tone, edging a half-pace closer,
the king has all my love. We were reared together by my father as brothers, and I know his heart as well as my own. Yet I tell you, sir, I am gladdened to hear you reproach his tolerance of Merlin. That wizard is too like a demon for our good faith. And Bedivere, on my word, we had no knowledge of his sin, his alleged lust for catamites. Is this truly so, good sir? Of a certainty, Kay.
Kyner glowered at his son.
Don't ask doltish questions. The legate speaks with the voice of the Holy Father. Bedivere, for all his bravery in battle, is a miscreant and a felonious debaucher. We will have none of him.
Kay inclined his broad face toward the emissary.
Even so, several ambassadors from the continent have confirmed that Bedivere fought barbarians on the Italic Peninsula for Pope Gelasius. The king believes that the Holy Father himself is full cognizant of Bedivere the Sodomite, and has forgiven him.
Do you know this to be true?" Kyner struck his son's shoulder with such force he turned the younger man half about.
"How dare you pose such a flagrant question to the legate?"
Kay muttered an apology and returned his strenuous stare to the cringing legate. "Hold your disapprobation, Chief Kyner." Athanasius rose and raised a restraining hand between the two Celts. "I am not offended by your son's question, for it accords with my own understanding of our most holy father, whom I served for several years in Ravenna. Gelasius has forgiven Bedivere the bane that the enemy of Christ placed upon him. My sole objection remains that what the Pope in his infallible wisdom can suffer to forgive, a boy king, a boy, is by deficit of years too callow to comprehend. I fear the king stands in jeopardy of evil suasion." A laugh like a shout escaped Kay.
"Arthur's no sodomite. If he were, we'd have seen that by now, Da? All those years in the servants' hovels and soldiers' barracks when we thought him a rape child. He was subject to plenty to evil suasion then, let me assure you. Miscreants abounding in those quarters. And I can attest from our travels through Gaul with father, the lad had no suasion for men, but a vigorous passion for the ladies. Well, not ladies so much as servant girls. Who else would notice him before we knew him royal? Enough, Kay."
Kyner urged the legate to sit again.
"Please, sir, we have not intruded on your meditations to pelt you with questions, but to receive your blessing, the blessing of our mother the Church, which the Holy Father has granted you to bestow on all worthy Christians."
"How would I know you to be worthy Christians?" Athanasius asked, then shifted his weight uncomfortably under the worried stares of the two warriors. "Have you been baptized?"
"By the missionaries who delivered the good news to the hills of Cymru with St. Non when I was a lad," Kyner acknowledged proudly. "Bishop Riochatus baptized both Kay and Arthur in their 7th and 5th years respectively at the first 5-year festival during the construction of Camelot."
Athanasius nodded with satisfaction. "And do you renounce the heresy of Pelagius?" Kay turned a perplexed expression to his father, and Kyner rubbed his thick jaw.
"We are not versed in theology, sir. We are simple Christians who have utmost faith in the salvation offered by our Lord and Savior."
"Stout of heart and faith you are," the emissary declared. "Of this I can see for myself. Even so, I must try you against the most common heresy of this remote island, and so I ask you, is Christ a man, a child of Eve as you and I, or divine, an emanation of God himself who existed before his physical appearance as a man?"
"Before Abraham was, I am," Kay quoted from the Gospel. "Christ is divine."
He shrugged as if this was obvious and looked to his father for approval. Kyner nodded.
"To believe that Jesus was a man is the heresy of Arius. We in Britain have no faith in Arian blasphemy, for to believe that Jesus was a man is to say that he is separate from God, and that denies the one God and throws us back into the pagan chaos of polytheism. Jesus is God the Son, not like God, but God himself. For only he who is truly God can reconcile us to the Godhead and win our salvation."
"Well spoken, Chief Kyner, for a man unversed in theology. Now answer me this." Athanasius thumbed his spectacles higher on his nose and paused to phrase carefully his next question. "Do you believe that our salvation comes to us by God's grace, or through our own will?"
"Our will, of a certainty," Kay answered forthrightly. "Unless we strive to do good, we are victims of Satan."
The legate arched a critical eyebrow. "Do you concur, Chief Kyner?"
"I stand by my son in this assertion, sir."
Kyner squared his shoulders.
"Our fate before God is in our hands. He has given us free will to choose between good and evil, and it remains entirely for us to determine by our powers of volition how we will live our lives when confronted by temptation in all its guises."
"Such as I had suspected." The legate shook his head grimly. "Such as I had suspected. For Pelagius was also a Briton. The errors he found in this land he carried to Rome, Africa, even Canaan. Yet for all his far-flung travels and hot debates with Augustine and the bishops of many nations, his falsehoods gained not one whit of veracity. Accursed wretch that troubled our minds with such skilful blunders, he has put your souls in jeopardy.
Sirs Kyner and Kay, you are both heretics.
By our faith in Christ we are not.
Kyner glared at the bespectacled man.
We are true Christians. In what way is our thinking false?
You believe that your will can save you.
Athanasius shook his curly head ruefully.
Fie! You are the thrall of your own instruments, the victims of your misplaced faith in human strength. You benighted souls! The human will is flawed, abased by the original sin of Adam, the sin that has condemned us to the riot of this fallen creation. The will is weak. It succumbs. And so our Savior preached forgiveness and charity. Only God's grace can save us. Else we stake the eternal hope of the soul upon mortal foibles.
That's the faith of weaklings, cowards, and poltroons.
Kyner jabbed a stout finger at the scribe.
You are obviously a man who has thought more than he has done. For a man of deeds, will is everything. Do you think it is God's grace that holds us fast in the heat of battle?
He turned to his son with a mocking grin under his big mustache.
What do you think, Kay? How much good is God's grace against a berserker swinging a battle-axe?
How much good?
Kay pondered this with a tug at his ear.
God's grace in that situation is all one needs, Da.
To enter heaven? In truth, for God makes his sun rise on the evil and the good.
Kyner fixed the legate with a harsh stare.
There are Christians here in Britain today because we've a will to fight. Without our will, sir, God's grace would have to content itself with naked worshippers in blue mud and tattoos leaping about a bonfire singing praise to the Führer.
Athanasius cringed behind his raised hands.
For all your fierce and disdainful lip, in the eyes of the church you remain heretics withal.
Heretics?
Kay's square face darkened, and he would have lunged forward to grab the scribe had not his father restrained him with both hands.
We have defended our faith with our lives, you glassy-eyed— Enough, Kay!
Kyner pulled his son back and stood between him and the legate.
Our love of our Savior is beyond reproach, and we do not require insults to defend what we love. We are men of deeds, not scribes who build their reputations on words. We will show you and the Holy Father that we are beloved of God.
Show me.
Athanasius' big eyes widened behind his lenses. He feared that these two massive men intended to pit their faith against his in some trial of endurance or suffering, and he tried to dissuade them with an apologetic smile.
We have sore mistook one another, brothers. I am no priest. I opine merely as a scribe. Please, go hence and put out of mind my unruly commentary.
Kyner and Kay shared a look of bafflement.
We will go forth,
Kyner asserted, pounding a fist against his heart,
and you will regret calling us heretics. I am the king's seneschal.
Kay glared in disbelief.
I cannot abide any slander of my faith. I will prove my sincerity to you, sir.
Athanasius bowed his head, mumbling,
It were wrong of me to say aught of heresy or faith. My post as legate has raised me above my harvest. I am simply a scribe, a man of books. All I truly know is that the sparrows have their heights, the wolf its horizon, the lowliest worms their kingdoms. I know naught of the soul's stature.
Every worm has its valor,
Kay admonished the scribe.
We are all God's creatures, and are to be judged by him alone. Even a humble notarius should know this.
Kyner bent forward and spoke strongly to the skull-cap atop the legate's fleecy head.
We will bring you and all Camelot proof of the purity of our hearts and the strength of our faith. This day, 2 young Celts, Gawain and Gareth, have revealed a blessed vision, an encounter with an angel. This messenger of God has told them that the Holy Grail is to be found in Britain by true Christians alone and no others.
He poked his thumb into the center of the scarlet cross on his overblouse.
I tell you now, my son and I are those true Christians. By God's grace and our undaunting wills, we will find the Grail and return it to Camelot.
With such high hearts and strong faith, I am certain you will succeed.
Athanasius readily agreed, relieved they did not intend to challenge him.
I have intelligence of the Grail from your Bishop Riochatus. It would be a sweet sight to behold, and a wondrous achievement to report to Ravenna. Go forth, great chief and scion of the Celts, and bring honor to Camelot and our Saviour by retrieving this sacred vessel."
As the two hulking warriors departed, Athanasius removed his spectacles and wiped the perspiration that had beaded above his dark eyebrows.
"Oh, Lord Almighty, when you had able Victricius, a learned and experienced bishop, in your service, why did you cut short his life and deliver me, an insignificant scribbler, to this distant land of manifold strangeness?"
Even as he spoke his complaint, the unhappy thought occurred to him that Victricius had not been snatched away untimely, but in truth saved. Angels had whisked him off and spared him the maddening experience of Britain, this bizarre threshold to hell, whereupon had been cast in the bishop's stead the lesser soul of Athanasius.